Elegant guests enter a grand mansion at night while a red-haired girl watches the festivities from above. Davina reflects on her life of constant celebration until a voice calls her name from the shadows. Her parents warmly embrace her as her father gifts her a glowing golden necklace during the party. The vibrant celebration suddenly turns into a nightmare as a quick crackle sounding announces a spreading fire. Her armed parents hold the line against enemies while ordering Mrs. Bremerton to save their daughter. A sudden, sharp crack sounding echoes through the hallway as the woman carries Davina to safety. A soft, low smolder sounding fills the air as Davina sits alone among the ruins of her life. Davina weeps for her lost parents, her grief punctuated by a quiet, mournful sniffle sounding. Bremerton vows to forge Davina into someone stronger than those who perished in the flames. The woman explains that her strength exists solely to protect the children placed under her care. Bremerton offers to train the young girl, teaching her the skills necessary to protect others like herself. Standing amidst the wreckage, Davina finds a new purpose in her resolve to safeguard other children. Determined and ready, the young girl agrees to start her journey toward becoming a protector. Years pass, leading to the establishment of the elite Nanny Academy in a strictly confidential location. Having raised and trained Davina, Mrs. Bremerton now oversees the academy as its formidable headmistress. A confident, adult Davina prepares for her debut, her uniform adjusted with a quick, firm tug sounding. Inside the academy office, the headmistress discusses a generous proposal from a high-profile client named Mr. Angelini. Bremerton offers her most experienced staff, but the mysterious man seated before her has very specific requirements. The silver-haired Gabriel Angelini demands an exclusive nanny who has never worked for any other family before. A swift, crisp spread sounding accompanies the headmistress presenting files of recent graduates ready for assignment. Gabriel scrutinizes the candidates, questioning if these fresh graduates possess the necessary qualifications for his needs. A deep, steady inhale sounding is heard as Bremerton prepares to explain the Academy's rigorous training pillars. Training includes rigorous medical procedures and defensive combat, with a heavy thwack sounding as she strikes the target. The training intensifies with high-speed evasive driving, marked by a loud, piercing squeal sounding from the tires. Davina masters complex cybersecurity protocols, while her instructor discusses the client's unusual request for an elite nanny. Gabriel exerts his dominance in a dark club, intimidating a fearful man with a weapon on the table. The silver-haired man demands full access to the target's financial records as payment for his mistakes. Gabriel looms over the terrified man, ensuring total compliance through his cold and unwavering gaze. After concluding his business, Gabriel makes one final demand for a simple glass of milk. A sudden, sharp scrape sounding occurs as a young blonde boy named Mikey appears, demanding chocolate milk. Gabriel identifies the boy as Mikey, who cheekily doubles the price of the favor after being slighted. Mikey insists on being called the milkman while on the job, presenting his own set of demands. The father and son engage in a comical argument over the necessity of a milk delivery. A quick, smooth scoop sounding is heard as Gabriel carries the protesting boy out of the bar. Back in the office, Gabriel explains that his unique line of work lacks traditional childcare benefits. A quiet slide sounding occurs as Gabriel chooses Davina's file, causing the headmistress to visibly stiffen. Bremerton attempts to suggest other specialists, but the client flatly rejects any alternative to his chosen candidate. With absolute certainty, Gabriel points to the file and declares that he has found the one he wants. The headmistress looks deeply troubled as she realizes which graduate the dangerous man has hand-selected. A sudden, loud swing sounding echoes as Davina enters the office to receive her final orders. Bremerton formally announces that an assignment has finally been offered to her most promising graduate. The woman reveals that the client is Gabriel Angelini, an assignment she never would have chosen. Davina's eye widens in pure terror as the name Angelini triggers a flood of suppressed memories. An old newspaper clipping reveals the Angelini family's violent history and their involvement in past tragedies. A visible tremble sounding is felt as Davina realizes she is being hired by a notorious family. Struggling with the revelation, she questions whether she can truly accept a job from her family's enemies. Memories of her childhood grief return, her pain by a soft, heartbroken sniffle sounding. A sharp, tight crinkle sounding occurs as Davina grips the file, hoping this mission leads to the truth. A distant crackle sounding serves as a reminder of her past resolve to become strong and face her demons. Davina accepts the dangerous assignment, despite the headmistress questioning if her motives are driven by her tragic past. The red-haired Davina remains resolute, hoping this specific mission finally reveals the truth about the fire that destroyed her family. Her green eyes burn with determination as she prepares to face the demons of her childhood head-on. Outside the academy, the silver-haired Gabriel Angelini confirms that his chosen candidate has officially signed the high-stakes contract. A loud, heavy stride sounding echoes as Davina walks toward her new life with luggage in hand. Mrs. Bremerton formally introduces Davina to her primary client, the imposing and mysterious Gabriel Angelini. Davina stares up at the man, mentally acknowledging his status as a notorious and powerful member of the Mafia. Gabriel observes her with a cold, calculating gaze, silently measuring the young woman's potential as his son's protector. The silver-haired man mockingly asks if she speaks, while Davina privately concludes that her new employer is a jerk. Maintaining her professionalism, Davina introduces herself and extends a hand, though Gabriel remains skeptical of her capabilities. Gabriel orders her to join them in the car, showing no interest in further pleasantries with his new employee. In silhouette, Bremerton reviews the Academy's core orders: protect the charge, obey the primary, and anticipate every need. The headmistress emphasizes the strict rules against revealing secrets, causing embarrassment, or engaging in any form of sabotage. Davina offers a final look of respect, promising the woman who raised her that she will succeed. Bremerton softly reassures the girl that she has already made the Academy and its founders incredibly proud. A brown-haired man named Adam introduces himself as the driver and offers to handle Davina's luggage. As she prepares to enter the red car, Adam offers a cryptic word of advice about the job. The driver warns her that while she feels brave now, her 4-year-old charge is the one to fear. A smooth, quiet slide sounding occurs as the red-haired nanny settles into the back seat for the long journey. Davina is taken aback to find the silver-haired man and a small boy already waiting inside the vehicle. She attempts a warm greeting, identifying the blonde child as Mr. Angelini's son, who is in need of care. The boy petulantly insists on his formal name, Michele, while his father casually refers to him as Mikey. Davina tries to establish a friendly rapport, but the young boy eyes her with suspicion and clear disdain. Mikey bluntly informs his father that he doesn't trust the new woman because she smells like oranges. Surprised by the specific complaint, Davina takes a quick, curious sniff sounding of her own collar to check. Davina is shocked by the sudden international travel, while Gabriel points out that the car is equipped with Wi-Fi. A sudden, sharp click sounding fills the cabin as Gabriel ensures the door locks are securely engaged. The man explains that they never drive with unlocked doors, citing safety as his primary concern for his son. Davina debates the safety of locks during accidents, but Gabriel pulls her close with a firm, metallic click sounding. Gabriel looms over her, explaining that locked doors are the only thing stopping someone from snatching his son. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Davina acknowledges his point, while the tension between them becomes palpable. Mikey whispers a secret confirmation to his father, doubling down on his observation about the orange scent. Noting his unsecured network, Davina begins working on her laptop with a rhythmic, busy tapping sounding on the keys. A loud, sudden slat sounding echoes as the privacy divider opens, and Adam asks if the boss needs anything. Gabriel watches Davina closely, noting her focus and remarking to the boy that their new nanny is tricky. A quick, resonant clack sounding from the laptop is followed by a sharp slat sounding as the divider closes again. Davina advises Gabriel that if he truly cares about security, he should put a password on his car's Wi-Fi. The group arrives at the Angelini Annex, a massive and secluded mansion located on the outskirts of Lyon. Adam directs Davina to follow Mr. Angelini inside while he stays behind to unload the heavy bags. Davina scans the perimeter, unsettled by the lack of visible security guards or cameras at such a high-profile residence. Inside the grand foyer, Gabriel gives Davina directions to her room and expects her to settle in immediately. The father informs Mikey that his days of accompanying him on business trips are officially over. Gabriel insists that the boy must rely on Davina for everything now, as the ride-alongs have become too dangerous. A tight, frustrated clench sounding is felt as Mikey grips his milk carton, feeling rejected by his father. The boy screams that his father needs him, refusing to be pushed aside for a stranger's care. Mikey shouts his hatred before sprinting away, his dropped milk carton hitting the floor with a messy, wet splat sounding. Gabriel admits that he kept his son too close after the mother's death, creating an unhealthy attachment. Davina asks if the child knows the truth about his father's work, but Gabriel deflects the question back at her. Davina admits she has seen the headlines, leading the silver-haired Gabriel to conclude that his honesty is now required. Gabriel formally identifies himself as the underboss of the Angelini Mafia, his confession accompanied by a divine visual metaphor. Davina realizes he is the direct subordinate to the Don, while Gabriel acknowledges his staggering number of dangerous enemies. The father explains that his rivals would resort to any means necessary to capture his only son, Mikey. Gabriel presents this as Davina's primary purpose, and she solemnly vows to protect the boy with her life. Satisfied with her resolve, the silver-haired man offers a smirk, confident that their partnership will be without issue. Davina asks about her secondary responsibilities, suggesting she can manage his private network, his schedule, and his various accounts. Gabriel dismisses the offer, insisting her only focus is Mikey, despite Davina arguing that security requires more than simple childcare. Gabriel looms over the red-haired nanny, strictly ordering her to never let his son out of her sight for any reason. Noting her sudden blush, Gabriel points out that she has duties to attend to, and Davina quickly acknowledges his command. Disaster strikes as masked men kidnap Mikey, prompting Davina to scream as the van prepares to speed away. A heavy, labored pant sounding is heard as the elite nanny realizes the kidnappers have successfully fled the scene. Davina stands in stunned silence, her eyes wide with shock as the gravity of her failure begins to sink in. Gabriel appears in the doorway, his cold gaze fixed on her as he questions how this happened on her first day. A sudden, rapid dash sounding follows as Davina curses her luck and sprints toward the driveway to begin the pursuit. Gabriel demands an explanation, and Davina urgently reports that masked men snatched Mikey directly from the driveway moments ago. Gabriel commands her to hunt them down, and Davina prepares to move, demanding the car keys to start the chase. Gabriel orders Adam to drive her, while the brown-haired man rushes out, horrified that another kidnapping has occurred. Davina jumps into the red car, ordering the driver to move while telling the staff to notify the police immediately. Gabriel leans into the window, coldly warning the nanny that if she performs her job correctly, the police won't be necessary. A loud, piercing squeal sounding echoes from the tires as Adam begins the chase, asking Davina which direction to head. A rhythmic click-clack sounding fills the car as Davina uses her laptop to track the kidnapper's license plate in real time. Adam observes that the trail seems too easy to follow, worrying that they are walking straight into a prepared trap. A busy click-clack sounding continues as Davina monitors the data, providing Adam with precise turn-by-turn directions through the city. Adam asks for clarification on her methods, and Davina explains she is currently hacking into the nearest cell towers for tracking. A quick, steady click-clack sounding occurs as Davina analyzes IMSI pings, while Adam admits he has no idea what that means. Davina narrows their location down to a specific building, identifying 3 active mobile phones currently operating inside the structure. Adam announces their arrival as they pull up behind the white van, confirming they have found the kidnapper's hideout. Davina orders the driver to wait at the front of the building, and Adam gives her a confident thumbs up. Davina observes a massive professional guard blocking the entrance, noting that the unarmed man relies purely on his physical strength. The red-haired nanny warns the guard of her elite training, demanding he step aside and open the door for her. The guard flatly refuses to comply, leading Davina to remark that she gave him a fair chance to cooperate peacefully. A sudden, powerful drive and chop sounding occurs as Davina strikes with precision, overwhelming the large man with her combat skills. A heavy, dull slump sounding echoes through the hallway as the unconscious guard collapses to the floor after her swift attack. Davina cautiously enters the building's kitchen, keeping her senses sharp as she searches for any sign of the missing boy. Using a metal tray as a makeshift shield, Davina peers through a small window to confirm Mikey's location in the next room. A sudden, loud swing sounding fills the room as Davina bursts through the door, discovering Mikey bound and gagged on a sofa. Two more thugs, a blue-haired woman and a blonde man, shift into defensive stances as the elite nanny confronts them. A heavy whoosh and crunch sounding is heard as Davina dodges a blow and delivers a punishing strike to the blonde man. Davina launches a high kick, but the blue-haired woman successfully executes a quick, firm block, sounding to deflect the attack. The nanny follows up with a low sweep and a loud, heavy wham sounding as she continues to dominate the fight. Mikey asks if the danger has passed, and Davina assures him it is almost over while running toward the captive child. A quick, powerful hoist sounding occurs as Davina lifts the bound boy onto her shoulder to make their final escape. A sudden, rapid dash sounding follows as Davina carries the boy out of the building and toward the waiting red car. A smooth, quick slide sounding is heard as Davina settles Mikey into the safety of the vehicle's back seat. Davina checks on the boy, asking if he is injured or frightened, but Mikey maintains his stoic and petulant demeanor. As Davina unties the ropes, a spectral image of her own childhood grief appears, mirroring the boy's current traumatic experience. Davina pulls the blonde boy into a comforting hug, promising him that everything is okay and he is finally safe. A heavy, weary sigh sounding escapes Adam as he admits he feels like a jerk for doubting the new nanny's capabilities. A sudden, sharp stiffen sounding occurs as Davina holds the boy close, her green eyes reflecting her resolve to protect him. Adam points a gun at Davina from the driver's seat, coldly ordering the nanny to walk away immediately. The brown-haired man offers Davina a $2 million bribe to leave the boy behind and abandon her post. Davina is horrified by the betrayal, but Adam reveals the earlier kidnapping was merely a test staged by Gabriel. Mikey glares at the traitorous driver, promising that he will pay for this terrifying deception once they reach home. Davina questions his seriousness, while Adam urges her to be smart and take the money instead of dying. A sharp, metallic click sounding fills the car as Adam readies his weapon, demanding Davina accept the bribe. Davina's hand moves with a quick, silent slide sounding across the seat as she reaches for her open laptop. Adam loses his patience, stating that her refusal to take the money means she will have to die. A quick click sounding is followed by a sudden, heavy swoosh sounding as Davina triggers a mechanical security feature. A resonant clock sounding from the keyboard is met by a heavy, sudden slot-sounding impact against Adam's arm. A pained, loud "ah" sounding escapes Adam as he is struck, sending his gun tumbling to the car floor. A terrified, long "ah" sounding echoes as Davina grabs Mikey and leaps from the vehicle to escape the traitor. A heavy, labored pant sounding is heard as Davina sprints through the streets, clutching the boy for safety. Davina reassures the frightened Mikey that they are almost home, praising his bravery during the harrowing high-speed escape. With a steady step sounding, Davina reaches the mansion gates and is stunned to see the red car. Davina stands in disbelief, finding Gabriel and Adam standing calmly together at the entrance of the Angelini Annex. A sudden, firm push sounding occurs as Mikey breaks away from Davina and runs shouting toward his waiting father. Gabriel offers a satisfied smirk, congratulating the red-haired nanny on officially passing the final stage of her evaluation. Davina is furious about the test, while Adam defends his actions as simply performing his job for the boss. Gabriel dismisses Adam's performance, noting that the test was undermined because the nanny escaped before he could fire. Davina snaps at Gabriel, citing the staged kidnapping as yet another reason to never drive with locked doors. Mikey gives a quick tug-tug sounding on Gabriel's jacket, admitting that the new nanny is both fast and scary. Davina is outraged that Mikey was involved, but Gabriel argues it was necessary to prevent any future real-world trauma. The silver-haired man explains he needed absolute proof that Davina could not be bribed or intimidated by danger. Davina demands trust if she is to care for his son, while Gabriel warns that rivals have succeeded before. Gabriel admits he has no trust left for anyone, haunted by a dark past that continues to plague him. Gabriel mentions the police reports regarding his missing wife, while a spectral, purple-clad image of her appears behind him. The father reveals the grim truth that his wife didn't just go missing, she was actually murdered by his enemies. Mikey flinches as his father holds up a wedding ring, while Davina questions if this is the right time. Gabriel orders Mikey to go upstairs, and the boy reluctantly obeys while insisting to his father that he is fine. Davina tries to lighten the mood by guessing which room is Mikey's, causing the boy to squint at her skeptically. Gabriel points out the room's location, while Davina keeps guessing, further annoying the blonde boy until he snaps back. Davina chuckles as she follows the grumbling Mikey upstairs after he finally agrees to show her his real room. Gabriel stops the nanny, strictly ordering her to meet him in his private study in exactly 10 minutes for business. A quiet, low chuckle sounding follows as the silver-haired boss watches the nanny and his son head to the stairs. Adam admits he likes the new nanny, while Gabriel warns him to stop trying to scare the woman off. Gabriel's expression turns cold, stating that if Davina can be easily frightened away, she has no place in his home. Adam asks if the nanny actually smelled like oranges, curious if the boy's earlier strange observation was actually true. Mikey leads Davina into his room, grumbling that she tricked him into showing her his private living quarters. Davina offers a playful smirk, informing the surprised boy that she intends to judge him based on his room's condition. Davina reflects on the boy's resilience, noting that while he handled the kidnapping well, he is still just a child. Mikey opens the door to show off his belongings, including items from their old house that he still keeps. Activating her nanny vision, Davina notes that the room reveals a chocolate milk habit that is completely out of control. Her expert gaze scans the closet, noting that the young boy owns more formal suits than a professional pallbearer. Davina spots a creative outlet on his desk, including a touching, colorful drawing specifically labeled for his late mother. Davina mentally lists her recommendations, which include less sugar, more playclothes, and plenty of dedicated time for art. Mikey stuffs a plush swan away, explaining they haven't unpacked because they never stay in one place for very long. Davina tries to offer some praise, but the petulant boy reacts with clear disdain and crosses his arms in defiance. A sudden, sharp slap sounding occurs as Mikey knocks Davina's hand away, declaring that he does not need a mother. Davina looks at the boy with empathy, assuring him that no one will ever replace his mother in his heart. Davina offers Mikey a gentle choice of boundaries, promising to be as close or far as he needs. The petulant boy walks away, coldly instructing the nanny to simply focus on doing her assigned job. Davina mockingly salutes the child, but Mikey ignores her playfulness and demands she go find his father. With a quick, playful step, Davina dashes toward the door, leaving the blonde boy looking entirely bewildered. A heavy, weary sigh sounding escapes Davina as she walks through the hallway, reflecting on Mikey's deep emotional pain. A sudden, sharp knock-knock sounding occurs as Davina waits for Gabriel's permission to enter his private study. Davina enters to find Gabriel at his laptop, noting the silver-haired man has changed into more professional attire. A busy click-clack sounding continues as Gabriel permits the nanny to leave his son's side while inside. A sudden, sharp snick sounding occurs as Gabriel admits he may have pushed Davina too hard during the test. Davina reacts with visible annoyance, clearly skeptical of Gabriel's claim that he only pushed her a bit. The nanny decides to address the core issue directly, while Gabriel invites her to proceed with her questions. Davina asks about the threat from his wife's killers, wondering if Mikey is also a target for their enemies. Gabriel reveals Mikey is the syndicate's heir, prompting Davina to argue the job now exceeds her original contract. The silver-haired man stares intensely at the nanny, his blue eyes assessing her reaction to this dangerous revelation. Davina realizes Gabriel failed to read the contract's fine print, giving her the perfect leverage for new negotiations. Gabriel questions her hesitation despite her combat training, but Davina argues he should have hired a senior operator. Gabriel leans in with a piercing gaze, asserting that he hired exactly the person he intended for this role. Davina wonders if Gabriel knows her secret past, or that she is searching for her own hidden answers. Gabriel invites the nanny to make her demands, but Davina remains frozen by his sudden, intense proximity. The boss offers various bribes, including more money, to ensure the red-haired nanny remains at her post. Davina feels as though she is falling into a trap, wary of Gabriel's manipulative and calculating nature. Gabriel lists extravagant rewards like property or political favors, towering over the nanny as he attempts to negotiate.
Davina dismisses the offers as useless if she dies, wondering why Gabriel is so desperate to keep her.
Davina demands total access to their lives, arguing it is necessary if she is to truly protect Mikey. Gabriel smirks at her request, questioning if she expects him to be impressed by such a selfless work ethic. Furious, Davina screams that she simply wants to survive and needs the proper tools to do her job. Gabriel refuses to grant access to his business accounts or client data, maintaining a strict boundary of secrecy. Davina claims she has no interest in his illegal business, though she is internally labeled a double liar. Gabriel challenges the nanny to reveal her true desires, causing the surprised red-haired woman to stutter in confusion. Standing before a backdrop of metaphorical fire, Davina prepares to reveal her most personal and unexpected request. Davina clutches her chest and makes her demand, a guaranteed good review at the end of her contract. The nanny promises her life for Mikey's safety, provided Gabriel gives her full marks after 1 year. An older woman in a red coat appears, reflecting Gabriel's thoughts on his need for wealthy patrons. Gabriel mocks the small scale of her dreams, but agrees to give his word to the determined nanny. Gabriel promises to sign any recommendation letter Davina writes once her year of service is finally complete. Leaning close to her ear, Gabriel warns Davina that failure will make her wish she had died instead. Gabriel repeats his promise to sign her future recommendations, his eyes closed in a moment of deceptive calm. The boss reiterates his dark threat, his voice low as he emphasizes the lethal consequences of failing his son. A sudden, rhythmic ba-dum sounding occurs as Davina's heart races, overwhelmed by the silver-haired man's intense pressure. A heavy, sudden ba-dum thumb sounding echoes as Davina winces, realizing the deadly serious nature of her mission. Davina reflects on Gabriel's cold gaze, certain that the man meant every word of his terrifying warning. The nanny realizes that Gabriel is a man who would kill her slowly if she failed to protect Mikey. Adam greets Davina and offers to carry the bags, noting that she has done enough heavy lifting today. The brown-haired man encourages Davina to explore the mansion, reminding her it will be her home for a year. Davina crosses her arms suspiciously, unable to determine if Adam is truly a friend or another hidden enemy. A smooth slide sounding occurs as Davina explores the mansion, marveling at the opulence of the palace-like structure. A firm step sounding is met by a heavy glare sounding as Davina playfully greets the massive bald guard. Davina observes the oppressive security measures, including 10-foot walls topped with wire and a fleet of glowering guards. The nanny passes by elaborate, fussy fountains, noting the stark contrast between the beauty and the underlying danger. Looking out over the high-security grounds, Davina concludes that this fortress is certainly no playground for a child. Davina contemplates taking Mikey to a park to give the young boy a bit of normalcy. The red-haired nanny enters her new quarters, finding the space surprisingly grand and accommodating. Panic sets in as Davina realizes she left her essential laptop behind during the chaos of her arrival. She vividly recalls the frantic moment she dove into the car, leaving her belongings behind to protect Mikey. Looking out the window, Davina learns from Gabriel that the car is being detailed after the earlier test. Gabriel surprises the nanny by inviting her to dinner, mentioning that their cook has prepared a meal. While Davina frets over her missing laptop, the silver-haired boss dismissively promises to retrieve it later. Gabriel rejects Davina's offer to bring Mikey to dinner, noting the boy prefers the solitude of his room. Davina tries to empathize with Mikey's recent trauma, but Gabriel remains closed off regarding his son's grief. Gabriel coldly snaps at Davina, ordering her to focus solely on Mikey's physical safety rather than his emotions.
Davina reluctantly accepts her orders, while Mikey listens from the shadows, aware of his father's harsh stance.
A quiet, soft sounding escapes Davina as she senses someone lingering in the hallway near Mikey's door. Davina realizes with a pang of guilt that Mikey heard every word of his father's dismissive remarks. Seated before a mountain of pasta, Davina feels overwhelmed by the opulent and excessive dinner service. An agonizingly long silence sounding stretches between them, making the formal dinner feel incredibly strained and awkward. Davina attempts small talk, questioning the Venetian underboss about his sudden and suspicious business presence in Lyon. Gabriel offers a vague answer, prompting Davina to worry about the friction his presence causes with local syndicates. The red-haired nanny points out that a man of his high status must be creating significant conflict. Gabriel offers a dark, knowing smirk, confirming that his arrival has indeed unsettled the local criminal underworld. Davina is disturbed by Gabriel's lack of remorse, fearing his dangerous lifestyle is a direct threat to Mikey. Pivoting to her duties, Davina asks if Gabriel has any specific developmental goals for his son this year. She lists various activities like art and sports, hoping to provide Mikey with a more structured childhood. Gabriel's sudden hesitation piques Davina's curiosity as a sharp, sudden ahem sounding interrupts the heavy atmosphere. Gabriel mentions Mikey's heavy burden as the Angelini heir before a maid enters the room with a swing sounding. A rhythmic, soft tap-tap sounding accompanies Davina's thoughts as she reflects on the strange household staff. Davina finds it unnerving that the staff remain hidden, leaving her isolated as the only outsider.
The nanny wonders why Gabriel insists on her company at dinner while the rest of the staff avoids her.
Attempting to understand Mikey's routine, Davina asks how the boy usually spends his days without a caretaker.
Gabriel stabs a tomato with his fork, revealing that he has been taking his son to work.
With a firm clench sounding, Davina declares that she will no longer allow the boy into such dangerous environments. The boss's frame begins to stiffen, sounding as he reacts to the nanny's bold and unexpected defiance. Gabriel curtly dismisses the maid, Julia, demanding absolute privacy to address Davina's sudden challenge to his authority. With a sharp scrape sounding, Gabriel orders the red-haired woman to follow him into the gardens. They pass the bald guard, Antoni, as Gabriel maintains a stern silence while leading Davina outside.
A low grrr sounding from the guard is followed by a sudden pull sounding as Gabriel seizes Davina's arm.
Davina appreciates the privacy but worries that Gabriel's intense physical reaction is an escalation of his threats. The nanny offers a quick apology, but Gabriel sharply commands her to stop her submissive act. Gabriel leans in, telling the confused nanny that they both agree on one thing: she should be afraid. Looming over her, the silver-haired man commands Davina to feel the weight of the danger she is in. Gabriel prepares to state his singular, mysterious goal for Mikey's future, holding Davina in an intense grip. A sudden shout for the boss breaks the tension, preventing Gabriel from revealing his secret intentions. A heavy crunch-crunch sounding follows as the guard approaches, while a frustrated Davina curses under her breath. Gabriel demands to know the emergency, learning that there is immediate trouble brewing in District 3. The boss abruptly ends their meeting, leaving Davina bewildered by his secrecy and the interrupted revelation. The scene shifts as Davina confronts Mikey in his room, finding the boy surrounded by his art supplies. Davina playfully holds up a stuffed penguin, teasing the blonde boy about his hidden soft side. Mikey remains petulant, insisting he is busy and demanding to eat breakfast alone in his room.
Davina teases him about his avoidance, jokingly asking if he's afraid to eat human food in her presence.
The red-haired nanny mockingly guesses that Mikey is actually a vampire, causing the boy to scream in shock.
Davina lists his reclusive habits as proof, while a furious Mikey shouts that he simply hates her company.
Davina playfully dismisses Mikey's dinner complaints, telling him the kitchen is all his while the boy protests. With a cheerful salute, Davina exits the room, promising to see the grumpy blonde boy downstairs. Mikey scowls at his duck plushie, calling it a wise guy after Davina's persistence annoys him further. Davina smiles while washing dishes, noticing the cheeky, angry face Mikey drew in jam on his plate. Following a rhythmic rub-rub sounding and a dry ahem sounding, Davina is startled from her kitchen work. Davina introduces herself to Signora Conte, explaining her new role and earning a begrudging compliment on her cleaning.
Davina admits to Signora Conte that she felt watched all night and couldn't sleep a single wink.
Signora Conte dismisses Davina's search for her computer, telling the red-haired nanny to simply read a book. Following a tense, stiffened sounding, Davina freezes as Gabriel enters the kitchen demanding his morning coffee.
Davina watches Gabriel, wondering if the Mafia boss plans to ignore their emotional confrontation from the previous night.
Gabriel leans back and bluntly asks if there is a problem, ignoring Davina's visible frustration and anger.
Davina dismisses him and leaves to check on Mikey, leaving Gabriel standing alone in the quiet kitchen.
Following several heavy step soundings, Davina walks away, confused by Gabriel's cryptic behavior regarding his son. Mikey shouts threats about his family's power from his room, making Davina wonder about his dangerous influences. Davina considers searching for her missing laptop while Mikey is occupied with his dramatic, childish proclamations. Davina returns to her room and immediately uses her laptop to research the Angelini family's criminal history.
She discovers the Angelinis have dominated the Venetian Mafia for nearly a century, confirming her worst fears.
A family tree reveals Mikey is the heir to the empire, explaining the boy's serious, burdened nature. Davina scans dark chat rooms, finding hostile messages warning the Venetian Mafia to stay out of French territory. Watching Gabriel through the screen, Davina questions why the family would risk wading into such dangerous trouble. Mikey suddenly shouts for help, interrupting Davina's research and forcing her to hide her illicit activity. Following a quick click sounding, Davina conceals her laptop just as the young heir demands her attention. Mikey frantically packs a bag, announcing his intention to accompany Gabriel on a dangerous overnight business trip. Davina realizes the boy's naivete, understanding that he truly expects to be part of the criminal mission. Davina gently suggests staying behind, but Mikey insists that Gabriel needs his help to gain an advantage. Mikey reveals specific details about the Croatian syndicate, shocking Davina with his knowledge of major smuggling routes. Davina stares in disbelief, questioning how a child could possibly know such classified and hazardous information. Mikey explains their strategy of being underestimated, which Davina finds deeply disturbing for a boy his age. Following a sharp knock-knock sounding, Mikey begs Davina to back him up as Gabriel enters. Gabriel ignores Mikey's packing, simply telling him to be good for Davina until his return tomorrow night. Gabriel firmly orders Mikey to stay in the safety of the estate, dismissing his concerns about rival syndicates. Mikey pleads to help his father, but Gabriel insists that staying behind is the best assistance he can give. Davina calls out to Gabriel as he turns to leave, stopping the boss with a sudden, bold request. Mikey watches with wide eyes, hoping his nanny will finally speak up and support his travel plans. To Mikey's surprise, Davina ignores his plight and asks Gabriel for access to the estate's security systems. Mikey stares at Davina in stunned silence, feeling betrayed by her refusal to help him join Gabriel. Following a quick snick sounding, Mikey grabs his bag and turns away from Davina in a huff. Davina mentions dinner, but Mikey begins to tremble with rage, refusing to engage with her at all. Mikey's frustration boils over as he screams for Davina to get out, his eyes filled with tears. Davina tries to comfort him, explaining that she must respect his father's wishes despite his anger. Mikey cries out that being left behind isn't fun, expressing the deep, hidden loneliness of his childhood. Following a loud slam sounding, Mikey shuts the door on Davina, leaving her alone in the hallway. Davina reflects on Mikey's words, realizing the boy has endured a lifetime of being excluded and abandoned. Alone in her room, Davina struggles to sleep, still feeling an invisible presence watching her every move. Davina preps for the day, reflecting on how the house hides something ugly beneath its perfect surface. She stands in the dark, contemplating the dangerous path that ties Gabriel and Mikey to their family's legacy. Following a deep inhale sounding, Davina steps onto the balcony to greet the fresh morning air. Davina uses her computer to find local parks, hoping a change of scenery will cheer Mikey up. Davina finds Mikey sulking on his bed and asks if he is ready for breakfast, receiving a flat refusal. Mikey's curiosity gets the better of him when Davina mentions a park trip, finally ending his grumpy silence. Davina offers to take Mikey to a local playground or the zoo, but the blonde boy dismisses them. Mikey requests a trip to Place Belcourt for its fountains, squeezing his stuffed animal with sentimental longing. The young boy reflects on how his father used to take him there to watch the ducks. A warm memory shows a smiling Gabriel laughing alongside his son during a rare moment of peace. Davina finds the image of the cold boss feeding ducks with his son surprisingly adorable and endearing. The red-haired nanny agrees to the trip, promising they will depart immediately after finishing their breakfast. They arrive at the sun-drenched park, where Mikey stands near a fountain teeming with swimming ducks. While Mikey feeds the birds, Davina observes that the boy clearly misses his father's presence. Mikey finishes his task with a final plop sounding as the last of the food hits the water. After the ducks scatter, Mikey asks for ice cream, while Davina notes how well behaved he has been. Mikey uses his most charming expression to beg for a treat, claiming his father always allows it. Davina gives in to the little charmer, but is surprised when he rejects the nearest ice cream stand. Mikey insists on a specific stall in the old quarter that serves his favorite pistachio chocolate chip flavor. Davina reluctantly agrees to trek across the city to find the specific treat the boy desires. The nanny leads Mikey through a crowded tourist district, wary of the large number of people around them. Davina reaches the stand and attempts to order the special ice cream in her best French. The vendor sniffs dismissively at her accent, making the red-haired woman realize she needs more practice. While Davina is distracted paying, Mikey suddenly performs a quick bolt sounding and disappears into the crowd. Mikey executes a sudden dive sounding away as Davina frantically tries to grab him through the throng. Davina screams Mikey's name in terror as his ice cream cone falls with a messy plop sounding. In a car far away, Gabriel stares out the window as an incoming call for the boss arrives. Gabriel looks exhausted and irritable, wondering what his persistent caller could possibly want from him now. Adam urges Gabriel to answer the dawn with a firm grip sounding on the steering wheel. Gabriel identifies the caller as his uncle, his expression hardening into a mask of professional stoicism. They discuss criminal territory on a monitor, with the uncle demanding total submission from their local rivals. In Venice, the gray-bearded Don watches Gabriel on a screen, warning him not to start a war. The older man bites into an olive, explaining his plan to leverage luxury goods and international networks. With a dismissive gesture, the Don orders Gabriel to establish their syndicate's dominance over the entire city. The uncle reminds Gabriel that the empire will belong to him and Mikey one day. Gabriel clenches his jaw with a grit sounding, reluctantly agreeing to follow his uncle's heavy-handed directives. The Don tells Gabriel to call when the job is done, raising a glass to young Michelle. A woman in a blood-splattered lab coat enters the room, informing the Don they are ready. The older man asks about their captive's behavior while swirling the olives in his cocktail glass. The Don wonders what secrets the victim will reveal, hoping for a new and interesting confession. A chilling close-up reveals the uncle's lethal gaze as he expresses his deep hatred for predictable lies. Mikey performs a sudden dash sounding through the streets, successfully putting distance between himself and Davina. A loud, piercing hoo-onk sounding erupts as the blonde boy runs dangerously close to moving traffic. With a heavy pant sounding, Mikey reaches a bus stop just as a vehicle pulls up. Mikey boards the bus and confirms the route to the train station with a quick beep sounding. The bus pulls away with a loud vroom sounding, leaving a desperate Davina running behind in vain. Huddled in his seat, the determined boy whispers that he is coming to find his father.
Davina's eyes narrow with cold professional focus as she activates a high-stakes nanny mode search protocol.
Mikey performs a sudden stiffen sounding and gulps when a voice from behind asks where he is going. Davina stands tall in the street, precisely tracking the target's escape time and current trajectory. The nanny coolly evaluates all possible escape routes, including foot travel, bicycles, buses, or passing cars. Chibi-style diagrams analyze Mikey's surprising speed and his ability to pay for public transportation with hidden cash. Davina fixates on her goal, assuming the boy has taken the fastest possible avenue to escape her. A flashback shows Mikey's secret preparations as he frantically packed his belongings to run away. Davina stands before a dark silhouette of Gabriel, certain the boy is heading toward his father. Two tourists marvel at how safe the local transit is, unaware Davina has already cornered the runaway. Davina seizes a woman in a beret, demanding to know if she saw a little boy in a suit board a bus. The frightened woman points toward the road, identifying the transit route as the Gare Express. Monitoring a tactical map, Davina calculates that her runaway target is heading straight for the intercity train station. With a sudden dash sounding, Davina begins a high-speed pursuit to apply her specialized training and intercept the boy. Davina executes a swift catch sounding and a sudden yoink sounding to commandeer a bicycle from a bewildered man. Shoving the man's dog back to him with a thruft sounding, Davina pedals away with a loud zoom sounding. A loud hoonk sounding erupts as Davina swerves through traffic before launching off a ledge with a hi-ya sounding. Pigeons scatter with a whoosh sounding as Davina flies through the air, later executing a sharp dive sounding through a crowd. Panting heavily, Davina tracks the elapsed time while her internal calculations project an 80% chance of successful interception. Meanwhile, a bored Mikey slouches in his bus seat, complaining that the trip to find his father is taking forever. With a loud skid sounding, Davina arrives at the station exactly 17 minutes into her frantic pursuit. Passing a crashed car and a hydrant spray sounding, the red-haired nanny maintains her focus despite the chaotic urban surroundings. After a quick tug sounding on her necktie, Davina presents a perfectly composed appearance as she nears her target. The bus finally reaches the station, bringing Mikey's independent journey to an abrupt and unexpected end. Davina appears at the bus door, looking pristine, causing the shocked blonde boy to stiffen in his seat. Looming over the boy with a dark gleam sounding, Davina coldly asks if he was planning a secret trip. Revoking his ice cream privileges, Davina hauls the growling boy away from the bus by the scruff of his neck. Mikey protests that his suit is being wrinkled, but Davina assures him he has much larger problems to face. With a sudden wriggle sounding, Mikey executes a desperate slip sounding to escape his jacket and Davina's firm grip. The blonde boy lands with a messy plop sounding, shouting his hatred as Davina offers a dry, clinical apology. Sobbing on the cobblestones, Mikey blames Davina for ruining his routine of always accompanying his father to work. Mikey offers a fierce glare, sounding insisting that Gabriel is in mortal danger because he is currently alone. Davina reminds the boy of Gabriel's professional bodyguards, but Mikey tearfully dismisses them all as untrustworthy traitors. Mikey screams that family is the only thing they can trust after the tragic fate that befell his mother. As Mikey trembles, Davina realizes the boy believes his father's own security team allowed his mother to be killed. Davina tries to offer comfort regarding his mother's murder, but Mikey snaps that the nanny knows nothing of their pain. A fiery resolve burns in Davina's eyes as she reflects on the boy's grief, secretly sharing his deep-seated emotions. Davina looks Mikey directly in the eye, prepared to reveal the one truth he has overlooked about her presence. The red-haired nanny declares that she is unlike any bodyguard or caretaker the boy has ever encountered before. Vowing to protect him from even his own schemes, Davina makes it clear that Mikey can never truly escape her. Mikey defiantly challenges her claim, though the scoreboard confirms that Davina has officially won the first round of their battle. The sun sets behind the grand Angelini estate, casting long, dark shadows over the quiet and lonely household. Back in the kitchen, Davina washes dishes with a soft shh sounding as Mikey asks to return to his room. Davina refuses to leave him alone, prompting a frustrated sounding from the boy who promises not to run. The nanny remains firm, stating that Mikey will not leave her sight until his father safely returns home. Clutching his stuffed duck, Mikey insists his father must tuck him in, and Davina promises to deliver the message. After securing a firm promise from the red-haired woman, Mikey allows himself a small moment of vulnerability and comfort. Sitting alone in the dark, an exhausted Davina admits she hasn't slept in 2 days while watching over the boy. Overwhelmed by fatigue, the nanny decides to rest her eyes for just a single minute on the cold floor. Davina falls into a deep sleep, unaware of the tall, dark silhouette standing silently over her collapsed frame. With a sudden bud-dum sounding, a blood-stained Gabriel returns home, his face marked by the violence of his mission.
Gabriel leans over his son's bed, telling the sleepy boy he is home, while Mikey whispers how he missed him. The silver-haired boss asks about the nanny, and Mikey confesses he almost successfully ditched her earlier that day.
Mikey explains he used Adam's GPS coordinates to find him, causing the boss to react with a sudden stiffen sounding. Gabriel calls his son a little devil after Mikey reveals he's been eavesdropping on the syndicate's private conversations.
Mikey explains how Davina caught him and brought him back, making Gabriel realize the nanny is more capable than expected. Holding his son's hand, Gabriel promises to stay home for a while and agrees to play tomorrow morning. Gabriel stands over the sleeping Davina, mockingly questioning her effectiveness as a guardian while she lies defenseless on the floor. Crouching beside her, Gabriel notes that the exhausted red-haired woman looks as harmless and fragile as a kitten. Despite his cynical comments, Gabriel finds peace in the realization that his son is safe under Davina's relentless watch. Gabriel leans over the exhausted Davina, calling out to the elite nanny as she remains collapsed on the floor. Davina's emerald eyes snap open as she awakens with a sudden start, wondering who is hovering over her. Looking up at her employer, Davina realizes Gabriel is home, and the silver-haired boss calmly confirms his return. With a sudden lift sounding, Gabriel hauls Davina to her feet, insisting the floor is no place for her. Davina lets out a sudden sway sounding as her legs fail her, stubbornly insisting she can manage on her own. Gabriel executes a quick catch sounding to steady the nanny, urging her to be careful in her weakened state. Flushed with fatigue, Davina admits that her high-stakes nanny mode protocols have completely drained her physical energy reserves. Gabriel acknowledges Mikey's earlier escape attempt, while Davina suggests planting a tracking device in the boy's shoes. Gabriel offers a faint, knowing smile, agreeing that her tactical suggestion for his son is a wise precaution. As Gabriel executes a sudden shift sounding to move her, Davina takes a deep, suspicious sniff sounding of him. Her emerald eyes narrowing, Davina bluntly observes that the boss smells like blood after his violent night mission. Gabriel gazes at her with an intense, unreadable expression, mockingly asking if blood smells worse than the scent of oranges. With a sudden push sounding and a heavy huff sounding, Davina pulls away to focus on her duty to Mikey. Clutching the doorway, Davina reflects on the overwhelming complexity of the situation and the boy's precarious safety. Gabriel's expression hardens as he warns Davina never to voice her concerns about his son's safety out loud again. Davina wonders if she spoke her thoughts, then lets out a huge yawn sounding as her exhaustion finally wins. Placing a hand to his head, Gabriel orders the elite nanny to get some much-needed sleep after her long shift. Davina lets out a sudden stumble sounding as she retreats, convinced that she can never truly find rest here. Rubbing her head, Davina sighs that she feels watched by a presence that never seems to let her go. Tossing on her bed, the nanny wonders how anyone in this dangerous household manages to find a moment of peace. Gabriel watches her door, impressed that she has already detected the heavy atmosphere of surveillance permeating the estate. The boss reflects that Davina's sharp instincts are good, noting that she will certainly need them to survive. Gabriel walks into the darkness of the hallway, thinking of the grave dangers that lie ahead for his family. The next morning, Davina sits on her bed, relieved that she managed to get some rest despite her unease. A flashback of Gabriel's firm grip during the previous night flashes through Davina's mind, making her heart race. Davina realizes that for once, Gabriel did not trigger her internal danger alarms, leaving her feeling strangely calm. Despite her gut feeling, Davina reminds herself that as an Angelini, Gabriel should be the man she fears most. Analyzing the blonde boy, Davina concludes that Mikey is not a mere victim and possesses a hidden, darker edge. She similarly reflects that Gabriel is far more complex than a standard syndicate villain, making him even more dangerous. A sudden thunk sounding echoes as Davina questions why Gabriel brought his son into such a lethal hornet's nest.
Davina ponders the inconsistencies in the boss's behavior, certain that some vital piece of the puzzle is still missing. Recalling Gabriel looming over her, Davina lets out a sudden groan, sounding, and buries her face in a pillow. Davina reminds herself of her professional training and the strict rules against forming any emotional involvement with her targets. Stealing her resolve, the nanny adjusts her jacket and declares it is time to demand some real answers. Pulling on her boots, Davina vows to get full access today and won't allow Gabriel to deflect her questions. Davina rushes downstairs only to be nearly run over by a zooming Mikey, who is dressed for the water. Wearing a snorkel and duck tube, Mikey lets out a quack-sounding and a boing-sounding as he plays. Davina stands frozen on the stairs, staring in utter disbelief at the boy's sudden shift into carefree vacation mode. Letting out a series of step-step sounding, Davina chases after the boy to ask if he's even had breakfast. Davina finds Gabriel lounging by the pool in minimal attire, appearing completely relaxed despite the prior night's violence. The nanny can only offer a stunned expression as she stares at her employer's unexpected and very muscular display. Gabriel lowers his sunglasses and coolly announces that it is officially pool day, while Mikey lets out a splash sounding. A flashback to the previous night shows a car arriving with a loud vrr sounding at the Angelini estate. Gabriel stands by the window, adjusting his glasses while still wearing a shirt stained with fresh blood. Looking out at the street, the boss notes that enemies have been scouting his home 3 times this week. Gabriel remarks on his rival's lack of subtlety, aware that the syndicate's territory is under constant, heavy surveillance. With a loud pop sounding, Gabriel marks a tactical map, noting that his recent efforts are finally producing results. Executing a sudden snink sounding with his marker, Gabriel fears his aggression might have been a bit too effective. In his bedroom, a sleepy Mikey asks his father if they can finally play together when tomorrow arrives. Gabriel finishes marking his targets and promises his son that tomorrow will be dedicated solely to their family time. Davina is stunned, questioning the concept of pool day since the pool is always available for use. With a sudden fling sounding and a sploosh sounding, Mikey dives in while Davina executes a careful step sounding. Davina tries to pitch a security analysis, but a lounging Gabriel remains completely uninterested in her professional advice. With a sudden clink sounding, the man in the floral shirt sets his sunglasses down on a table. Gabriel coolly reiterates that it is officially pool day, expecting the nanny to follow the household's family tradition. Executing a sudden slip sounding, Gabriel enters the water as Davina lets out a confused tap sounding. The man in the floral shirt greets Davina with a sudden tap sounding, welcoming her to the pool. Davina asks if these events are scheduled, but the man explains they happen at the boss's random whim. He offers her a bundle of clothes, warning that the heat in the greenhouse will eventually become unbearable. As Gabriel swims with a stroke sounding, Davina insists she has work and lets out a sarcastic ha sounding. The man in the floral shirt realizes that no one briefed the nanny on the day's absolute rules. He explains that once pool day begins, leaving the room is strictly forbidden until the ritual is complete. Davina protests the ridiculous rule while the man laughs, stating that's the entire point of the family tradition. He describes the extreme nature of the day, but Davina cuts him off, refusing to be a part. The housekeeper arrives with coffee, and Davina is forced to take it, feeling trapped by the situation. Executing a sudden push sounding, the man blocks her exit, citing Gabriel's strict enforcement of the pool rules. He refuses her request for a laptop, bidding her a sarcastic have fun without any technology for distraction. Mikey invites Davina to dive for rings as Gabriel watches from the water, his eyes fixed on her. Mikey insists the day is sacred, leaving Davina to worry about where she can possibly change into swimwear. Gabriel points out a nearby bathroom while Davina resignedly accepts that she is stuck in the pool room. Standing in her red swimsuit, Davina laments her failed plan to get security answers from Gabriel today. Approaching with a sudden pop sounding, Davina decides to bond with Mikey as he shows off his rings. Gabriel watches Davina through his sunglasses with an intense, unreadable expression as she prepares to join them. With a sudden bend sounding and a dive sounding, Davina executes a perfect athletic plunge into the water. Gabriel's reflection shows Davina underwater, his expression suggesting he is quietly impressed by her unexpected physical grace.
Davina surfaces victoriously with a ring, prompting an excited Mikey to call out to his father to watch. Mikey lets out a sudden ha-ha sounding as he challenges Davina for the next ring in their game. Diving with a sudden splash sounding, Davina playfully steals the boy's inflatable duck during their lively race. Letting out a tired whew sounding, Davina relaxes near Gabriel while he reads a book on proper parenting. Enjoying a snack, Davina admits that Mikey is a riot, finding herself genuinely appreciating the boy's lively spirit. Mikey drifts by in his duck tube while Gabriel remarks that his son is certainly a unique character. Gabriel asks if she's disappointed about the security systems while Davina takes a bite sounding of her sandwich. Gabriel questions her motives for getting close, and Davina nervously reminds him of his promise for full access. Flexing his muscles, Gabriel mockingly asks if his current display isn't enough access for the elite nanny. Davina is left speechless, wondering if the cold-blooded boss actually just made a joke at her expense. Gabriel lets out a sudden heh sounding while reading, leaving Davina confused by his suddenly lighthearted persona. The man in the floral shirt interrupts the fun, calling Gabriel away for an urgent syndicate matter. Davina is taken aback as Gabriel prepares to leave despite his earlier claims that pool day was sacred. Mikey stops playing, his expression turning serious as he also senses the gravity of the incoming report. Gabriel looks at his son with regret, explaining he can't stay, while Mikey understands the situation perfectly. Mikey tells his father to go, acknowledging that syndicate business must always take priority in their world. Gabriel orders Davina to watch his son, while the nanny realizes this sudden departure is deeply personal. Gabriel exits the pool room, his broad back showing the tension of his transition back into commander mode. Davina stares after him, certain that a major threat has emerged, but unsure of its exact nature. Outside, Gabriel walks with the man in the floral shirt, his expression hardening as they approach the gate. The man explains he was in the kitchen when enemies found an opening to strike at the home. He points to a blood-stained teddy bear hanging from the fence, a grisly warning from a rival group. Gabriel orders a full sweep of the bear for traps, determined to shield Mikey from the rising violence. Davina tries to cheer Mikey up with another game, but the boy is clearly drained and distant. With a sudden nudge sounding, Davina proposes a new guessing game to distract the boy from his father's absence. Suggesting a guessing game to cheer the boy up, Davina starts with a sudden ahem sounding. Mikey pushes the nanny into the water with a push sounding and a snort sounding, calling her crazy. As Davina creates a sudden ripple sounding, the boy challenges her to guess his favorite food next. Letting out a tread sounding, the nanny reflects that she must learn more about her young charge. Davina attempts to guess asparagus, hoping to find common ground with the boy's healthy eating habits. With a loud no sounding and a splash sounding, Mikey laughs as the nanny fails her guess. Mikey admits she isn't so bad while Gabriel arrives, his presence immediately shifting the lighthearted mood. The boy cheers for his father's return as Gabriel announces he needs to speak with the nanny. Gabriel instructs Mikey to fetch his other guard if he wishes to continue playing in the pool, executing a sudden climb sounding. Davina uses the ladder to exit the pool and face her employer. With a steady drip sounding, a soaking wet Davina stands ready to receive the boss's orders. Gabriel tosses a towel with a whomp sounding, ordering the nanny to his office in 10 minutes. Letting out a frustrated sounding, Davina wonders if she'll even have time to dry off properly. Mikey notes that other guards never get wet, leaving Davina to negotiate a deal for his cooperation. The nanny offers the boy a compromise, hoping to trade a favor for a truthful answer. Leaning in, Davina demands to know his real favorite food so she can make it for him. Ruffling his hair with a ruffle sounding, she promises the boy his choice for dinner that very night. Mikey reveals his favorite is gelato, realizing he has just secured dessert for dinner with a clever play. The boy runs off shouting about his victory while Davina realizes she walked right into his trap. After a sudden knock-knock sounding, Davina enters the study where Gabriel is focused on his laptop.
Gabriel calls her over to review security footage, revealing a new development from just an hour ago. Davina is stunned to learn about the hidden cameras, realizing her own surveillance sweeps had missed them entirely. Gabriel explains they are external only, while Davina questions if he is telling her the whole truth. The nanny asks if a breach occurred, seizing the chance to finally analyze the mansion's internal systems. Gabriel operates the computer with a tap sounding, causing Davina to let out a sharp gasp sounding. The screen displays the blood-stained teddy bear hanging from the fence, serving as a gruesome warning. Davina labels the display a direct threat, a fact that Gabriel admits he is already well aware of. Realizing the bear targets Mikey, Davina lets out an inhale sounding as the boss questions her reaction. Analyzing the footage with a tap-tap sounding, Davina wonders why the intruder didn't attempt to enter. The camera capture reveals a masked man in a white tank top, confirming an active outside threat. With a sudden tap-clack sounding, Gabriel shows that the footage quality has reached its maximum zoom level. Davina offers her technical expertise, promising to enhance the image using a more advanced software program. As she leans in, a drip sounding occurs from her damp hair falling onto the boss's shoulder. Gabriel lets out a heavy exhale sounding, his focus shifting toward the nanny's sudden proximity and skill. Successfully enhancing the image, Davina reveals a hidden detail on the intruder's skin that changes everything. She identifies a specific Russian prison tattoo, linking the threat directly to a dangerous local syndicate. Gabriel stares at her in silence, finding her ability to identify criminal markings to be absolutely incredible. Davina criticizes the boss's leadership, stunned that he managed to anger the local bratva so quickly. She deduces that Gabriel either blundered into their territory or possesses something the Russians desperately want. The nanny demands to know his true purpose in Lyon, but Gabriel offers only a sarcastic deflection. Snapping that the situation isn't a joke, Davina is surprised when Gabriel turns the interrogation on her. The boss asks how a simple nanny could possibly know so much about the inner workings of crime. Gabriel's expression turns cold as he demands an explanation for her highly suspicious and advanced knowledge. Realizing she said too much, Davina attempts to lie, claiming she merely did research before applying. Gabriel slams the desk with a thump sounding and grabs her face, demanding to know the real truth. With a sudden grip sounding, Gabriel forces a gasp sounding from her as he threatens her job. The boss declares that he will not tolerate a liar being the one responsible for protecting his son. Feeling a squeeze sounding on her arm, Davina realizes she must find a way to satisfy his suspicion. The nanny knows she could easily fight him off, but she cannot afford to lose her position. Determined to stay, Davina reflects that being fired would end her only chance to solve her parents' murders. Cornered by the boss's intensity, the red-haired nanny worries that her secret activities might finally lead to trouble. With a subtle nudge sounding, the white-haired man leans in close to demand who exactly would be responsible for her ruin. Davina explains that both the law and the academy headmistress, Ina, would destroy her reputation if her skills were discovered. Gabriel towers over the woman, demanding the absolute truth as he questions if she is secretly involved with a gang. Stunned by the accusation, the red-haired nanny's jaw drops as she struggles to process his wild theory about her background. As Gabriel accuses her of being a Mafia spy, Davina frantically denies the claim, insisting she is just a freelancer. The white-haired man asks if she is a mercenary, while Davina desperately tells herself not to laugh at his assumptions. Standing stiffly before her employer, the nanny finally confesses her true secondary profession as a skilled digital hacker. Looking down with a nervous expression, Davina admits she occasionally performs illegal black hat work when she needs extra money. The red-haired woman gestures broadly, insisting she is not a violent criminal and only uses her skills to find people. Resting his chin on his hand, Gabriel asks if those skills are how she located Mikey during his previous kidnapping. Davina smirks slightly as she reminds him the kidnapping was fake, noting that finding people is easy with the right knowledge. Looking away, the nanny clarifies that she never gets involved with known syndicates, gangs, or any established mobster groups.
Standing before a digital map of the world, Davina explains that she simply gathers information from darknet message boards over time.
Gabriel questions if the headmistress knows her secret, prompting Davina to beg him to keep her computer skills hidden from everyone.
While a contemplative sounding escapes the man, Davina nervously wonders if he believes her cover story or if she overacted. Gabriel agrees to keep her secret for now, though his predatory expression makes the nanny feel deeply uneasy about his motives. Leaning into her personal space, the boss demands that her price for silence will be finding someone specific for him. Davina asks for her target's identity as Gabriel shifts his laptop to reveal the masked man from the security footage. Accepting the mission, the red-haired nanny tells her employer that she will require a full copy of the video feed. Gabriel hands over a tablet and instructs her to spend the day working while he takes over watching his son. Walking through the mansion with the device, Davina finds it suspicious that the boss believed her story so quickly and easily. Looking pensive, the nanny reflects that the man's demand for her help was actually something she intended to do anyway. Davina realizes most people wouldn't trust a hacker with their internal network, making Gabriel's total lack of reservation very strange. Sitting alone in her room, the red-haired woman suspects that this entire situation might be another one of Gabriel's elaborate tests. Executing a quick tap-tap sounding on the screen, Davina unlocks the tablet to see exactly what access she has been granted. A look of realization crosses the woman's face as she discovers a hidden mirroring program tracking her every digital move. Smirking at the discovery, Davina decides to play along and put on a convincing performance for her hidden audience. The red-haired nanny stretches her arms, determined to give the boss a show that will satisfy his spying eyes. The scene shifts to Venice, where a bearded boss lets out a root sounding while searching a jar for olives. Ignoring the urgent report, the older man mockingly asks the younger messenger if the problem is his strange-looking outfit. Let out a sudden flinch sounding. The messenger nervously defends his fashion choices and his use of pre-fused interlinings. After a sudden ptwee sounding as the boss spits a pit, the messenger cringes and prepares to discuss the real issue. The tech expert explains the mirroring software caught unusual activity, but the boss orders him to stop using complex jargon. With a steady root sounding, the boss continues eating while the expert reports that his nephew has found their hidden spyware. Following a sudden gulp sounding and slurp sounding, the boss dismisses the idea that his nephew would dare uninstall the program. Finishing his snack with a clunk sounding, the older man declares that Gabriel knows better than to ever interfere with him. A dark, sinister grin spreads across the boss's face as he notes that Gabriel learned his place the hard way long ago. Letting out a steady click-clack sounding, Davina begins running a facial recognition search through various international crime databases. The tablet screen displays a grid of silhouettes labeled Guess Who as the matching program slowly reaches 3% completion. Davina reflects that no mask can hide the intruder forever, then decides to go check on Mikey while the program runs. A sudden beep sounding rings out as the computer identifies a match, catching the red-haired nanny completely by surprise. Shocked by the rapid result, Davina views a goofy selfie of the masked man making a duck face in a mirror. Letting out a sudden click sounding, Davina scrolls through the intruder's social media, stunned by his incredibly public online presence. Mikey presses his face against the window with his stuffed duck, sensing that something strange is happening outside the gates. Letting out a sudden snag sounding, the man in the floral shirt grabs Mikey, warned him that curiosity is dangerous. The blonde boy asks if that's a threat, but the brown-haired man insists it's just a common saying while patting his head. Letting out a sudden dash sounding, Mikey runs off with his duck, declaring that he is officially on the case. Gabriel arrives with a tray of food, noting that Davina missed dinner, prompting her to ask if Mikey has already eaten. The white-haired man explains that Conte fed the boy, emphasizing that their investigation is now the top priority. Gabriel notes she found the target quickly, but the red-haired nanny senses something is deeply wrong with the data. While eating with a rhythmic nom-nom sounding, Davina confirms the suspect is an only child with no siblings. Looking at the laptop, Gabriel asks about the man's prison history, while Davina notes the tattoo's recent appearance. Davina points to a photo, explaining that the intruder's tattoo would still be healing if it were truly authentic. As they eat with a soft nom sounding, Gabriel questions her theory that they are tracking the wrong man. Showing him a digital image, Davina explains the intruder likely used a fake tattoo to frame a specific gang. The red-haired nanny deduces the culprit wanted to redirect the boss's anger toward an obvious pre-selected enemy. Gabriel's hand clenches with a sudden clench sounding as he realizes he was being manipulated into attacking the Bratva. Davina reveals the intruder's true origin in Croatia, catching the white-haired man's full and focused attention. Following a rapid click-clack sounding, Davina uses geotags from the suspect's social media to pinpoint his current location. A satisfied smirk crosses Gabriel's face as he realizes he definitely made the right choice in hiring Davina. As Gabriel moves to leave, the nanny calls out for him to stop, demanding answers about his true motives. Davina questions his assessment of her worth, reminding him she was only a junior nanny before this assignment. The red-haired woman demands to know why he chose her specifically, but Gabriel simply deflects the question back. Pointing a finger, Davina asks if he already knew about her secret hacking abilities before she ever arrived. Gabriel gestures toward her profile, suggesting her computer skills were a factor, though Davina insists they were defensive. After a moment of realization, Davina realizes she was tricked into confessing her secret past as a skilled hacker. Moving with a determined step sounding, the nanny warns him she won't help him build a criminal empire. A sudden, loud bam sounding rings out as Mikey bursts into the room, demanding to know what's happening. The atmosphere becomes extremely tense sounding as Mikey looks between them, prompting Gabriel to dismiss the boy's concerns. Standing tall, the small boy shouts for his father not to lie, clearly sensing the brewing adult conflict. Mikey lists every suspicious change he's noticed today, accusing the two adults of secretly conspiring against him. Gabriel offers several calm excuses, claiming the security changes are merely for the boy's safety and routine. As Gabriel downplays the argument, Davina seethes in silence, cursing her manipulative boss for his clever lies. With a quick hoist sounding, Gabriel lifts his son and declares that protecting him is their absolute priority. Gabriel asks if she agrees while Davina watches them, trapped by the terms of her formal contract. Recalling her briefing with headmistress Ina, Davina remembers her primary orders are to protect the child and obey. The red-haired woman reflects that her contract is legally binding, leaving her with no choice but to follow. Davina stares with a cold intensity, realizing her protective nature is playing right into Gabriel's calculated plans. As she watches the boss hold his son, the nanny silently curses him for his expert manipulation once more. Determined to fulfill her role, Davina resolves to act the moment Mikey is faced with a real threat. Even if it benefits the white-haired man, the nanny knows she must prioritize the blonde boy's safety. Night falls over the grand mansion, with a single window glowing brightly under the vast starry sky. After a quick top-top sounding, Davina finds Gabriel in a tank top, ready to receive her report. Davina presents the list of suspicious locations where the Croatian intruder has been seen operating recently. Gabriel smiles at the intel, planning to neutralize the threat, while Davina chooses to remain ignorant of details. Pinning the locations to a map, Gabriel casually mentions he has arranged an art class for Mikey tomorrow. He explains the class is a creative outlet and insists that Adam will be the one driving them. Davina agrees and walks away, her rigid posture reflecting the growing distance between her and the boss. A sharp click sounding echoes as Gabriel watches her depart, noting that her demeanor has turned cold once again. Gabriel uses a steady pin sounding to update his investigation board, admitting he needs her despite her distractions. The next morning, a clean slice sounding occurs as Davina prepares fruit before Gabriel arrives for breakfast. Gabriel offers to handle the coffee himself as Davina continues her kitchen duties in the early morning light. A metallic clink sounding rings out as Davina prepares the coffee pot, listening to the morning news. Following a sudden fwoo sounding and rhythmic pop sounding, Davina notes that the Croatians' weapon caches were destroyed overnight. With a rhythmic snap sounding, Gabriel claims he wasn't responsible for the attack, urging her to relax. Gabriel explains he lacks the manpower for such a strike while handing a cup to the red-haired nanny. Taking a sip, Gabriel reveals he has the personal contact information for the legendary Babushka Yakovlevna.
Davina's eyes widen in shock as she realizes Gabriel is connected to the Bratva's most powerful leader.
The scene introduces Babushka Yakovlevna, the terrifying queenpin who controls massive operations across Western Europe. Gabriel sips his coffee while discussing the cultural significance of Russian tattoos with the red-haired nanny. As Gabriel leaves, he wishes Davina a good day at art class, leaving her suspicious of his secrets. Watching him go, the red-haired woman realizes the white-haired man's involvement in danger is deeper than she imagined.
Davina arrives at the art school with Mikey, who grumbles about having plenty of art supplies at home.
Despite Mikey's insistence that his family name makes friends unnecessary, Davina determinedly drags him into the school. The blonde boy draws admiring stares from other parents as he marches inside, looking far more serious than typical children.
Davina advises Mikey to be kind to others, but the child offers a chillingly mature perspective on the world. The nanny is momentarily taken aback by the boy's cynical worldview, reflecting on the heavy burden of his upbringing.
Other children gather around Mikey, fascinated by his formal attire and asking if he's going to a fancy party. Mikey declares that his suit honors his family name, intensely asserting his identity as an Angelini to his classmates. A curly-haired boy named Louis steps in to defend Mikey, telling the other children to leave him alone. Louis kindly offers Mikey a protective apron, prompting the blonde boy to offer a polite and genuine thank you. Noticing Louis's nautical-themed outfit, Mikey curiously asks the boy if his father is a professional sailor. Mikey asks how Louis supports his father's enterprise, only to be baffled by the boy's simple, mundane response. Approving of the boy's basic discipline, Mikey prepares to paint as the teacher claps to start the lesson. Following the class, Mikey says goodbye to Louis and promises to return next week to help him with shading. In the car, Adam teases Mikey about his painting until a sudden realization hits him while checking the mirror, letting out a sharp skirt sounding. Adam swerves the car as Davina pulls Mikey close with a protective clutch sounding. Adam keeps his eyes on the road while Davina asks for an explanation for his sudden, aggressive driving. Looking out the window, Davina spots the dark vehicle following them as the pursuit begins with a low, vroom sounding. Adam's expression turns grimly determined as he confirms they are being followed and prepares to evade the threat. Mikey shouts for Adam to drive faster as the red car speeds down the road with an intense vroom sounding. With a sharp twist sounding of the wheel, Adam decides to drop them off to draw the pursuers away. Adam explains they cannot lead the chase to the house as they would be too vulnerable at the gates. Following a quick click sounding of the seatbelt, Davina prepares Mikey for a rapid and dangerous exit from the car. Letting out a final skirt sounding, the car slows just enough for Davina and Mikey to take a leap sounding. The pair hides in a dark alley with a press sounding as the pursuit car passes with a vroom sounding. Mikey lets out a phew sounding of relief until Davina spots more trouble and pulls him back with a yank sounding. Watching a second car pass with a steady purr sounding, Davina realizes there is a second tail tracking them. Following a loud vroom sounding, Mikey asks who would dare target them, but the nanny admits she doesn't know. Staring into the street, the red-haired woman silently reflects that she can likely guess who is behind the attack. With a firm squeeze sounding, Davina takes Mikey's hand and resolves to get the blonde boy safely back home. At the mansion, Gabriel stands with armed guards and turns toward a rustle sounding as he hears his son's arrival. Following a rustle sounding through the bushes, Gabriel holds his son in a protective embrace, relieved that he is safe. Gabriel notes that Adam already briefed him on the situation, then asks Davina if they encountered any more trouble. Davina reports the second tale, while Mikey complains that the neighbor's massive garden gnome collection was truly horrifying. Gabriel nudges Mikey inside to change, prompting Davina to confront the white-haired man about the enemies he has made. While Gabriel plans to augment their security, Davina insists on canceling the art class to keep the boys safe.
Looking at the house, the red-haired nanny reflects that she must focus entirely on damage control from now on. Mikey runs back toward the adults with a quick step-step sounding, exclaiming that he forgot something important from class. Mikey presents a colorful painting to his father, causing Gabriel to let out a surprised and soft "oh" sounding. Gabriel examines the portrait of a blonde woman, noting that Mikey has an excellent memory for her features. The boy promises to paint a portrait of Gabriel next week, causing the red-haired woman to let out a quiet wince. With a firm grip sounding on Davina's shoulder, Gabriel instructs the nanny to take the artwork to his private study. Mikey runs off, excited to find a frame for his work, leaving the two adults alone in the sunset. Gabriel refuses to cancel the class, ordering the red-haired woman to simply stay closer to his son during outings. Letting out a faint purr-up sounding, Gabriel makes an urgent phone call to his uncle to ask for a favor. Gabriel requests the help of Niccolo and Valentine, as his uncle warns him about the growing gang wars in the city. Admitting the instability is concerning, Gabriel asks for elite reinforcements to help secure his family's precarious position. The uncle asks if he should send a specialized doctor, but Gabriel clenches his phone and refuses any wet work. Gabriel lets out a faint flinch sounding as he rejects his uncle's offer to send a specialized doctor. After securing the promise of elite reinforcements for next week, the white-haired man ends his urgent phone call. Gabriel walks toward the mansion, reassuring his uncle that his young grandnephew is currently safe and well. Gabriel worries about the second tale until Adam runs up, panting heavily after finally losing their pursuers. Following a firm clasp sounding, Gabriel thanks the brown-haired man for drawing the danger away from the boy. Adam insists he was just doing his job, though he suggests Gabriel should actually be thanking the nanny. The white-haired man looks thoughtful as Adam walks away, noting that Davina apparently jumps out of moving cars. While Adam praises the nanny for exceeding expectations, Gabriel lets out a quiet sounding in response. Gabriel asserts that luck didn't lead him to her, while Davina secretly searches Gabriel's network for her family. Frustrated, the red-haired woman finds no records of her past or the fire within the Mafia's recent data. Davina realizes that if the organization regularly purges its local data, her current access is entirely useless. The red-haired woman refuses to believe such a massive organization doesn't keep permanent records of its history. Davina's eyes light up with sudden inspiration as she remembers the potential of the mirroring software she installed. Following several tap-tap soundings, Davina realizes the boy's father sends all captured data to a more secure location. After a triumphant aha, Davina discovers a larger network with firewalls too complex for Gabriel to even access. The red-haired woman notes the system is expecting a data packet, providing her with a perfect entry point. Determined to strike back, Davina decides to prepare a digital present for the Mafia's main data program. 1 week later, Davina tells Mikey to be good, only for the boy to dismiss the concept entirely. Mikey marches toward his art class with absolute confidence, declaring that he doesn't need to be just good. Davina touches her temple and sighs, reflecting that the blonde boy's self-confidence is truly bulletproof. Following a quick thrust sounding, Mikey offers a protective apron to his new friend to avoid any stains. Following a soft hee-hee sounding, Louis explains that his mother picks his clothes, much to Mikey's silent amusement. Mikey watches with a growing suspicion as a burly art teacher with a thick mustache begins the lesson. Outside the class, Davina mentions she's only been a nanny for 2 weeks to a brown-haired woman. The other woman is shocked by Davina's short tenure, noting that her demeanor is incredibly professional and experienced. Staring at the red-haired woman with pure envy, the other nanny describes her polished appearance as nearly mythic. Letting out a tired sigh sounding, the stranger complains that her charge still hates her after 8 months. The woman rants about her nightmare schedule of tennis and piano, frustrated by the child's constant defiance. Davina agrees the situation sounds challenging, though she secretly keeps her own dangerous charge under a firm hold. A sudden shatter sounding erupts as a window breaks, catching the red-haired nanny completely off guard. Letting out a loud crash sounding, Davina kicks through the glass as the other nanny screams in terror. Davina shouts for Mikey as the teacher grabs him, threatening the class with a drawn handgun. Following a quick leap sounding and skid sounding, Davina halts as the gunman threatens to hurt the boy. Standing among the broken glass, Davina coldly orders the attacker to release the child before he gets hurt. Following a quick chick sounding and a loud crack sounding, Davina is shot and falls backward in pain. Letting out a sharp spin sounding and thwack sounding, Davina collapses as the other nanny reveals her treachery. Mikey screams as the muscular teacher hoists him up and flees through the shattered window. Following a brief struggle sounding, the two kidnappers plan their escape through the back to avoid the driver. Lying on the floor, Davina struggles against a loud wah sounding and a high-pitched peeing sounding in her head. As the world rings with a steady ping sounding, Davina's only thought is for the safety of her charge. Adam rushes in as the ringing peeing sounding continues, horrified to find that Davina has been shot.
Adam uses a firm press sounding to stop the bleeding while Davina tracks Mikey's location on her phone.
Following a sharp cinch sounding, Davina bandages her arm and insists on pursuing the kidnappers immediately. Letting out a quick sprint sounding, Davina leaves Adam behind and races toward the underground tunnels. Davina leaps over a fence, knowing that she can move through the city faster on foot than Adam. Letting out an intense dash sounding, the wounded nanny focuses entirely on reaching Mikey before it's too late. Panting with several huff-huff soundings, Davina identifies the correct iron gate leading into the hidden traboules. Following a loud chaw sounding and a sharp snap sounding, Davina kicks the lock off the gate. Struggling through several huff soundings and a painful throb sounding, Davina pushes forward despite her blurry vision. Davina spots Mikey tied to a post and shouts his name, while the boy desperately warns her. A man with short brown hair aims a gun at Davina, shouting that he heard something in the shadows. Bleeding from her face, Davina engages in a brutal struggle to disarm the gunman with swift and calculated strikes. Davina finds Mikey tied up, but her rescue is interrupted when the traitorous nanny aims a gun at her back. Surrounded by armed men, the brown-haired woman warns Davina that any resistance will put the boy in the crossfire. Mikey identifies the attackers as Croatians seeking revenge against his father for being a superior mafioso in the city. Following a sharp swing sounding, Davina strikes a charging attacker while suggesting Mikey's taunts aren't helping her current situation. The traitorous nanny claims they are part of the Angelini family, though Mikey defiantly tells them to stay away. The standoff reaches a boiling point as Davina stands protectively in front of the bound boy against a dozen hostiles. Gabriel arrives with his elite reinforcements, coolly announcing that they will take control of the dangerous situation from here. While Davina reacts to Gabriel's arrival, she silently questions the identities of the two mysterious strangers standing beside him. The brown-skinned woman jokes about the fight, while the red-haired man affectionately greets Mikey as his favorite mini mafioso. Gabriel mockingly admits he missed his enemies, prompting the lead Croatian to order them back to Venice immediately. Drawing his handgun, the white-haired man mocks the gang's inability to even protect their own local weapons caches. Davina watches Gabriel with concern, wondering if his aggressive taunts are intentionally designed to make their enemies angrier. The traitorous nanny rants about mob alliances while Davina reflects that Mikey and his father are clearly related. Gabriel interrupts the woman's threats against his son, asserting that she lacks the courage to actually pull the trigger. Looking at the panicked woman, Davina points out that she would have fired already if she truly intended to kill. Davina explains that the group cannot afford a police investigation, which would surely follow if any shots were fired. While the brown-skinned woman notes the nanny's intelligence, the red-haired man admits Adam gave them a fair warning. Losing her composure, the brown-haired woman screams for Davina to shut her mouth as she trembles with visible rage. Gabriel suggests they resolve the conflict like civilized mobsters to avoid unnecessary attention from the local authorities. Following a quick flip sounding, the red-haired man prepares for an unfair fight against the wounded and outnumbered nanny. Skeptical of the offer, the traitorous nanny demands that Gabriel and his associates disarm themselves before she considers negotiating. Following a sharp chashik sounding, Davina releases her magazine and hopes her gamble to de-escalate the tension pays off. Gabriel sets his safety and holsters his weapon, asking if the enemy group is finally satisfied with the terms. Realizing they cannot afford another move, the Croatian leader decides to settle the grudge using only their bare hands. Letting out an intense rah sounding, the enemy group charges forward to overwhelm Gabriel's team with sheer numbers. Following a loud ram sounding, Gabriel launches himself into the fray to protect his son from the oncoming attackers. With a powerful punch sounding, the brown-skinned woman delivers a devastating blow that sends an enemy sprawling backward. The red-haired man moves with lethal grace, quickly engaging the traitorous Nanny in a close-quarters combat exchange. Following a sharp yank sounding, Davina skillfully trips her opponent while keeping the blonde boy close to her side. Letting out a thunderous bam sounding, Davina delivers a crushing kick to an attacker's head to neutralize the threat.
Gabriel effortlessly hurls several men aside as Mikey cheers his father on, urging him to make them all pay.
Following several loud thud soundings, the elite team slams their opponents into the stone floor with overwhelming physical force. Standing over the groaning pile of defeated enemies, Mikey shouts with joy as he celebrates his father's easy victory. Gabriel stands tall and asks if the boy ever doubted him, receiving a firm and absolute never in return. While the red-haired man praises Davina's skills, the brown-skinned woman asks if the nanny has ever visited Verona before. Letting out a weak sway sounding, Davina begins to collapse from severe blood loss until the red-haired man catches her. Gabriel declares that questions must wait and prepares to bring the wounded nanny back to the annex for treatment. Gabriel picks Davina up in a bridal carry, ignoring her weak protests that she is still capable of walking.
The white-haired man gently tells Davina to rest, assuring her that she has already done more than enough today.
Davina's vision fades as she finally allows herself to drift into unconsciousness within the security of Gabriel's firm hold. Waking up in a soft bed with a pained ugh sounding, Davina realizes that every inch of her body hurts. Following a quiet wind sounding, the red-haired man enters the room and explains that his partner stitched her wound. The man introduces himself as Nico and mentions that Adam warned them about the bullet-taking, car-hacking elite nanny.
Davina insists she was only doing her job, though Nico suggests their definitions of work are likely very different.
A heavy tension sounding fills the room as the red-haired man looms over Davina, his golden eyes filled with curiosity. Nico explains that Gabriel wants her to remain on bed rest while Mikey watches a movie with his father. Leaving the room with a smirk, the red-haired man wishes the elite nanny sweet dreams as he closes the door. Davina reflects on the new security measures and wonders why these elite reinforcements seem so familiar with Gabriel's past. Davina decides to ignore her bed rest order to investigate Gabriel's personal digital files on her tablet. She discovers a complex network of linked devices, including security cameras, smart doors, and administrative access layers. Accessing a live feed of a Venice canal, she identifies the main Angelini compound as the network's source. Davina's eyes light up with sudden surprise as she discovers a hidden folder of archived documents. Following a series of quick top-top soundings, Davina types the name Diavolo into a restricted prompt. She sifts through hundreds of files detailing decades of illegal racetrack gambling and illicit gemstone deals. Staring at the screen, Davina realizes her family's roots in organized crime were far deeper than suspected. The records reveal a long history of money laundering through casinos and black market exchanges for rare gems. Looking closely at the evidence, the red-haired nanny wonders when the family's path turned so dark. Following a sudden crash sounding, a triangular warning alarm blocks her access to the sensitive information. Frustrated, Davina realizes that a higher administrator has forcibly booted her from the secure network. She narrows her eyes with resolve, determined to find another way past Gabriel's elite cybersecurity measures. Passing the maid Julia on the stairs, Davina ignores her injuries and heads toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, the brown-skinned woman and Nico discuss rotating guard shifts to maintain maximum security. The brown-skinned woman looks up in surprise, questioning why the wounded nanny is out of bed. Following a soft sip sounding, Davina expresses her gratitude for their timely intervention during the kidnapping.
The brown-skinned woman dismisses the thanks, asserting that protecting Mikey is their primary responsibility. Nico mentions they are already strategizing ways to prevent the enemy from finding their location again.
Davina blames herself for the ambush, admitting that continuing the art classes was a predictable security flaw.
The brown-skinned woman finds Davina's self-blame interesting, noting the decision wasn't entirely the nanny's. Nico clarifies that Gabriel personally ordered the classes to continue despite the clear risks involved. The red-haired man explains they are like family, having been Gabriel's original team for many years.
Davina is stunned to learn that Gabriel has only served as the underboss for a single year.
Nico reveals that Gabriel's rapid promotion occurred immediately after the mysterious disappearance of his wife.
Davina notes the suspicious timing of the promotion, earning a sharp glare from the brown-skinned woman.
The elite guards become protective, wondering what secrets Davina is trying to uncover about their leader. Following a sudden squeak sounding, the conversation is interrupted by a noise coming from a cupboard. Davina quickly tries to change the subject, offering to excuse herself from the kitchen conversation. Letting out a playful blah sounding, Davina claims she needs to prepare a specific breakfast for Mikey. A heavy silence sounding fills the room as Davina focuses on the cabinet where someone is hiding. Following a quick swing sounding, Davina opens the door to find Mikey clutching his plush seagull. Following a quiet clink sounding, the elite reinforcements decide to leave the nanny and child alone. Nico offers a parting ruffle sounding to Mikey's hair while jokingly wishing him tough luck.
Davina scolds Mikey for eavesdropping, though the boy remains unfazed by her sharp reprimand.
Mikey explains that he already understands the danger, recalling how bad men took his mother away.
The boy reveals that Gabriel sought power as underboss purely to find his missing wife.
Following a sudden shatter sounding, Mikey admits that despite his father's efforts, she was never found. Following a soft sniff sounding, Mikey begins to cry as the weight of grief resurfaces.
Davina provides a warm hug sounding, comforting the boy as he finally lets his tears flow.
Following several rub soundings and sniffle soundings, Mikey shares his fear of being the next target. Following a tight clench sounding, the boy declares that he must become worse than his enemies. Davina looks at the young boy with concern, worried by his burgeoning desire for dangerous vengeance. Mikey vows to one day become the underboss to find his mother and protect others.
Davina reflects on the child's tragic ambition, realizing the darkness he is being forced to embrace.
She recalls Gabriel's mysterious goal for his son, wondering if he is molding the boy for war.
Davina fears that Gabriel's true intentions for Mikey are even more dangerous than she originally imagined.
The scene fades into a dark void, representing the cold and uncertain path lying ahead. Davina realizes that preserving Mikey's innocence will be a much harder task than Gabriel ever predicted. Following a quiet clutch sounding, a woman with blonde hair stands before a medical room door. Following a firm knock-knock sounding, the mysterious blonde woman prepares to enter the room with determination. A woman in a lab coat greets the wavy-haired technician, inviting him into a room filled with a sudden, low groan sounding.
The tech specialist reports an encrypted server breach to the scarred, bearded man while refusing to enter the medical room.
Looking intently at his tablet, the wavy-haired technician reveals that the security breach appears to be an internal inside job. The bearded leader reprimands his specialist for failing to maintain the network's integrity despite its theoretically tight security measures. Using a simplified diagram, the specialist explains how an executable file was likely hidden within an oversized data packet from Leon. The elder leader listens in grim silence, his expression hardening as the technical implications of the breach become fully clear. Panic ensues as the specialist realizes their mirroring software was traced, leading to dozens of new security programs being added.
The specialist worries that the Leon Annex is hiding secrets just as Gabriel's elite forces return to the Venetian estate.
The older man questions if Gabriel has too much freedom, cold-bloodedly comparing his control to a metaphorical shock collar. Glancing back at the bloody medical door, the uncle decides to remind his nephew exactly who holds the remote control. A sinister grin spreads across the uncle's face,
signaling a ruthless and violent plan to reassert his absolute family authority. In the study, a woman in a red dress offers her city connections to help Gabriel handle his current problems. Following a sudden buzz sounding, Gabriel's phone interrupts as the woman promises to gather information through her local city contacts. Gabriel dismisses the woman to take the urgent call, his posture tense as she walks away to begin her work. Standing alone in his vast, dark office, Gabriel answers the phone, acknowledging the call comes directly from his powerful uncle. Over the phone, the uncle assigns Gabriel a new task and begins transmitting the sensitive mission details to his device. Gabriel protests the assignment's location in northern France, arguing that the specific target is far beyond his usual territory's purview. Following a pained wind sounding, Gabriel cowers under his uncle's sharp reminder that no task is ever beyond his command. Following a tense clench sounding, the uncle questions Gabriel's recent behavior, sensing a growing lack of loyalty and total transparency. The uncle accuses Gabriel of building a personal power base, forcing Gabriel to defend his recent staffing and security decisions. The uncle's voice turns cold as he notes he never authorized the sophisticated security upgrades discovered on Gabriel's local network. Gabriel is left speechless when his uncle demands to know why he was investigating the family's private and encrypted data. The uncle's mention of Davina's name sends a jolt of anxiety through Gabriel as the Dawn questions her recent actions. Gabriel tries to protect Davina by describing her as merely overzealous, but the uncle warns him against hiding any secrets. The uncle ends the call with a final demand for Gabriel to prioritize the mission and abandon his current secrecy. The next day, a grumpy Mikey sulks by the window, complaining about being confined while Davina continues her recovery. Bandaged but determined, Davina approaches Mikey and suggests finding a fun game to play within the safety of the estate. Following a sudden sore sounding, Mikey dismisses her suggestions as dumb while his duck plushie flies through the air. Following a quick catch sounding, Davina retrieves the toy as Mikey excitedly proposes they play a secret game of spy. Mikey points toward the garden, insisting they should spy on the guards who are acting suspiciously out of their character. Mikey and Davina hurry through the house, the boy leading the way toward their secret and clandestine observation point. From the window, they observe several guards carrying heavy wooden planks across the vast, rolling hills of the garden. Davina and Mikey peek through the glass, curious about the sudden and secret construction project happening on the estate grounds. Following a sudden whoop sounding, Mikey rushes off to find the perfect costumes for their upcoming top-secret ninja mission. Following a quiet sneak sounding, the duo creeps through the corridors in full ninja gear, determined to remain completely unseen. Following a sudden freeze sounding, their mission is nearly compromised when the stern maid catches them in the hallway. The ninjas successfully reach the window, crouching low to keep a watchful eye on the construction happening in the garden. The workers begin assembling a wooden frame that looks like a new shed, working quickly to finish the mysterious structure. Mikey questions why the gardener would suddenly need a shed when there is already plenty of tool storage in the garage. Val and Nico stand watch nearby, reinforcing the idea that this construction project is highly unusual for the security team. The woman in the red swimsuit interrupts the ninjas, inviting Mikey to join her for a swim in the pool. Following a sudden zoom sounding, Mikey abandons the spy mission and dashes off to find his swimsuit and goggles. Davina tries to explain their behavior, but the woman in red warns her against getting involved with the family's secrets. After a stern lecture, the woman tells Davina that Gabriel wants a meeting, offering to supervise Mikey in the meantime. Following a sharp knock sounding, Davina enters Gabriel's room after being summoned for what appears to be a private discussion. Gabriel asks about her recovery as they stand before a large window, the atmosphere shifting toward a quiet, shared intimacy. Gabriel expresses his sincere gratitude, promising never to forget that she risked her life to protect his young son, Mikey. Looking slightly flustered, Davina insists her loyalty to Mikey was never in question, regardless of the danger she faced tonight. Davina asks the purpose of their meeting, sensing that Gabriel has a serious and heavy request on his mind tonight. Following a sudden splash sounding, Gabriel presents a photo of his cousin, Raguel Angelini, asking Davina for a favor. Observing Gabriel, Davina notes his genuine concern, despite her earlier vow to only help for Mikey's protection. Following a sharp crinkle sounding, Davina agrees to help just this once while clutching a mysterious note. Gabriel holds Davina's hands and smiles warmly, relieved that she has finally accepted the terms of their mission.
Transitioning to the lab, Davina and Mikey conduct a science experiment using a smoking toy volcano.
Davina explains how harmless ingredients become dangerous when mixed together, holding a beaker of glowing blue liquid. Mikey sarcastically compares the dangerous mixture to Nico and Val, hurting the unseen guard's feelings in the process. Nico jokes about being scary on his own, while Gabriel stands tall in his impeccably tailored blue suit. Mikey protests his father's departure as Davina watches, holding a science device behind her back in the kitchen. Following a soft peel sounding, Davina removes her gloves and confirms her readiness to serve the boss's orders. Davina presents the folded paper containing the vital information Gabriel was seeking for his secretive nighttime operation. Gabriel thanks her and mentions the target is in Rouen, reminding the wounded nanny to wear her sling. Preparing to leave, Gabriel tells Nico they depart in 10 minutes, as his subordinate agrees with a smirk. Gabriel promises Mikey a quick return, but refuses to disclose the nature of his business in Rouen.
Gently ruffling the boy's hair, Gabriel jokingly warns Mikey not to blow up the house while he's gone.
Gabriel turns back with a serious expression, ordering Mikey and Davina to stay out of the garden tonight. Watching from the window, Davina notices that the workers are still active near the shed after dark. A worker pushes a wheelbarrow full of dirt, causing Davina to suspect they are digging a deep foundation.
Davina wonders if she will ever understand the house's secrets while preparing for their next chemistry experiment.
Panic ensues when Mikey forgets his safety gear, and Davina screams for him to put his goggles on. Out in the car, Nico and Gabriel discuss the accuracy of their tracking coordinates under the night sky. Nico questions Gabriel's trust in Davina before Gabriel warns him to be careful during the upcoming confrontation. Following a sharp shick sounding, the driver, Adam, identifies their target through the windshield as they prepare to strike. Gabriel stares coldly out the window and orders his team to pop the trunk for their captive cargo. Gabriel and Nico corner their cousin, who drops his groceries in shock upon being discovered by the family. Following a heavy grab sounding and slip sounding, the blonde man is restrained as he pleads for mercy. Following a rough drag sounding, the cousin cries out in desperation, claiming he never wanted to be an Angelini. Bound inside the trunk, the terrified cousin begs Gabriel to let him go before it is too late. Gabriel stares down with icy resolve and refuses the plea, preparing to lock the traitorous family member away. Gabriel stares down with a pained, somber expression after shutting the trunk on his captive cousin. Following an intense tremble, Nico approaches Gabriel to ask if the boss is holding up all right. Following a deep inhale sounding, Gabriel declares they must return home to fulfill his promise to Mikey. Following a loud vrr sounding, the red car arrives back at the massive estate under the moonlight. Waking to a quiet clack sounding, Davina realizes that Gabriel and his team have finally returned home.
Davina watches from the window and finds it suspicious that the car dropped Gabriel off at the back.
Following an intense struggle sounding, the men carry a large, thrashing bundle into the shadows of the estate. Following a quiet creep sounding, Davina sneaks down the stairs in her pajamas to investigate the strange activity. Following a heavy clunk sounding, Nico and Adam lock the door while debating the cruelty of Gabriel's methods. Following a sharp gasp sounding and turn sounding, Davina realizes she has been caught by someone behind her. Following a quick snap sounding, Gabriel catches Davina by her waist and pulls her close in the dark. Flustered and blushing, Davina stammers his name before quickly correcting herself to address him formally as Mr. Angelini. Gabriel asks why she is out of bed, and Davina claims she heard suspicious noises and came down. Looming over her with a piercing gaze, Gabriel notes that she is the suspicious one in this situation. Following a firm tug sounding, Gabriel tells Davina to go back to bed after she apologizes for overstepping. Gabriel turns away and wishes her a sound sleep, leaving the nanny alone in the quiet hallway. Leaning against the wall, following a loud but dumb sounding, Davina struggles to calm her racing, nervous heart. Back in her bed, Davina stares at the ceiling as Gabriel's parting words echo in her mind. She remains determined to uncover the truth, refusing to rest until she understands the secrets of the garden. Following a quick sweep sounding, Davina gathers her art supplies to use as a cover for her investigation. Following a sudden ba-ring sounding, Davina rushes forward with her heavy box and injured arm to answer. Standing at the entrance, Davina asks if she can help, her expression filled with curiosity and lingering suspicion. A woman with curly purple hair and glasses arrives at the estate, claiming she is here to see a patient. Davina assumes the visitor is a physician for her injured arm, though Gabriel never mentioned calling for help. Following a playful ho-ho sounding, the purple-haired woman finds Davina's innocent assumption to be amusingly incorrect. Her eyes narrow behind her glasses as she clarifies she is not the kind of doctor Davina thinks. Wary of the stranger, Davina hesitates until Val intervenes, offering to lead the mysterious visitor inside. Davina watches from above as Val escorts the purple-haired woman deeper into the house for their meeting. Val orders Davina to check on Mikey upstairs, insisting she has everything under control with the new arrival. In the shadows of his office, a somber Gabriel stares intensely at a syringe filled with red liquid. Nico peeks inside to announce the guest, causing Gabriel to tighten his grip with a sudden, tense start. Looking down with heavy resolve, Gabriel declares that the time has finally come to proceed with their plan. Val leads the doctor upstairs, explaining that Gabriel is waiting and has the key to the shed. Following several knock-knock soundings, Val announces the doctor's arrival at the boss's door. Following a distant knock-knock sounding, Davina and Mikey look toward the hallway with growing curiosity. Hiding around the corner, Davina watches as Val and the doctor disappear into Gabriel's private quarters. Mikey peeks out from the doorway, innocently asking his nanny what is happening in the house tonight. Davina tries to downplay the situation while questioning why Val would be at Gabriel's office at this hour. Suspicion weighs heavily on Davina as she stares toward the office, wondering what dark business they are conducting. Mikey eagerly suggests an investigation, but Davina firmly shuts down the boy's dangerous curiosity with a sharp refusal. Recalling Val's earlier warning, Davina realizes she must keep herself and Mikey away from the family's secrets. Davina decides to distract the boy by suggesting they create a birthday card for his father instead. Out at the garden shed, Gabriel opens the door with a click sounding, while Nico offers his assistance. Nico reminds Gabriel of his protective duty, but the boss remains focused on the dark task inside. Gabriel stares into the darkness, cryptically remarking that no one can protect him from his own choices. Entering the shed, Gabriel pulls a light cord with a clink sounding to illuminate the hidden room. Following several step soundings, Gabriel descends into the cellar, hiding the mysterious syringe in his pocket. At the bottom of the stairs, Gabriel finds his cousin Raguel tied to a chair and gagged. Raguel struggles violently against his bonds as Gabriel somberly apologizes for the necessity of this confrontation. Gabriel reveals a needle and syringe, coldly noting that even cousins with no ambition must face consequences. Leaning in close, Gabriel ignores Raguel's muffled cries and commands the terrified man to be grateful. A pained expression crosses Gabriel's face as he notes Raguel has no family left to suffer for him. Following a heavy thud sounding from above, Gabriel looks up to acknowledge the arrival of his reinforcements. Following a sharp jab sounding, Gabriel plunges the needle into Raguel's neck, causing the man's eyes to droop. Following a quick slip sounding, Gabriel hides the evidence just as the doctor arrives with several step soundings. The purple-haired woman finds the situation amusing, noting their eagerness to begin the gruesome procedure. She slides on her gloves and invites Gabriel to stay while opening a kit filled with sharp surgical tools. Gabriel chooses to leave her to her work, a decision the doctor welcomes with a twisted, playful smile. Looming over her captive with shears in hand, the doctor mockingly commands the blonde man to sing. A horrifying arg sounding echoes from the shed, causing a blood-spattered Gabriel to flinch in the moonlight. Following a heavy shut sounding and a long exhale sounding, a weary Gabriel exits the garden shed. Nico and Val wait nearby, discussing the need to keep the rest of the staff away from the area. Gabriel approaches his guards, looking drained by the night's events, while Val questions his unusual behavior. Following a loud slam sounding, The doctor storms out of the shed, demanding to know what Gabriel injected. She complains that the victim barely lasted 3 minutes, but Gabriel dismisses her with a cold, formal goodbye. Gabriel tells the doctor to give his regards to his uncle, leaving the woman with an intense tremble sounding. Walking away with blood on her apron, the doctor vows to report that Gabriel is as soft as ever. From the window, Davina watches the doctor's departure while Mikey continues to work on his birthday drawing. Davina's heart sinks as she spots the bloodstains on the woman's apron, confirming her worst fears about the shed. She realizes with grim certainty that whatever happens in that garden is not meant for the light of day. Later that night, Davina sits in the dark with her tablet, unable to ignore the house's growing secrets. Determined to uncover the truth, she begins accessing the multispectral security feeds from the previous night. Reviewing the glitchy security footage on her tablet, Davina notes the exact time the car returned to the estate. The digital feed shows Adam and Nico carrying a heavy, wrapped bundle through the garden in the dead of night. Davina's eyes widen in absolute horror as she realizes the bundle being carried is a human body. Frustrated by the grainy shadows, Davina struggles to see through the oppressive darkness of the garden's security footage. Following a quick tap sounding, Davina activates the infrared filter on her screen to pierce through the nightly gloom. The thermal camera reveals a heat signature inside the bundle, confirming that the person was alive when they arrived. Gripping her injured arm, Davina's heart sinks with the terrifying realization that the captive man is likely dead now. Following several top soundings, Davina continues searching the archives, her dread growing with every second of footage she reviews. She watches the men carry the bundle away again an hour later, noticing the chilling shift in the situation. Trembling with shock, Davina desperately tries to convince herself that Gabriel is not capable of committing such a crime. She berates herself for her naivety, acknowledging that the men in this house are all cold-hardened criminals. Gabriel stands somberly with Nico and Val, their silhouettes framed by the dark reality of the night's violent events. Following a sharp clench sounding, Davina is overwhelmed by the weight of what the Angelini family has done. Haunted by the past, she recalls giving Gabriel the coordinates used to track down the now-missing man. Following an intense quiver sounding, Davina realizes that the man she helped capture was brought back only to die. An image of Raguel is consumed by metaphorical flames, representing his brutal execution at the hands of the family. The screen fades into ash and darkness, mirroring the heavy guilt and despair settling over Davina's wounded soul. Tears flow freely as Davina covers her mouth, devastated by her own unintentional complicity in the cousin's murder. Looking at her tablet later, Davina wonders how she can possibly face her employer after witnessing such horrors. Following a quick shake sounding and press sounding, Davina decides to call Mrs. Bremerton to discuss her future. Davina remains silent on the line as Mrs. Bremerton asks if the nanny has found herself in trouble. Mrs. Bremerton offers to send help while Davina fearfully inquires about the penalty for breaking her employment contract early. Mrs. Bremerton explains that leaving now would require a complete reevaluation of their agency's relationship with the Angelini family. Staring at a framed photo of Davina, Mrs. Bremerton warmly insists that the girl's safety is the only priority. Davina confesses her failure to remain detached, admitting she allowed the family's dark context to compromise her professionalism. As visions of the burning photo return, Davina fears her presence is making Mikey less safe in this environment. Mrs. Bremerton's eye glints sharply as she asks if she needs to personally intervene with Gabriel regarding his behavior. Terrified by the idea of a confrontation, Davina begs Mrs. Bremerton not to speak with the boss about her concerns. Mrs. Bremerton urges Davina to think carefully and promises to respect whatever decision the girl makes by tomorrow morning. Following a soft sniff sounding, Davina tearfully tells the woman she misses her before hanging up the emotional call. In the kitchen, Val directs the maids as they prepare for a massive formal event happening at the estate. Val notices Davina's pale complexion and commands the girl to pull herself together for Mr. Angelini's upcoming birthday. Val explains that Mafia family members are arriving from across the continent, making this a high-stakes gathering for everyone. Davina asks how she can help, and Val instructs her to focus entirely on keeping Mikey out of the way. Val scolds the nanny for looking exhausted and warns her to fix the dark bags under her eyes immediately. In the art room, Mikey shows Davina his drawing and asks if he should add a mustache to his father. Mikey happily lists the relatives attending the party, while Davina watches him, her heart heavy with the family's secrets. Staring out at the garden shed, Davina reflects on the house full of criminals that now surrounds the boy. Haunting memories of the night's violence flicker across her mind as she prepares to face the Angelini family again. Following a firm clench sounding, Davina feels torn between her desire to escape and her vow to protect Mikey. She realizes her presence enables the family's lifestyle and fears Gabriel will eventually use the boy to trap her. Davina imagines walking away and leaving a crying Mikey behind, wondering if leaving is truly best for both of them. Val interrupts the nanny's dark thoughts to announce that it is officially time to dress for the formal dinner. Mikey smiles brightly and declares he will get his toy ducks for his bath before the big party begins. Val pushes Davina into her room, mentioning that a special dress has already been prepared and left on the bed. Davina finds a stunning red gown waiting for her, realizing that socializing at the party is her last chance. Following a nervous tremble sounding and shake sounding, Davina tries to convince herself that this is just another party. Dressed in the elegant red gown, Davina descends the grand staircase, determined to survive just one more night. Following a sudden beep sounding, Nico surprises Davina by using a metal detector to inspect the piles of birthday gifts. Nico explains that in a crowd like this, everyone would benefit if Gabriel died, justifying his extreme security measures. Nico wields a metal detector with professional focus, proving to a wary Davina that his precautions are no joke. When Davina asks about Mikey, Nico dismisses her concerns, stating the boy is safe with his many cousins tonight. A stunned Davina questions her purpose at the party, only for Nico to cryptically label her role as covert security. Following a quick twitch sounding, Nico instructs Davina to mingle and keep a sharp eye out for anything suspicious. Davina navigates the crowded ballroom, privately mocking the irony of looking for suspicious activity in a house full of criminals. From the shadows, Raphael and Gabriel discuss a doctor's disappointment after her long, wasted journey for a failed assignment. Following a sudden clench sounding, Raphael reminds his nephew that he alone gives the orders everyone must follow. Gabriel coldly defends his actions, noting he followed instructions to find the target, but wasn't told what condition to deliver him in. Raphael stares down at his olives, expressing frustration with Gabriel's unwilling obedience and constant attempts to undermine his authority. Following a sharp hitch sounding, Raphael leans in close to Gabriel, wondering if a more visceral motivation is needed for his nephew. Following a sharp gasp sounding, Davina clutches her chest, overwhelmed by the intensity of the confrontation she just witnessed. Following a sudden freeze sounding, Raphael notices Davina nearby and questions Gabriel about the identity of the new staff member. Gabriel formally introduces Davina to his uncle, Raphael Angelini, identifying her as the nanny responsible for Mikey's care. Staring into the eyes of the man behind the family's dark archives, Davina recognizes Raphael as the Don himself. Images of folders and documents swirl through Davina's mind, all pointing toward Raphael as the source of every crime. She realizes with chilling certainty that if anyone possesses the truth about her past, it is this formidable man. Davina's gaze hardens as she stares at Raphael, fixing her resolve on the man who holds the answers she seeks.
Raphael observes that Davina is quite young for her position and inquisitively asks where she received her professional training.
Following an intense stare-down, Davina feels Gabriel's eyes on her and wonders if he expects her to lie. Raphael laughs heartily, assuming Davina's training program must be exclusive and expensive given its high level of discretion. Following a low grunt sounding, Raphael admits Davina has some cheek, but acknowledges her apparent competence in her role. Following a soft smile sounding, Raphael orders a drink with triple olives while noting Gabriel's extreme focus on Mikey's safety. Following a quick sounding, Gabriel notices Davina's visible anger as she wonders how he can smile after his crimes. Turning away abruptly, Davina decides she cannot stand to look at Gabriel for another second, despite his attempt to speak. Raphael watches her leave, mockingly describing the girl as a pert little thing who lacks worldly experience. Following a heavy pant sounding, Davina leans against a door, resolved to leave the estate despite her contracts and promises. Nico blocks her path near a doorway, his presence a silent reminder of her duties as the dinner bell rings. Following a steady ba-dum sounding, Davina clutches her racing heart as the reality of her situation closes in. When Davina claims she feels unwell, Nico questions her honesty and reminds her that the dinner bell has sounded. Nico leans in with a mocking smile, offering to let her stay behind only if she wants to ask the Don personally. Nico firmly guides Davina toward the dining hall, ignoring her silent reluctance as they join the grand formal gathering. Mikey waves excitedly to Davina, bragging to the other children about his pretty nanny as they gather for dinner. Davina asks Mikey if he's being a good host, and the boy proudly claims he showed his cousins the best hiding spots. Watching the boy, Davina reflects on how sure of himself Mikey looks, appearing far more grown up than his years suggest. A haunting vision of a young, blood-spattered Davina appears, reminding her that she once felt that same youthful confidence. Following a playful snicker sounding, Mikey informs Davina she cannot join them because adults aren't allowed at the children's table. Davina looks surprised as Gabriel approaches, insisting that as the birthday boy, he gets to choose who he escorts to dinner. Gabriel takes Davina's arm and leads her through the crowded room, leaving her to wonder what his true intentions are. Gabriel quietly praises her for handling his uncle well, explaining that he prefers for people to underestimate her. Gabriel leads Davina to her seat, mentioning that Val spent a lot of time on the formal place cards for the evening. Leaning close, Gabriel whispers that Davina is officially part of the family now, leaving her wide-eyed with shock. As the lavish dinner begins, Davina reflects on how Gabriel can make even a welcome sound like a dangerous threat. Davina scans the infamous guests, including the Roman butcher and the Madam of Milan, wondering who killed her parents. A brown-haired man introduces himself as Cassiel, the Casanova, while raising his champagne glass in a charming toast. Davina introduces herself to the guest, maintaining a professional demeanor while holding her own glass of champagne. Cassiel asks if she is newly employed by their illustrious birthday boy, and Davina confirms her role in the household. Cassiel tells Davina to relax because no one is watching her, prompting a skeptical reaction from the red-haired nanny. He leans in closer, adding that the only person paying her any attention is Gabriel himself. Following a heavy stare sounding and a low chuckle sounding, Cassiel notes Gabriel looks either interested or angry, possibly both. Cassiel reveals they are second cousins who share a great-grandmother, cryptically adding that she has no idea how close the family is. Cassiel leans close to Davina, remarking on how much she must see and hear in this house, but the red-haired nanny remains professionally detached. Following a sharp clink sounding, Davina stares at her meal in distaste, privately fuming about being surrounded by a house full of criminals. Davina notices Gabriel watching her intently from across the table, wondering what he expects of her in this high-pressure social setting. A waiter clears the table as an announcement is made for dessert in the library, much to Davina's silent relief. Following a soft press sounding, Cassiel takes Davina's hand and expresses his enjoyment of their conversation, though she remains wary of his charm. Cassiel suggests they may see each other more often as the family moves north, but Davina dismisses the idea as highly unlikely. Davina makes a swift exit from the dining table, leaving a bowing Cassiel behind as she heads for the door. Mrs. Bremerton catches Davina in the hall and asks her to take a tired Mikey upstairs, an assignment the nanny gladly accepts. Carrying a sleepy Mikey up the grand staircase, Davina promises the boy he can have the leftover dessert in the morning. As Davina tucks him in, Mikey asks for cake for breakfast, and she softly agrees while privately fearing this is her last night with him. Standing in the doorway, Davina watches the boy as he sleepily bids her goodnight, her heart aching at the thought of leaving. Leaning against the closed door, Davina whispers a final, heavy goodbye to the sleeping boy, her mind set on escaping the estate. Davina is startled to find Gabriel waiting in the hall, and he immediately senses her agitation after her interaction with the guests. Following a firm press sounding, Gabriel pushes Davina against the wall, warning her that her visible nervousness is being noticed by his family. Following a sharp huff sounding, Davina rejects Gabriel's talk of a partnership, coldly stating that there is no we between them. Gabriel demands to know why she has a sudden problem with him, and Davina flatly accuses the silver-haired man of lying to her. When Gabriel asks for details, Davina mockingly questions how many times he has deceived her, but he remains stone-faced and repeats his question. Following a visible tremble sounding, Davina struggles to maintain her composure while facing the cold, intimidating presence of the Mafia boss. Finally snapping under the pressure, Davina shouts that she knows exactly what he did to his own cousin, Raguel. Davina immediately regrets her outburst, covering her mouth in shock, but she refuses to back down from her decision to leave. Gabriel remains remarkably calm, denying any lies and challenging her to prove how he misled her regarding his family's business. Following several sharp poke soundings, Davina accuses him of using her to hunt Raguel under the guise of protecting him, which he acknowledges as true. Davina claims he manipulated her into helping him despite her protest. Gabriel reveals he knows Gabriel confesses that his own uncle monitors every move he makes on the network, proving that no one in the family is truly trusted. Stunned, Davina realizes the mirroring software she detected wasn't watching her, but was actually a tool used to track Gabriel himself. Gabriel explains that her unauthorized access raised red flags in Venice, forcing him to kill his cousin to prove his loyalty to the Don. Following a sudden sway sounding, Davina reels from the realization that Raguel's death was a direct consequence of her own curiosity. Gabriel grabs Davina's shoulders as she tearfully apologizes, finally understanding the deadly weight of the secrets she tried to uncover. Gabriel tells her she can't have it both ways. She must decide right now if she is truly in or out of his world. Davina clutches her chest in shock, overwhelmed by the brutal reality of the choice Gabriel is forcing her to make tonight. Gabriel stares intensely at her, demanding an answer while she struggles to process the blood on her own hands. Following a sharp dig sounding, Davina grabs Gabriel's lapels and asks why she should stay in such a violent, manipulative world. Following a heavy sob sounding, Davina breaks down in tears, lamenting that her curiosity led to a tragedy she never intended. Following a soft sniff sounding, Gabriel pulls her close and explains that Raguel was marked for death regardless of her actions. Gabriel admits he should have kept her out of the hunt, and the shared realization of their mutual faults creates a grim, temporary peace. Gabriel explains that her computer skills were his only hope for a quick resolution that might have saved his own standing. He notes that any hesitation would have been dangerous for him, and when Davina asks why he hasn't fired her, he remains silent. Gabriel admits they both have secrets, but he insists that he truly trusts her to protect his son, Mikey. In a sudden, vulnerable moment, Gabriel pulls Davina closer and softly asks her to stay at the estate with them. Gabriel acknowledges the intensity of their situation, but insists that both he and Mikey need her presence more than she knows. As they stand in the quiet hallway, the tension between the nanny and the boss shifts into an intimate, shared vulnerability. Davina pulls away, telling him she needs time to think before hurrying back toward her room in a daze. Gabriel remains alone in the dark hallway, looking down in deep reflection after their emotionally charged confrontation. Back in her room, Davina stares at the floor, questioning her own heart and the dangerous path she is considering. She sinks to the ground, realizing Gabriel is using her genuine love for Mikey to tie her to his criminal family forever. Hazy memories of her and Gabriel in a close, tense embrace flicker through her mind, confusing her resolve. The vision of their intimate moment lingers, a haunting reminder of the connection she cannot seem to break. Davina imagines a more relaxed Gabriel, wondering if a normal life could ever exist within the walls of this estate. The scene returns to reality, with Gabriel looming over a conflicted and wary Davina, awaiting her final decision. Davina's amber eyes widen as she begins to piece together the dangerous puzzle surrounding the family's secrets. Gabriel leans in close, revealing his singular goal for Mikey as the atmosphere between them grows heavy. A haunting memory of a young boy shouting in grief highlights a past tragedy that destroyed his trust. Gabriel's intense gaze remains fixed as he declares that his loyalty must remain beyond any shadow of doubt. Davina questions her own judgment, wondering why Gabriel chose her and what he is still hiding from her. Leaning against the wall, Davina struggles with her assumptions about the man, fearing she has misjudged his true nature. Following a low groan sounding, Davina closes her eyes in frustration, hating that she has become emotionally attached. The overwhelming pain and familiarity of the situation weigh heavily on Davina as she clutches her head in distress. Submerged in a dark, smoky vision, Davina appears lost and broken amidst the shadows of her own tragic memories. A singular thought haunts her mind as she vividly recalls the lingering scent of smoke from that terrible night. Davina's eyes snap open in terror as she realizes the smell of smoke is no longer just a memory. Following a sudden dash sounding and a sharp gasp sounding, Davina flees the room as flames begin to roar. Following a loud crackle sounding, thick smoke billows through the grand hallway, obscuring the path to safety. Following a heavy step sounding and a frantic shake sounding, Davina calls out for Gabriel while fearing the worst. Covering her mouth to filter the smoke, the red-haired nanny charges toward Mikey's room to save the boy. Following a loud slam sounding and a quick scoop sounding, Davina bursts into the room and rescues a terrified Mikey. Following a fast sprint sounding and a loud crackle sounding, Davina carries Mikey through the inferno, ignoring his pleas. Burning debris falls from the ceiling, nearly trapping the pair as they navigate the collapsing, fire-ravaged estate. Davina's heart sinks as she discovers the main staircase is completely blocked by a wall of raging fire. Adam shouts for them from below. Davina desperately signals back, deciding their only hope is the high window. Davina hesitates before a flaming doorway, praying that Gabriel isn't trapped inside the room where the fire is strongest. Following a heavy slam sounding and multiple cough soundings, Davina protects Mikey while they struggle to breathe in the smoke. Following a sudden burst sounding and a sharp gasp sounding, Davina kicks open a door, finding themselves trapped on a balcony. Looking down from the high railing, Davina realizes the perilous descent is the only way to escape the burning building. Following a quick catch sounding, Davina grabs Mikey and tells him they must jump, promising him that his father will survive. With tears streaming down his face, the small boy nods, placing his absolute trust in his brave nanny's hands. Following a firm cinch sounding and a heavy climb sounding, Davina secures Mikey to her back and scales the balcony railing. Following a nervous shake sounding and a tired pant sounding, the ivy begins to rip away from the wall. Following a sudden dart sounding, Davina's eyes fix on a potential landing spot as the vines continue to fail. Following a frantic yank sounding and a quick slide sounding, the vines snap completely, sending them plummeting toward the earth. Following a heavy crush sounding and a pained grunt sounding, they crash into a thick hedge, breaking their fall. Following a rough skid sounding and a pained groan sounding, they roll safely away from the burning manor. Following a heavy tremble sounding, Mikey sobs for his father while a battered Davina tries to comfort him. Carrying the boy away from the heat, Davina's body feels heavy as the sheer weight of the night hits her. Adam rushes to meet them, relieved they are alive, while Mikey continues to cry out for his missing papa. Adam leans in to check on Davina, grimly noting that the lack of alarms means this fire was intentional. A chilling flashback of her mother carrying her through a similar fire confirms Davina's fears that this was an assassination. Following a soft sniff sounding, Mikey points toward the fire, but Adam reassures him that Gabriel wasn't in the room. Adam explains that the fire was helped by an accelerant. Davina pulls Mikey into a tight embrace, assuring him that she gently... Mrs. Bremerton consults a list of survivors, reporting that several people, including Gabriel, are still unaccounted for. Placing a hand on Davina's shoulder, Mrs. Bremerton asks her to keep Mikey safe until the firemen arrive. Davina's gaze hardens as she overhears the callous remarks of the wealthy guests watching the tragedy unfold. A man and woman speculate on the target of the arson, noting that the dawn is usually much harder to reach. The woman smiles darkly, commenting to the group that the attack could have just as easily been for any of them. Following several loud siren soundings, Adam leaves to open the main gates for the approaching emergency vehicles. Following a loud spray sounding, the fire crew begins their desperate attempt to save the Grand Angelini estate. Cassiel remarks on the tragic loss of the house, prompting a sharp, angry retort from the weary Davina. Following a thoughtful hum sounding, the brown-haired man admits he doesn't truly care about the lives lost in the fire. The brown-haired man laughs about a wasted gift for his cousin as the red-haired woman listens skeptically. Following a sudden, sharp glare sounding, Mikey screams for his father while the man mocks Gabriel's hair color. Tears well in Mikey's eyes as he screams for his father amidst the smoke of the burning estate. Following a sudden, wet spray sounding, the bloodied Gabriel staggers out, supported by Nico and Val. Following a sudden, heavy sob sounding, Mikey sprints into Gabriel's arms, relieved his father survived the inferno. Clinging to his son, Gabriel demands to know why Davina failed to answer her phone during the emergency. Davina stands in silence, watching the remains of the estate smolder against the dark, smoke-filled night sky. The brown-haired man defends Davina, reminding his cousin that she risked everything to save the boy. Gabriel looks at Davina with silent gratitude as he holds the sleeping Mikey close to his chest. Davina promises to maintain communication next time, her expression softening as Gabriel processes the night's harrowing events. Davina's internal monologue reflects her fading reservations, realizing she is now deeply emotionally invested in their survival. Standing amidst the smoke, Davina resolves to protect Gabriel and Mikey, acknowledging the weight of her choice. Davina and Gabriel share a meaningful glance, both promising to perform better when the next crisis inevitably arrives. Following a sudden, sharp hiss sounding, Val warns Gabriel that his bleeding head wound needs immediate medical attention. Following a sudden, pained wince sounding, Nico and Val tease Gabriel about his panicked attempt to enter the garage. The brown-haired man suggests Gabriel lacks trust, but Davina defends the father's desperate actions during the crisis. Following a sudden, dark shudder sounding, the man vehemently rejects the idea of ever having children of his own. The man notes with a sly smile that Davina's bravery makes her a valuable asset to the family. Davina watches him walk away, her mind racing as he cryptically hints at Gabriel's true feelings for her. Nico offers Davina a new job opportunity, though he warns it won't offer an escape from their world. Nico delivers a stern warning, telling Davina to commit fully or leave before things get even more dangerous. Looking at the survivors, Davina realizes she has already crossed a line, and it's too late to turn back. With her hand over her heart, Davina makes the final, internal decision to stay and see this through. Following a sudden, loud startle sounding, Ina interrupts the group to begin the grim task of salvaging their belongings. Nico and Davina snap into a quick salute, responding with a unified cry of obedience to Ina's command. Following a sudden, sharp tear sounding, Davina rips her red dress to tie her hair back for work. Standing in her tattered dress, Davina prepares for a long night of searching through the wreckage of the mansion. Davina discovers the charred remains of Mikey's duck toy among the debris, her heart sinking for the boy. Following a sudden, low creak sounding, a masked Davina enters a ruined room to search for more salvageable items. Following a sudden, metallic click sounding, Davina is relieved to find her case and a spare uniform survived. Davina ventures deeper into the darkness, hoping to find any other significant items that might have escaped the flames. Following a sudden, bright glint sounding, Davina's eyes catch a reflection coming from deep within the shadows. Following a sudden, heavy shift sounding, Davina discovers a hidden metal safe tucked away in the corner of the room. Staring through her mask, Davina realizes she has found a potentially vital secret hidden within the ruins tonight. Davina wonders if the heavy safe contains the family's passports or large sums of cash as she inspects it. Following a sudden rhythmic whir sounding, Davina begins manipulating the safe's dial, attempting to guess the secret code. Following a sudden, quick spin sounding, Davina tries using Gabriel's and Mikey's birthdays, but the safe remains locked. Davina considers more personal dates, feeling a sense of guilt as she tries to crack the family's private security. Davina sighs in frustration as none of the obvious combinations work, leaving the mysterious contents of the safe unreachable. Val suddenly appears in the ruined doorway, questioning Davina's presence in the room with an authoritative crossing of arms. Davina quickly fabricates an excuse, claiming she was merely checking the safe's integrity while pretending it was too heavy. Val reveals the boss sent her specifically for the safe, asserting her knowledge of the code to Davina. Davina offers to help downstairs, making a quick exit while Val stands ready to retrieve the boss's items. Val watches Davina leave with a narrowed gaze, her intuition telling her that the nanny is hiding something. Outside, Gabriel reviews the extensive losses with Ina while Mikey sits huddled in a blanket at his feet. Davina approaches with a somber expression, presenting the burnt remains of the duck plushie to the mourning boy. Mikey gazes down at his ruined companion in shock, devastated that they were forced to leave it behind. Following a sudden, pained wince sounding, Davina apologizes, explaining she had to prioritize Mikey's life over his toy. Mikey looks up with tear-filled eyes, asking why everyone he cares about always ends up getting hurt. Following a sudden, soft sniff sounding, Gabriel comforts his son, promising a proper service for his loyal companion. Nico and Val report to Gabriel that the estate has been thoroughly cleared of all remaining traces. Nico explains they destroyed all electronics after stripping the hard drives to erase any recoverable data. Davina watches them, realizing the family is meticulously erasing evidence of their illicit activities from the house. While Davina considers the safe, the man in glasses informs Gabriel that guests are already at hotels. The man in glasses notes Gabriel's uncle went home, while Mikey stands nearby huddled in a blanket. Nico asks about their own lodging, and the man in glasses confirms suites at Le Grand Palais. Mikey excitedly asks about the park, which the man in glasses says is visible from his window. Davina is startled by the hotel news, and Gabriel notices her confusion with a quick, silent glance. Gabriel informs Davina they aren't returning to Venice as their plans are far too advanced now. Inside a luxury car, a driver informs a bearded, white-haired man that he has an incoming call. A blonde woman appears on a monitor, greeting the boss and asking how the party went tonight. The bearded boss smiles ominously, describing the destructive events at the estate as a sizzling success. The boss asks if the hacker was identified, but the woman reports it was just an overzealous hire. The blonde woman dismisses Nico and Val as incompetent hackers who couldn't escape a designer bag. Following a sudden, rhythmic top sounding, the boss listens as the woman identifies the nanny as unvetted. The blonde woman narrows her eyes, promising to dig deeper into Davina's background to uncover her secrets. The scene shifts to the Le Grand Palais Hotel, where the group finally arrives for the night. A nervous manager welcomes them, but Nico brusquely tells them Gabriel will speak with him tomorrow. Nico and Val loom over the terrified manager, demanding every accommodation, while Gabriel takes Mikey upstairs. Davina stands in the center of the hotel lobby, awestruck by its overwhelming luxury and gleaming surfaces. Davina finds the hotel excessive, but the man in glasses says they stay until the annex is rebuilt. Ina gives instructions to the staff and tells the man in glasses to rest after his long night. Ina hands a key card to a smiling Davina, indicating she has a specific assignment for the night. Following a soft, clearing ahem sounding, Ina informs Davina she'll be sharing the penthouse suite with Mikey. Davina's eyes widen in disbelief as she processes the news of staying in the elite penthouse suite. Davina worries about the security of living in a hotel, while Nico and Val pressure the management. Davina resolves to stay close to Mikey, sensing his fear of losing security like he lost his mother. Following a sudden double knock sounding, Davina checks on Mikey at his bedroom door. Following a sudden wide swing sounding, a shirtless Gabriel opens the door, leaving Davina completely startled. Gabriel invites her in, acknowledging her exhaustion while a confused Davina searches for Mikey's room. Davina realizes Ina deliberately misrepresented the living situation to put her in close quarters with Gabriel. As she enters the suite, Davina processes the reality of living with just Gabriel and Mikey.
Davina suggests taking a different room, but Gabriel insists she stays close to ensure Mikey's safety.
Davina blushes deeply at the shared bathroom situation as Gabriel welcomes her to their temporary home. Tucking Mikey in, Davina reassures the boy that the hotel's fire alarms are fully functional and safe. Following a sudden, soft snort sounding, Davina jokingly offers to test the curtains with fire to make Mikey laugh. Davina's expression turns intense as she promises Mikey she would do anything to keep him protected. Mikey thanks Davina and drifts off as she quietly wishes him a good night. Following a sudden metallic snick sounding, an exhausted Davina heads to the bathroom for a late shower. Davina enters the bathroom with a robe, hoping the sound of water won't wake anyone up. Following a steady, heavy shh sounding, Davina sighs with relief as the water washes away the soot. Relaxing in her robe, Davina brushes her hair and admires the hotel despite her many scratches. Davina begins to relax until she is suddenly interrupted when Gabriel calls her name from the doorway. A shirtless Gabriel enters with a first aid kit, wanting to tend to Davina's neglected wounds. Davina insists her cuts aren't serious, but she remains visibly flustered by Gabriel's presence. Gabriel asks to bandage her injuries, calling it the least he can do for saving his son. Gabriel kneels to treat Davina's legs, expressing his gratitude and apologizing for his earlier harshness. Following a sudden, heavy tremor sounding, Gabriel's hands shake as he recalls his helplessness during the fire. Davina reassures Gabriel that she would never have abandoned Mikey, regardless of their past. Davina reveals her personal connection to his trauma, explaining someone once pulled her from a burning house too. Davina reaffirms her total commitment to her assignment, vowing that every action she takes is for Mikey's benefit. Gabriel finishes tending to Davina's injuries, and she offers a small, grateful smile while thanking him for his care. Following a sudden, quick cinch sounding, Gabriel finishes tying the bandages around Davina's legs with practiced and gentle efficiency. Gabriel suggests they both get some rest, but Davina stops him, indicating she has one more matter to discuss. Gabriel presents a small key to Davina, who looks at it with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Gabriel explains the key is for her bedroom door to ensure her privacy, leaving Davina feeling flustered and blushing.
Davina and Gabriel are taken aback as a memory of Nico reveals he carries his knives even into the shower.
Gabriel bids her a final goodnight before walking away, leaving a dazed Davina to question her current life choices. Despite her overwhelming exhaustion, Davina remains resolved to continue working through the night to ensure Mikey's safety is absolute. Davina sets up her laptop, determined to find vulnerabilities in the hotel's security system before any potential threats can strike. Following a sudden, rhythmic click-clack sounding, Davina successfully accesses the hotel's camera feeds and identifies all the entrance guards.
Davina realizes the staff can be vetted, but the unpredictable nature of other hotel guests remains a significant security risk. Her gaze hardens with protective intent as Davina decides that Mikey must never leave the suite without her direct supervision.
Following a sudden double tap sounding, Davina tries to coax Mikey out for lunch while he complains about the gift shop clothes. Gabriel, Nico, and Val arrive in their formal attire, and Davina confirms their presence to the stubborn boy inside the room. Mikey finally emerges dressed in a sweater vest and shorts, blushing deeply while begging his father to let him stay inside. Nico mocks Mikey's adorable appearance, drawing a furious glare from the boy, while Gabriel explains why they don't have a suit. Gabriel laughs off the boy's anger, explaining that Mikey's recent growth spurt has rendered his old custom-tailored suits completely useless. Following a sudden, sharp twitch sounding, Davina offers new shoes, while Mikey scoffs at the fashion choices available at the hotel. Following a sudden, pained grunt sounding, Mikey struggles with his shoes, while the adults discuss staking out various new businesses. Gabriel informs Davina that Val will take the lead in investigating whether other families were involved in the recent fire. Davina prepares to take Mikey out, promising him a meal and a shopping trip to any store he desires. Time passes in a blur as Davina carries a mountain of bags while an exhausted Mikey trudges along behind her. Following a sudden metallic swing sounding, they return to the suite with Mikey excitedly showing off his collection of new ties.
Gabriel looks up from his work, surprised by their quick return, while Mikey marches proudly past in his new suit. Davina sheepishly explains they paid double the price for a rush service to get Mikey's clothes tailored so quickly. Mikey confidently announces his intention to resume his social calendar, specifically wanting to return to his art class immediately. Gabriel shuts down the request instantly, declaring that the class is compromised and far too dangerous for them right now. Davina suggests finding a different school, but Mikey insists on seeing Louis, explaining to Gabriel that Louis is his classmate. Mikey crosses his arms with a serious expression, claiming that Louis is lost without his guidance in the world. Davina proposes inviting Louis over for a playdate at the hotel's rooftop pool as a safe alternative for them. Mikey's eyes light up with joy as he realizes he'll need a new swimsuit and a floaty for the pool. Gabriel inquires about Louis's background, and he is visibly skeptical when Mikey casually mentions that the boys' family are dentists. Gabriel eventually gives his approval, and Davina watches him with a quiet, observant look before they prepare for the guests. Davina and Mikey wait patiently in the grand hotel lobby for their guests to arrive for the scheduled playdate. Louis runs excitedly toward Mikey while his mother follows closely behind, relieved to see the boys reunited after the fire. Davina introduces herself to the mother, Anna, who expresses how much Louis has missed having Mikey in their art class. Louis presents Mikey with a new rubber ducky as a gift, knowing Mikey lost his original one in the mansion fire. Mikey accepts the gift with a cool demeanor, joking that the hotel neglected to provide one for their suite's bathtub. Anna is visibly shocked when Davina invites them up to the elite penthouse suite for the boys to change clothes. The group reaches the rooftop pool, where the boys splash around while Davina is surprised by a familiar voice nearby. Nico lounges on a deck chair with a drink, casually greeting Davina while he enjoys the sun in his swim trunks. Nico adjusts his sunglasses and smirkily explains that it is officially pool day for the entire family security team. Nico reveals that the boss is working with Val because the current investigation requires more subtlety than his talents provide. Davina laughs at the idea of Nico being unsubtle, finding his self-aware sense of humor genuinely amusing for a change. Nico leans back, explaining that his presence is often viewed as unnecessary intimidation during sensitive information-gathering missions. Following a sudden, wet splash sounding, Davina watches the children play while Nico takes a long, refreshing gulp of his drink. Nico's expression turns serious as he stands up, deciding that Davina deserves to know the truth about their current situation. Nico leans in close to reveal that the fire was likely an inside job orchestrated by someone in the family. Following a sudden, heavy splash sounding, Davina wonders if the same group responsible for her own tragedy is now targeting Mikey. Anna approaches Davina with a nervous blush, asking to borrow the penthouse keycard for a quick restroom break. Mikey waves enthusiastically from the water, calling for Davina to join their pool game while she finishes her conversation. Davina hands over the key while keeping a watchful eye on the boys, her instincts beginning to tingle with suspicion. As she walks past, a shirtless Nico observes the exchange through his sunglasses, sensing that something is slightly amiss. The children splash around joyfully in the rooftop pool, while Davina plays along, momentarily masking her growing concern for security. Mikey laughs as Davina pretends to be a shark, though her thoughts remain focused on Anna's unusually long absence. Davina pauses mid-swim, her expression turning serious as she realizes the nanny has been gone far longer than necessary. Telling the boys to continue their game, Davina climbs out of the pool to investigate the nanny's suspicious behavior. Davina asks Nico to supervise the children while she requests a spare key to check on the penthouse suite. Nico confirms he shares her paranoid feeling, explaining that such protective instincts are often the most important tools available. Nico makes a quick phone call to coordinate backup while Davina prepares to confront whatever is happening inside the suite. Rushing up the stairs, Davina desperately hopes her intuition about the nanny's potential betrayal is wrong as she reaches the door. Following a sudden, quick snick sounding, Davina cautiously opens the door to the elite penthouse suite to find it eerily quiet. Davina creeps through the hallway with silent precision, following her training to catch any potential intruder completely off guard. Following a sudden, wide swing sounding, Davina bursts into the room and catches a half-dressed Anna in a compromising position.
Ignoring the woman's flimsy excuses about being lost, Davina forcefully shoves Anna against the door and locks it securely.
Following a sudden, quick snatch sounding, Davina seizes the nanny's bag to uncover the true purpose of her unauthorized visit.
Anna trembles with fear as she realizes she has been caught, pleading with Davina to listen before things escalate further. Professional tools and surveillance equipment scattered on the floor confirm that the nanny is far more than a simple caretaker.
Davina holds up a listening device, demanding to know how many more bugs Anna has planted throughout Mikey's private room. Activating her specialized nanny vision, Davina's eyes glow with focus as she begins a systematic sweep for any hidden electronic threats. Her sharp eyes identify several vulnerabilities, including a shifted alarm clock, a bugged smoke alarm, and a decoy wall socket. Following a sudden double knock sounding, Davina looks at the dismantled equipment with disgust, furious that a child was targeted. Nico joins her in the room, taking in the evidence while Davina explains the extent of the nanny's surveillance operation. Nico prepares to escort the sobbing woman to Gabriel's room for questioning, unmoved by her desperate and repetitive claims of innocence. Following a sudden, firm grab sounding, Nico hauls the woman away, while Davina considers whether young Lewis was involved. Nico reminds Davina that while the boy is likely innocent, her failure to watch the nanny allowed this breach. Following a sudden, heavy drag sounding, Nico leads the woman away, leaving Davina to process the betrayal in the silence. Davina hides her internal turmoil behind a bright smile, returning to the pool with frozen treats for the excited boys. While the boys enjoy their popsicles, Davina quietly informs a concerned hotel staffer that Nico is handling a security matter. Louis expresses his gratitude for the wonderful playdate, unaware that his mother's employee has just been captured as a spy. Mikey runs to greet his father as Gabriel and his team arrive, the atmosphere thick with the tension of the capture. Nico reveals that the nanny confessed immediately, though she remains ignorant of the true identity of her mysterious employer. The group is stunned into silence when the true mastermind is revealed to be none other than Louis's own mother. Madame Levine makes a grand entrance, elegantly dressed and asserting her authority over the situation with a chillingly calm demeanor. Gabriel confronts the woman, realizing he completely underestimated the boy's lineage and the danger Madame Levine represents to his family. Davina and Nico exchange a look of pure shock as they realize they are standing before the leader of the French mob. Madame Levine scoffs at the dentist cover story, admitting that her husband's medical profession is merely a front for their operations. Nico explains the dark reality of the Levine family's monopoly on the illegal drug market through their dental supply chain. Gabriel remains cold and unyielding, demanding to know why she would breach their neutral territory by bugging his son's room. A bound and gagged Anna whimpers in the corner, a stark reminder of the consequences of failing a woman like Levine. Gabriel demands satisfaction for the insult to his house, but Madame Levine remains entirely unfazed by the threat of violence. With a dismissive wave, the mob leader tells Gabriel he is free to keep the failed nanny for whatever purpose. Gabriel turns away with utter contempt, refusing to accept the woman as a peace offering after such a blatant violation. Madame Levine justifies her surveillance as a natural response to Gabriel bringing his business into her city without any permission. She warns Gabriel against being naive, pointing out that their world leaves no room for trust or unmonitored alliances. Surrounded by an aura of metaphorical fire, Madame Levine reminds Gabriel that she owns this city and its dark secrets. Louis waves a cheerful goodbye as his mother leads him away, the children remaining blissfully unaware of the deadly power struggle. Gabriel uses the moment as a grim lesson for Mikey about the dangers of making assumptions in their dangerous world. Gabriel gently guides Mikey back to his room, instructing him to prepare for dinner while the boy clutches his new toy. Nico suggests disposing of the spy, while Val offers to sweep the suite for more hidden bugs, receiving Gabriel's approval. Gabriel watches as Nico hauls the bound woman away, his attention then turning back toward the red-haired nanny. Gabriel reminds Davina that her role is to protect Mikey, not expose him to more dangerous criminal elements. Davina tries to apologize, but Gabriel interrupts her, using her name to command her full and immediate attention. Gabriel reveals he was merely teasing her,
his intense gaze softening as a slight, playful smirk touches his lips. Commending her skill, Gabriel admits the other nanny wasn't on Davina's level, before suggesting they take Mikey to dinner.
Gabriel expresses a desire to hear all about Mikey's afternoon as they prepare to head downstairs for their meal.
The family arrives at the restaurant, where a waiter welcomes Monsieur Angelini to their reserved table for the evening.
Mikey rudely rejects the children's menu, insisting on an adult portion of filet mignon instead of the typical offerings. Despite the waiter's hesitation about the portion size, Mikey remains firm, demanding his steak be cooked medium with no dressing. Davina notes that Mikey hasn't finished his steak the last few times, but the boy defiantly stands by his choice. Gabriel steps in to settle the dispute, ordering a filet to share along with a side of lyonnaise potatoes. Davina orders coq au vin and macaroni, but a disgruntled Mikey quickly clarifies that the pasta is actually for him. Following a sudden rhythmic scratch sounding, Davina observes Mikey drawing, noting that he seems entirely unbothered by the day's events. Davina's gaze drifts to the shadowy figures around them, her mind heavy with the realization that anyone could be an enemy. She contemplates what is truly best for Mikey, fearing that exposing him to the world only increases his constant danger. Watching Gabriel, Davina realizes she can never truly guess what he is thinking beneath his calm and unconcerned facade. Davina is taken aback when Gabriel suddenly asks about the fire she mentioned previously, wondering why he'd bring it up now. Gabriel asks for the specific timing of her past tragedy, while Mikey continues to focus on his sketchbook at the table. Davina regrets ever mentioning the fire, realizing Gabriel hadn't forgotten a single detail of her story, despite the passing time. She feels cornered, realizing Gabriel waited for this public moment to pressure her for the truth about her traumatic history. Mikey looks up from his drawing, asking if her house burned down too, making it impossible for Davina to deflect. Following a sudden, deep inhale sounding, Davina admits she lost her home to a fire, saved only by her own nanny. A distant look enters Davina's eyes as she recounts the survival of her past, the memories still burning bright within her. Mikey looks down at his drawing of a bird, remarking that Davina saved him just like her nanny once saved her. Mikey asks if she lost all her things as well, and Davina confirms she lost everything she owned in that blaze. Gabriel watches intently as Davina trembles, the weight of her shared confession hanging heavy in the air between them all. Davina comforts Mikey, explaining that she picked up the pieces just as he will, promising him a new home soon. Mikey excitedly requests an art studio in the new house, prompting Gabriel to question where such a room would fit. The boy logically points out that since the library's books burned, they can simply repurpose that space for his art. Davina laughs and ruffles Mikey's hair, playfully calling him a silly boy while reminding him that books are still essential. Following a sudden, quick stab sounding, Mikey negotiates for a corner of art books and a duck pond in the backyard. Gabriel agrees to inform the architect, while Davina wonders if he manipulated this entire conversation just to test her honesty. Following a sudden, quiet chew sounding, Davina realizes her affection for the boy is a visible weakness that Gabriel might exploit. Gabriel's cold expression remains fixed as he decides not to expect fairness in their dangerous world, leaving Davina feeling unsettled. The waiter bids the family a wonderful evening as they leave the restaurant, the formal dinner finally coming to a close. Back in the room, Davina assures Mikey that his new suite is clean and free of any electronic surveillance bugs. Mikey carefully sets his gift ducky on the pillow, preparing for bed after the long and emotionally taxing day. The boy suddenly stops and asks if Louis is really his friend, catching Davina off guard with his genuine uncertainty. Davina gently explains that parentage shouldn't dictate friendship, even though family must always come first in their complicated lives. Mikey mumbles in agreement as he drifts off to sleep, Davina's comforting hand resting softly against his blonde hair. Following a sudden, soft click sounding, Davina leaves the room, realizing Mikey was more affected by the day than he let on. Following a sudden, sharp clink sounding, Gabriel prepares a drink as Davina approaches him with a serious and determined expression. Following a sudden, steady pour sounding, Davina requests a private word with Gabriel,
to discuss Mikey's future and her concerns. Gabriel listens intently, his glass in hand, as Davina brings up the night in the garden and his ultimate plans. Davina demands to know what Gabriel truly wants for his son, refusing to make any more assumptions about his motives. Looking deep into Gabriel's eyes, Davina asks him to be clear about the path he has chosen for young Mikey's life. Gabriel explains he has many plans, but his true feelings for Mikey are better described as a simple, heartfelt wish. Following a sudden, final clink sounding, Gabriel sets his glass down, promising to share his truth with her alone. Following a sudden, sharp inhale sounding, Gabriel leans in close to whisper that his only wish is for his son's freedom. Gabriel leans in close to Davina, questioning her vision for Mikey's future and the role models he needs. Gazing out at the city, Gabriel admits he wants Mikey to have a real life full of choices and opportunities. Davina looks at Gabriel with skepticism, questioning if he ever truly had the freedom to choose his own path. Gabriel offers a weary smile, admitting Mikey would likely choose to follow in his father's dangerous footsteps for now. Gabriel turns away, pondering the difficult conundrum of keeping his son safe while allowing him to be truly free. He looks back at Davina, declaring that she is the essential key to helping him solve this impossible problem. Gabriel touches the glass, explaining that Davina's influence is needed to distance Mikey from the darker elements of their world. Leaning heavily against the window, Gabriel pleads with Davina to show his son that another path in life exists. Davina observes Gabriel's intense focus, noting that he carefully avoids speaking out directly against the Mafia's core existence. With her eyes closed, Davina solemnly promises to do everything in her power to protect Mikey from this life. Davina lingers by the window, her mind racing with the weight of the massive responsibility she has just accepted. Her hand tentatively reaches toward Gabriel's back, a moment of silent comfort that she hesitates to fully commit to. Following a sudden, sharp buzz sounding, Gabriel's phone vibrates in his pocket, breaking the heavy silence of the room. Gabriel answers the call, greeting a man named Xiao Tu and confirming that a previous message was received. Gabriel walks away to discuss a lucrative business opportunity, leaving Davina alone to clutch her chest in quiet distress. Davina's face is partially obscured by shadows as she listens to the cold, professional tone of Gabriel's ongoing conversation. She stares at her own reflection in the darkened window, her expression hardening with a sense of grim, lonely determination. Holding the phone to his ear, Gabriel turns back to Davina to ensure she is still paying close attention. Gabriel requests Davina's presence for a meeting the following morning, and she formally agrees to provide her necessary input. Alone in the dim light, Davina despairs, feeling that Gabriel has already made his choice to stay in darkness. She resolves to focus entirely on Mikey, believing he is the only member of the family who can be saved. Following a sudden, quick scribble sounding, Davina helps Mikey compile a detailed list of art supplies to replace his lost ones. Davina offers a bright smile and practical advice as Mikey enthusiastically plans his new watercolor and art collection. Gabriel and his team arrive as Mikey proudly presents a massive, scrolling list of every item destroyed in the fire. Gabriel examines the long list, questioning why the boy would possibly need 2 aprons for his new hobby. Mikey hopes to share his art with Louis, but Gabriel warns him not to expect friendship amidst such high tensions. Nico glares at the boy's optimism, while Mikey dismissively insists they are not a threat to the Levine operations. Davina suggests taking Mikey shopping after lunch, noting that Gabriel likely has new security measures to discuss privately. Gabriel decides Nico can handle the shopping trip, insisting that Davina is actually needed for the upcoming security meeting. Davina ruffles Mikey's hair while mentally preparing to use this meeting as a chance to further distance the boy. Davina puts on a technical performance, pretending to carefully calculate complex camera angles to keep up the helpful facade. Mikey looks on with utter confusion as Gabriel watches the nanny's elaborate ruse with a subtle, knowing smirk. Nico takes Mikey away to avoid the boring technical diagrams, just as Davina and Gabriel had subtly intended. Once the boy is gone, Gabriel and Val commend Davina for her convincing performance during the security destruction. Davina immediately drops the act, crossing her arms and demanding to know the true purpose of this private gathering. Gabriel reveals that they are indeed discussing angles, but they are the strategic angles of their next illegal operation. Val leans in with a sharp gaze, assuming they are focusing on the tactical aspects of their business expansion. Gabriel declares his intent to sabotage Madame Levine's operations as a direct consequence for the bugs in Mikey's room. Davina is horrified, questioning why Gabriel would choose to provoke the French mob so soon after their explicit warning. Following a sudden rhythmic tap sounding, Gabriel insists that the French provoked him first and must now face the consequences. Val listens intently as the group begins to discuss the specific play they will use to disrupt Levine's business. Gabriel reveals he has contacted a triad negotiator named Xiao Tu, also known as Bunny, to facilitate his plan. Gabriel explains he will underbid the French mob's luxury goods contracts to steal their business with the Chinese triad.
Val is surprised as Gabriel offers genuine Italian products to the triad, providing a superior alternative to local counterfeits.
Davina contemplates the complex cycle of manufacturing parts and counterfeit kickbacks that sustains the French mob's regional power. Davina points out the financial risk, noting that Gabriel would have to endure a serious loss to cut Levine out. Gabriel remains unbothered, accepting a short-term financial hit in order to secure the crucial triad connection in Lyon. Following a sudden, steady drum sounding from Val's fingers, Gabriel hints at a second, more personal angle of attack. Gabriel turns his gaze toward Davina, revealing that her unique expertise is the real reason she is at this table. Davina flatly refuses to hack the French mob, but Gabriel claims he only wishes to pick her well-informed brain. Gabriel leans in, questioning Davina about whether the local criminal world uses cryptocurrency for money laundering.
Davina dismisses crypto as too regulated, suggesting that online gaming is a far more popular and effective method.
She explains the process of converting dirty money into rare digital skins before selling them back for legitimate currency. The dark-skinned woman joins the conversation, noting that Madame Levine prefers traditional, more sophisticated business methods. Gabriel remains skeptical, observing that Levine lacks the necessary legitimate businesses to launder such a massive amount of cash.
When Davina suggests casinos, the associate explains that Levine finds gambling too low-class for her personal tastes.
Thinking carefully, the red-haired Davina wonders if Levine might be utilizing high-end art galleries for her laundering operations. Following a sudden, sharp snap sounding, the associate confirms Levine owns the House of Light, specializing in art laundering. Gabriel thanks Davina for her insight while she prepares to tidy Mikey's room before the young boy returns. Alone with her thoughts, Davina questions if helping Gabriel provoke a powerful figure like Levine was the right choice. She worries about being a role model for Mikey while secretly assisting his father's dangerous and violent professional life. Davina concludes that protecting Mikey's future necessitates helping Gabriel stay several steps ahead of their many enemies. Despite the warnings, Davina stares at a mental image of Levine, still unconvinced the woman poses a genuine threat. Following a sudden, soft sounding, Davina turns as the dark-skinned woman calls out her name from across the room. The woman claims she is recreating lost files and casually asks Davina for her last name to update their records. Davina grows instantly suspicious, questioning why such a specific detail is suddenly required for a simple personnel file.
She notes that she doesn't know the last names of the other team members, further fueling her growing apprehension.
After a tense pause, Davina finally reveals her last name is Bonetti, which the associate acknowledges with a satisfied nod. Watching the woman walk away, Davina is certain that the associate is hiding an ulterior motive regarding her background. The scene shifts as the trio walks together, with Mikey excitedly discussing his recent haul of expensive new art supplies. Mikey's happy chatter stops abruptly when he realizes something is missing, his expression turning to one of pure shock. Following a sudden metallic clink sounding, Davina drops into a defensive stance, ready to strike any potential hidden threat. The tension breaks when Mikey reveals he simply forgot his sketchbook upstairs, leaving Davina feeling slightly embarrassed by her reaction. Gabriel chuckles and offers to retrieve the book, while a nearby waiter watches Davina's aggressive combat stance with bewilderment. Gabriel teases her about her impressive reflexes, but Davina remains annoyed by his playful attempt at humor. Gabriel insists his compliment was genuine, causing the flustered Davina to blush as she tries to hide her discomfort.
Following a sudden mechanical ding sounding, Davina stands in the elevator, lamenting how awkward her interactions with the Dawn have become.
Entering the suite, Davina begins searching through the mountain of new supplies to find Mikey's elusive sketchbook.
Following a sudden, sharp pause sounding, Davina freezes, her instincts screaming that she is no longer alone in the room.
Nearby, Nico and the associate discuss the danger of Gabriel's bold strategy to strike at their enemy's financial roots. The woman fears the plan will backfire, while Nico wonders if Gabriel is intentionally sabotaging his own success. Nico admits he thinks Gabriel is being reckless, pushing his luck further than is safe for the entire group.
They speculate on the growing distance between Gabriel and the organization's leadership, noting their many unresolved conflicts.
Nico starts to mention a dark past event, but the woman sharply silences him as a bloody, ghostly image flickers behind her.
Visibly shaken, the woman covers her mouth while Nico insists that Gabriel is fully aware of the risks he takes. They emphasize that Gabriel's calculated actions always have a hidden purpose, especially when it concerns his young son's safety.
Following a sudden, thoughtful, sounding, Nico senses something is amiss and turns his attention toward the nearby door.
Hiding just out of sight, Davina realizes she has overheard sensitive information, her heart racing as she whispers a curse.
Following a sudden, heavy swing and rummage sounding, Nico throws the door open and finds Davina standing in the room.
Following a sudden, loud bump sounding, Davina fakes a startled reaction, claiming she was just looking for Mikey's missing sketchbook. As she tries to leave, Nico stops her with a cryptic warning about the dangerous weeks that lie ahead for them.
Davina walks away with the book, unaware that the two associates are watching her every move with deep suspicion.
Nico and the woman assume Davina heard their conversation, wondering how much of their secret past she now understands.
While Gabriel has placed his trust in the red-haired woman, the dark-skinned associate remains entirely unconvinced of her loyalty. The associate gazes coldly after Davina, determined to uncover what the mysterious woman is truly planning to do. Later, Davina and Mikey bond over a shared drawing session, and she asks him what he would be if he had a choice.
Following a sudden, quiet pause sounding, Davina shows Mikey a sketch of himself as an astronaut exploring the moon.
Mikey calls the question foolish, but Davina encourages him to imagine a peaceful life as a normal boy in Catalonia.
Mikey asks about his father's role in this fantasy, and Davina playfully suggests Gabriel would be a master chocolatier.
Mikey takes the idea seriously, deciding that he would spend his time helping his father supply the finest cocoa beans.
Mikey imagines conquering global bean farms for a chocolate monopoly, much to Davina's growing concern for his mindset. Mikey's ambitious plan to triple prices catches Davina off guard as she watches him closely with a weary sigh.
Mikey firmly rejects the idea of a new mother, leaving Davina visibly stunned and saddened by his blunt declaration.
Following a sudden, firm clench sounding, Mikey grips his pencil while recalling his late mother's very similar advice. In a heart-wrenching flashback, Mikey's mother encourages him to find interests beyond their dangerous and violent mafia lifestyle. She passionately argues that her young son deserves a real life far away from the family's criminal vipers.
Davina realizes that Mikey's current hostility stems from the tragic and mysterious disappearance of his beloved mother.
Mikey continues to sketch in silence while Davina contemplates the darker hints regarding his mother's true fate. Mikey quotes his uncle's distrust of outsiders, prompting Davina to worry about the boy's internal guilt and fears.
Davina leans forward, gently assuring the blonde boy that the tragedies of the past were never his fault.
Following a sudden, sharp flinch sounding, Mikey shouts in denial, insisting that his trauma won't change his future.
With intense determination, Mikey declares his path to becoming the family's future protector and his father's best underboss.
Mikey storms away from the table, warning Davina not to interfere with his chosen path in the Mafia. While picking up dropped pencils, Davina realizes that she and Mikey's late mother shared the exact same goal.
Davina enters the elevator, her mind racing with the sinister implications of Gabriel's secret plan for his son. Gabriel works tirelessly on his laptop as the quiet night passes in a blur of focused, solitary effort.
Following a sudden, sharp slap sounding, Val slams a folder down, demanding Gabriel's full attention regarding the nanny.
Val crosses her arms and questions Gabriel about Davina's true identity, deeply suspicious of her hidden, empty past.
Gabriel admits Davina's background is paper-thin, providing almost no information for his team to verify her story.
Val searches for an inside angle linking Davina to the fire, but Gabriel remains firm in her defense. Val argues that Gabriel cannot be sure of the girl's innocence given the suspicious timing of the fire. Val details how Davina's rescue of Mikey cemented her position of trust within their highly paranoid family.
Val suggests Davina could be a plant from a rival syndicate, but Gabriel sternly orders her to sit. Following a sudden, heavy huff sounding, Val sits back, visibly annoyed by Gabriel's refusal to listen to reason.
Gabriel reveals he chose Davina personally before she ever officially applied to the elite academy for her role.
Gabriel reviews Davina's honors in cybersecurity, noting that he did perform a basic background check on her. Val argues that the total lack of red flags is a suspicious red flag in the criminal world.
Val points out the oddities in Davina's history, including her lack of kin and non-existent digital footprint.
Gabriel calmly admits that he chose Davina specifically for the very reasons Val finds so incredibly suspicious. Val is completely caught off guard by Gabriel's admission, struggling to comprehend his dangerous and cold logic.
Gabriel somberly discusses the possibility of Davina dying or needing to disappear from their lives if necessary. Val calls the plan cold, but Gabriel insists Davina has already faced the world's harsh and cruel realities.
Gabriel explains he needed someone who could truly empathize with the intense trauma young Mikey has endured. Val warns Gabriel not to be blinded by Davina's sad routine, insisting she remains a dangerous outsider. Gabriel admits he has secrets he cannot share, watching Val as she prepares to leave the dark room. Following a sudden, frustrated sounding, Val finds the red-haired Nico and vents her anger about the boss. Val repeatedly presses the elevator button while Nico questions if she has finished her investigation into the nanny. Nico suggests consulting the Wizard, a skilled hacker, despite Val's personal dislike for the fashionably challenged man.
Val stiffens as Nico asks if she's worried about being wrong about Davina's true, hidden intentions.
Following a sudden, sharp ding sounding, Nico presses for a decision, questioning her certainty as they prepare to act. Following a sudden, quick take sounding, Val grabs the phone to contact the mysterious and weird cyber specialist. Davina and Mikey pass Val and Nico in the hallway, a moment of silent, mutual tension between them.
Gabriel and Nico walk through the city, with Nico praising his colorful floral shirt as perfect camouflage.
Nico strikes a confident pose in his tourist outfit, enjoying the brief distraction from their usual dangerous work. Following a sudden, smooth spin sounding, Nico browses sunglasses while Gabriel enters a nearby candle shop alone. The shopkeeper, a man with glasses and long hair, warmly welcomes Gabriel to Trinity Candles with a smile. The shopkeeper recognizes Gabriel and directs him toward the counter to handle a specific and secret online order. The shopkeeper inquires about a gift box, but Gabriel requests a fast-burning, locally made pillar candle instead.
The man notes the potential cost, while Gabriel signals his willingness to splurge for the right, useful item.
A curious customer interrupts their private conversation to inquire about the sustainability of the shop's specialized candles. The shopkeeper enthusiastically offers diffusers to a blonde customer while Gabriel watches the exchange from the counter. Following a private moment, the shopkeeper expresses deep concern regarding the dangerous and influential people based in Marseille. The shopkeeper explains the heavy trade volume at the port, insisting he cannot risk alienating his most powerful clients. Gabriel presents a small purple bag while warning of an upcoming interruption to the local candle services and deliveries. Following a sudden, sharp tear sounding, Gabriel rips the pouch open as he discusses the necessity of alternative suppliers. Following a sudden, messy spill sounding, Gabriel empties the contents across the table to emphasize the chaos of disruption. Debris falls over the shopkeeper's hair and glasses as he stares at the mess with a grim, stunned expression. Following a sudden, rhythmic sweep sounding, the shopkeeper clears the counter while reluctantly agreeing with Gabriel's cold assessment.
Gabriel encourages the man to watch the situation closely as the shopkeeper voices his desire to avoid any messes. Gabriel leaves while insulting the shop's herbs, prompting the shopkeeper to shout back indignantly about his ancient sage. Outside, Gabriel meets a disguised Nico in a floral shirt, confirming the meeting went well enough for their plans. Gabriel suggests getting ice cream to celebrate, and the relaxed Nico quickly requests a large serving of pistachio.
Following a sudden, repetitive burr sounding, Gabriel's phone vibrates as the cheerful Nico leads the way through town.
Gabriel answers a call from his uncle, providing a report on the wary but sidelined allies in their territory. Gabriel argues that their enemies are already established, dismissing his uncle's warnings about losing sight of the endgame. After finishing the call, Gabriel walks through the city with a firm, solitary resolve to see his mission through.
Back at the hotel, Mikey complains about the poor lighting while Davina works diligently on her laptop nearby.
Following a sudden, quiet tap sounding, Davina continues her secret surveillance while Mikey discusses painting in her room tomorrow. Mikey suggests a room swap, and Davina distractedly hums in agreement while her focus remains entirely on her screen. Davina spots Signora Conte on the security footage, questioning why the housekeeper is making a secret call in the garage. Mikey leans in with a playful grin, suggesting they move to a windowless room for the sake of absolute safety. Following a sudden single top sounding, Davina hides her work by claiming she is merely writing in her personal diary. Mikey becomes enraged when Davina intentionally misidentifies his paints as watercolors, shouting his corrections at her as she types. Mikey shouts in frustration as Davina continues her playful teasing, eventually storming back to his art in a huff.
Davina smirks as Mikey returns to his easel, finally allowing her to resume her serious investigation in complete peace.
Davina focuses on her screen, searching for saved identification numbers to link the suspicious communications she has just discovered. Davina has a sudden epiphany upon realizing that Signora Conte's phone was active during Gabriel's recent secret outings. Davina cross-references Gabriel's movements with the phone records, confirming a perfectly timed pattern of reporting to a Venice contact. Realizing the depth of the betrayal, Davina looks deeply troubled by the confirmation of a spy in their midst. Gabriel returns to the room and is greeted by Davina, who immediately requests a private moment to have a word. Following a sudden, smooth slip sounding, Gabriel removes his coat while attentively listening to the red-haired girl's serious concerns. Davina reveals that she has proof a staff member is reporting his every move to a contact in Venice. Gabriel calmly reveals he already suspected Signora Conte, catching Davina off guard with his total lack of surprise. Gabriel explains he allowed the spy to stay because his uncle feels more comfortable with eyes inside the house. Gabriel notes the housekeeper's skills, while Davina asks how she should handle the situation given his knowledge. Gabriel thanks her for the information, but insists she take no action as he heads toward his bedroom door. Gabriel pauses at the door, turning back to Davina with a new request that immediately catches her attention. Gabriel asks Davina to act as his escort for a high-stakes art auction run by the local French mob. Gabriel explains that Val is currently out of town, leaving an opening for Davina to step into the role. Gabriel emphasizes his need for a trusted ally, while a concerned Davina worries about who will watch over Mikey. Gabriel assures her that Nico and Adam can handle Mikey for one night, leaving Davina with no more excuses. Davina blushes deeply and agrees to the mission as Gabriel leans in close and orders her to be ready. Gabriel promises to handle her attire for the evening, leaving the red-haired woman standing in a state of shock. Later, Davina looks at the dress provided for her, questioning if entering the mob-run auction is truly a wise move. Following a sudden, sharp zip sounding, Davina prepares for the night, expecting a dangerous and mixed crowd ahead. Following a sudden, firm step sounding, Davina puts on her heels, determined to gather intelligence on the Lyon underground. Davina pins her hair back, viewing this mission as a vital step in protecting Mikey from any hidden threats. Dressed in a stunning black gown, Davina realizes she can no longer afford to remain safely on the sidelines. Davina examines an incredibly expensive necklace in a velvet box, feeling overwhelmed by the luxury of Gabriel's provided gift. After choosing a more elegant pendant, Davina smiles at her reflection, fully prepared for the dangerous night ahead. Following a sudden, repetitive knock sounding, the red-haired Davina calls for Mr. Angelini before entering his private suite. Believing Gabriel is in the shower, Davina steps inside with the intention of returning the expensive jewelry box. Davina's attention is captured by a high-tech safe, noting it is far too advanced for a standard hotel room. Intrigued by the security measures, Davina reaches out to the keypad, wondering what secrets are hidden inside the metal. A brief memory of a red-clothed woman handling a silver case flashes through Davina's mind as she investigates the safe. Davina considers attempting to bypass the security with new codes, her past skills as a hacker surfacing in the moment. Gabriel suddenly emerges from the bathroom wearing only a towel, freezing Davina in place with a look of pure shock. Toweling his silver hair, Gabriel demands to know why Davina has entered his room unannounced during his private time. Davina offers the red box, explaining she wanted to return the necklace for safekeeping before they depart for the evening. Gabriel admires her elegant appearance, while Davina expresses her nervous hope that she will make a proper impression tonight. Gabriel dismisses the necklace's value as he accepts the box, allowing Davina to leave so he can finish dressing. Alone again, Gabriel stares at the safe with a lingering suspicion about Davina's true intentions and hidden technical expertise. Fully dressed for the gala, Davina prepares to leave while acknowledging the rowdy boys' night happening in the main room. Following a sudden double pew sounding, Nico and Adam are engrossed in a video game with young Mikey on the sofa. Gabriel instructs Mikey to behave for his guardians while the young boy remains focused on the intense gaming action. Following a sudden, heavy boom sounding, Mikey halts his game with a stern expression, calling out to his father. Gabriel pauses at the door, turning back to see what urgent concern the young boy has before they head out. Mikey gives a protective warning, telling Gabriel and Davina not to stay out too late at the dangerous auction. Davina affectionately pets Mikey's head, promising the boy that she will ensure his father returns home safely tonight. As they walk through the hotel, Gabriel provides tactical instructions to rattle their rivals without causing an all-out war. Gabriel leans in close, ordering Davina to stick by his side regardless of what happens once they enter the gala. Davina smirks at the silver-haired man, playfully reminding him that she is the one tasked with protecting him tonight. In Venice, Val consults with a blonde hacker in a period costume to uncover the truth about Davina's identity. Following a sudden, rhythmic click-clack sounding, the hacker explains that Davina has no digital footprint, calling her an empty shell. Val questions the hacker's reputation when he admits he cannot find any real records on the mysterious red-haired woman. Following a sudden, fast click-clack sounding, the specialist reveals that Davina's parents' death records were faked by non-existent journalists. Val listens intently as the hacker concludes that someone with immense skill completely erased Davina's past before she reached adulthood. The hacker suggests Davina might be the same person currently poking around their own secure servers, shocking the wary Val. Val stares at the screen with newfound intensity, realizing that Davina is far more dangerous and skilled than they imagined. The scene shifts to the exterior of a modern, glass-fronted building where the high-stakes underground art auction is being held. Gabriel and Davina enter the crowded gala, though Davina finds the minimalist architecture more impressive than the abstract paintings. Davina critiques a geometric painting as looking like math, while Gabriel scoffs at the exorbitant €3 million price tag. Davina observes the room, noting that the attendees are all notorious criminals, merely pretending to be interested in legitimate art. Nearby socialites admire the furniture, completely oblivious to the dangerous undercurrents and criminal deals happening around them. Sipping her champagne, Davina looks annoyed by the fake atmosphere of the event as she continues her silent surveillance. Davina realizes that the primary draw of the night is for various underworld factions to mingle with the legitimate elite. The Russian Bratva make their entrance, led by a formidable elderly woman in a purple coat and fur hat. The triad also arrives in style, adding more tension to the already crowded room of international criminal organizations. Madame Levine appears in a pink suit, while a voice from the crowd calls out to Gabriel, addressing him as cousin. Cassiel Angelini approaches with a smug grin, surprising Gabriel and Davina with his unexpected and unwelcome presence at the gala. Gabriel removes his glasses with an icy glare. demanding to know what business Cassiel has at this specific auction. Gabriel suspects their uncle sent Cassiel to spy on him, but Cassiel dismisses the accusation with a patronizing laugh. Cassiel leans in with a taunting smile, warning Gabriel that his secret plans with the triad are common knowledge. Davina watches the visible tension between the cousins, fearing that their public friction will draw the wrong kind of attention. Following a sudden, sharp ahem sounding, Davina alerts the men that the powerful Yakovlevna is making her way toward them. Gabriel greets the elderly Russian woman politely, but she immediately calls him out for his insincere and practiced charm. Yakovlevna fixes Gabriel with a piercing gaze, chiding him for not informing the other families that his mourning has ended. Following a sudden, low sounding, Yakovlevna inspects Davina with a critical eye, leaving the red-haired woman feeling deeply unsettled. The old woman insults Davina's figure before suggesting her own granddaughters would be better suited for raising Gabriel's young son. Gabriel and his cousin watch as the formidable granny walks away, intent on finding a high-ranking government official to manipulate. Cassiel explains that the Russian Bratva specializes in reverse laundering, while a dismissive Gabriel notes he is already well aware. A narrative note describes how the Bratva funnels legitimate tax money into the criminal underground for illicit purposes. Observing the corruption, Davina sips her champagne, struck by seeing such high-level criminality in person for the first time. Davina warns Gabriel that someone is approaching from behind, interrupting their tense conversation regarding the local underworld factions. A man in a tan suit approaches, informing Gabriel that a mysterious woman named Alice wishes to have a word. Cassiel offers a mocking salute as he watches Gabriel's mounting annoyance during the high-stakes gala. Gabriel tells Davina to stay put while he steps away, prompting Cassiel to mock her status as a lowly employee. Cassiel offers Davina new opportunities, but her attention is caught by a rugged, tanned newcomer standing nearby. Cassiel identifies the man as Braysho, a ruthless newcomer from Galicia looking to carve out territory in the Leon underworld. Following a sudden, intense stare sounding, the newcomer fixes his sharp, golden gaze directly on the red-haired woman. As Braysho approaches, a fearful Cassiel quickly retreats, leaving a wary Davina to face the dangerous man alone. Braysho introduces himself and shakes Davina's hand, noting that she arrived with the powerful Angelini underboss. Gabriel watches Madame Levine from across the room, noting she is here to exert her influence on the underground market. Braysho admits he enjoys ruffling feathers and asks Davina what everyone in the room wants to know about her role. Leaning in close, Braysho demands to know who Davina truly works for, seeing through her simple escort facade. Davina claims her employer is Mr. Angelini, but Braysho insists she is far more than just a piece of arm candy. Braysho reveals he saw Davina calculatingly monitoring the security cameras and armed guards throughout the gala. He further notes that even now, Davina's protective eyes never truly leave her charge. Gabriel returns and places a possessive hand on Braysho's shoulder, stating that Davina is one of a kind. Braysho suggests that Davina was born for this life, noting how effortlessly she holds herself among established criminals. Gabriel and Braysho exchange sharp words over Davina's authenticity as she stands uncomfortably between the two men. Braysho asks if Davina is his consort, but Gabriel identifies her as the nanny before Madame Levine interrupts them. Gabriel mockingly claims they are merely patronizing the arts as the pink-haired Madame Levine approaches the group. Madame Levine aggressively confronts Gabriel, who calmly lists the various shell companies she likely uses for her operations. Demanding to know his goal, Madame Levine suggests they should play nice in their small city. Gabriel mentions that his son Mikey misses her child Louis, using a personal connection to stall her anger. Following a sudden, low, sounding, Gabriel suggests they could be friends for the sake of their children. Madame Levine rejects his offer, stating that true friends wait for an invitation before showing up unannounced. Gabriel dismisses Braysho's hopes for a show, while the Galician vows to do his own dirty work in Lyon. Gabriel leads Davina away for some air, mentioning that Cassiel fled as soon as the dangerous Braysho arrived. Walking together, Gabriel praises Davina for handling the party's strong personalities with such composure and grace. Davina remarks that the glittering gala reminds her of childhood, of dark things hiding behind bright, glittering lights. Gabriel offers to leave, but Davina insists she will stay until he has completed his intended business for the night. Leaning on the balcony, Gabriel asks if she attended many Mafia parties while growing up in her own family. Davina looks out at the city as Gabriel questions her familiarity with the dangerous underworld she seems to know well. Davina admits she always knew her father's true nature, and perhaps idolized him despite the crime and violence. Gabriel explains he was never sheltered but was only exposed to violence in carefully planned small doses by his family. Davina is surprised by Gabriel's revelation that his family meticulously controlled his exposure to their world to prevent fear. Gabriel admits they made him feel invincible until the reality of their violent business finally shattered that illusion. Davina reflects on the universal desire of parents to control how and when their children grow up and face reality. A tender memory of a smiling couple flashes through Davina's mind, hinting at the lost family she still mourns. Gabriel notices Davina is distracted, noting that she seems to be a million miles away from the gala. Davina contemplates whether the Angelinis killed her parents, but decides to focus on the man standing before her. Following a sudden, long wail sounding, police sirens echo through the night, signaling an immediate threat to the gala. Sensing the danger, Gabriel and Davina decide to leave immediately, rather than risk being detained by the arriving police. Panic spreads as guests report multiple police cars. Yakovlevna frantically demands her driver as the crowd scrambles for exits. Davina reveals she studied the building's blueprints earlier, leading Gabriel toward a hidden staff exit to avoid detection. Gabriel instructs Davina to stay close behind him as they navigate the service hallways to make their escape. Following a sudden, heavy slam sounding, a furious Madame Levine bursts through the door, shouting for Gabriel in the chaos. Madame Levine accuses Gabriel of causing the raid, but he coldly insists he had no part in the sudden police arrival. A furious Madame Levine pokes Gabriel's chest, accusing him of orchestrating the police raid at the auction. Amid the chaos, Madame Levine's armed guards prepare to move as a sudden, loud whoop-sounding police siren echoes nearby. The crowd panics as Madame Levine demands her associates move quickly to escape the building before the authorities arrive. Leaning in close, Madame Levine warns Gabriel that the Angelini's influence in Lyon has officially come to an end. Gabriel and Davina sprint through the dark streets, desperate to find an alleyway and evade the approaching police sirens. High above the cobblestone streets, the pair walks cautiously toward a nearby block to find a taxi for their escape. Davina peeks around a corner as a sudden, sharp whoosh-sounding wind causes her to shiver in the cold night. Despite her visible trembling, the red-haired woman insists she is fine while they hide in the shadows of the city. Gabriel offers his jacket to Davina, noting that her elegant red dress makes her far too conspicuous to be hiding. Draped in Gabriel's oversized coat, Davina reminds him that he was the one who originally chose the dress for her. A pensive Davina stares into the distance, privately wondering about the true intentions of the man currently protecting her. As they walk, Gabriel reflects on the unexpected turn of the night, noting that involving the law was never his plan. Gabriel hails a taxi as the narration explains that betrayal of a fellow underboss would permanently ruin a mafia reputation. Gabriel helps Davina into the vehicle, wondering if he would truly risk his family's honor to achieve his goals. The scene shifts to a train where a brown-haired woman in a red shirt sits alone, lost in her thoughts. Answering a call from Nico, the brown-haired woman clarifies that she has not yet reached her final destination. The woman reveals her plan to travel to Verona to pay her respects, looking out the train window with determination. Nico jokes about the old bird in Verona, but the woman warns him not to let her hear that insult. Closing her eyes, the brown-haired woman admits she has no desire to destroy her target on this particular day. She cryptically notes that the honor of destroying their mutual enemy belongs to someone else entirely. In Verona, Italy, Valentine knocks on a wooden door and identifies herself as a friend of the owner's son. Valentine meets an elegant woman with long white hair, apologizing for the intrusion into her quiet, secluded home. The elegant woman mentions her brother-in-law's constant surveillance, but Valentine suggests he wouldn't dare interfere again.
As a maid serves tea, the white-haired woman asks Valentine for an update on how her son is doing. Valentine presents a photograph of a young, red-haired girl, explaining her search for someone who disappeared years ago. The older woman inspects the photo of young Davina, noting a flicker of familiarity that she cannot quite place. Following a sudden, low sounding, the white-haired woman stares intensely at the child's face in the old photograph. When Valentine asks for her thoughts, the older woman quickly dismisses the moment, claiming it was nothing important. Returning the picture, the woman states that she no longer has any interest in her son's complicated business affairs. Valentine explains her motives are personal, but is interrupted by a sudden, quick bzz, bzz sounding from her phone. Excusing herself as duty calls, Valentine stands up while the older woman sighs at the constant demands of their life. Valentine answers the call, initially addressing Nico before recognizing Gabriel's voice and realizing that something has gone wrong. Gabriel demands her immediate return to Leon, leaving the elegant older woman to sit in pensive silence. A dark notification reveals that the French mob has officially declared war on the powerful Venetian Mafia. Stunned by the news, Valentine listens to the urgency in Gabriel's voice as the situation in Lyon spirals out of control. Valentine promises to return as fast as possible, realizing that all other matters must now wait for the coming conflict. From behind, Valentine looks down at the photo of the young Davina, clutching the memory of the missing girl tightly. Back in Lyon, Valentine surveys the wreckage of a ransacked business while associates discuss Madame Levine's brutal multi-pronged attack. Inside their base, Davina uses facial recognition to confirm the attackers' identities as Mikey asks why the truce was broken. Davina reassures the worried young boy, promising a trip to the park, while Gabriel watches them with a heavy heart. Gabriel and Valentine stare at a blood-red warning spray-painted on the wall, ordering them to get out of the city. Valentine offers to reach out to her contacts, but a grim Gabriel insists that Madame Levine is beyond all reason. A red-haired associate suggests responding with force, while Gabriel confirms the Dawn is already sending reinforcements by the weekend. Gabriel fixes Valentine with an icy gaze, refusing to evacuate Mikey and insisting he will handle the boy's safety personally. 2 days later, a somber atmosphere fills the room as young Mikey senses that something major is about to happen. Following a sudden, quick twist sounding, Davina sharpens a pencil for Mikey while trying to distract him from the tension. Mikey notes the influx of relatives in town, watching suspicious couples in the background as he draws at the table. The boy asks about the whereabouts of other associates, noticing Davina's forced smile as she tries to remain cheerful. Davina tries to play off the gathering as business, but the persistent Mikey decides to confront his father directly. 2 hours later, Mikey demands answers at dinner, only to be interrupted by Gabriel announcing an upcoming trip for them. Davina questions the trip's duration as the tension from Gabriel's dinner announcement begins to settle over the table. Following a sudden, heavy slam sounding, Mikey shouts in protest, sensing that the family gathering hides a darker truth. Gabriel dismisses the boy's outbursts while Mikey grumbles, his father privately wishing the boy never has to face reality. The young boy flinches as the atmosphere in the room becomes increasingly heavy with unspoken threats and parental secrets. Following a sudden, forceful shove sounding, Mikey pushes against the table as Gabriel commands him to go without questions. Mikey dashes away in a fit of rage while Davina rises to follow him, offering to bridge the growing gap. Following a sudden, firm grip sounding, Gabriel stops Davina, ordering her to prepare for their departure to the safe house. Gabriel warns Davina that they have reached a breaking point, insisting she must keep Mikey distant from the coming violence. Davina promises to do her best, but notes that ultimately, only Mikey has the power to change his mind. Davina knocks on Mikey's door, but the boy tells her to go away, feeling betrayed by her alliance with Gabriel. Davina tries to soothe the boy through the door, explaining that both she and his father only want his safety. Following a sudden, weary sigh sounding, Davina decides to give Mikey space and turns her focus toward her own packing. Following a sudden, low creak sounding, Davina presses her clothes into a bag while the sounds of the quiet house echo. Following a sudden, sharp shut sounding,
Valentine enters the room and questions if Gabriel is making a mistake involving Davina. Valentine confronts Davina directly, suggesting that her presence is no coincidence and that she is hiding dangerous, secret, ulterior motives. The brown-haired woman warns Davina that any hidden plans she brought with her will not end well for her. Valentine issues a lethal warning, stating that if Davina harms Gabriel or Mikey, nothing she loves will ever be safe. Davina questions Valentine's lack of proof, while the associate admits they cannot afford to lose a protector during this crisis. A premonition of a bloodied Davina protecting Mikey flashes through the air as she vows to never harm the boy. Valentine asks if she can trust Davina until the war is over, while Davina tells her to focus on herself. Valentine reflects on the loyalty of Gabriel's inner circle, noting that few are as reliable as she and Nico are. Looking at Mikey's laptop, Valentine notes Davina's eerie calm before the war, while Davina contemplates her role in his life. Davina finds Gabriel in the kitchen, offering her assistance while he remains buried in maps and blueprints for the fight. Following a sudden, quick click-clock sounding, Davina transfers security access to Gabriel, noting Mikey is still refusing to speak with her. Davina looks Gabriel in the eye, respectfully insisting that Mikey needs to hear the truth directly from his own father. Gabriel refuses to compromise his son's plausible deniability, though Davina vows to keep the boy safe with or without consent. Davina asks for a contingency plan, wondering where she should take Mikey if Gabriel does not survive the coming battle. Gabriel firmly rejects the idea of sending Mikey to relatives in Italy, preferring to keep the boy's location a secret. Gabriel commands Davina to run as far as possible if he fails to make contact within the next 2 days. Gabriel insists Mikey stays with Davina until her contract is up, entrusting her with the choice of his future path. Stunned by the weight of the request, Davina realizes that Gabriel is placing his son's entire life in her hands. Gabriel begs Davina to accept his terms, looking at her with a raw vulnerability that leaves her momentarily breathless. Davina refuses to accept the possibility of his failure, declaring that they will be waiting for him when it's done. Gabriel tenderly takes Davina's hand and kisses it, sealing a silent, intimate promise between them before the storm breaks. Gabriel bids her a soft farewell until they meet again, leaving a blushing Davina visibly affected by the rare gesture. In the dead of night, a dark figure looms over Mikey's bed, following a sudden, soft shoe sounding through the room. Following a sudden, muffled Murph sounding, Davina covers Mikey's mouth and whispers for him to stay silent for his own safety. A panicked Mikey wonders if another fire has broken out, but Davina urgently tells him they are leaving immediately. Davina hands Mikey his clothes, explaining they must escape unseen in the middle of the night to avoid being followed. Following a sudden, rhythmic scrunch sounding, Mikey resists the move, stubbornly repeating that he will not go as he planned. Davina bluntly reveals that Gabriel has invited a gunfight to the hotel, and Mikey could easily be caught in the crossfire. Davina looms over the boy, warning him that his safety is her priority, regardless of his father's previous promises. Davina takes control of the situation, giving Mikey the choice to come quietly or be forced to sleep for the trip. Mikey relents, noting that Davina is just as scary as his father, while she coldly accepts the harsh comparison. Davina asserts her authority as his nanny, making it clear that she is currently the one in charge of his life. Davina leads Mikey toward the stairs, carrying her bag as they begin their silent, high-stakes escape from the targeted building. As they flee, Davina casts a final, lingering look back at Gabriel, who remains alone in the shadows of the room. Davina pulls Mikey through the door, turning her back on the man she is leaving behind to face the enemy. Later that day, Gabriel gathers his associates, hearing that other crime families have officially decided to stay out of the war. An associate in a floral shirt shows Gabriel and a red-haired man something critical on Mikey's sticker-covered laptop. Monitoring the security feed, Nico flags a suspicious trench-coated man carrying a briefcase into the hotel lobby. As they watch the live footage, the red-haired associate suggests an immediate interception, but Gabriel insists on waiting. On the screen, the intruder discreetly leaves the briefcase behind a large decorative plant within the quiet restaurant. Observing the man's calm departure, Gabriel decides they have enough time to send someone in for a closer look. A team member examines the abandoned bag, while the red-haired man confirms it is a shrapnel-heavy explosive set for 6 o'clock.
Nico realizes the bomb is timed for Gabriel's usual dinner with Mikey, his expression shifting to one of deep concern.
Gabriel is visibly shaken by the realization that the enemy is targeting his son without any regard for collateral damage. The associate suggests disposal, but Gabriel shocks him by ordering the team to let the device detonate as planned. Gabriel commands them to discreetly clear the hotel, intending to use the inevitable explosion as bait for their attackers. Gabriel explains that Levine's forces will likely rush in after the blast, hoping to finish them off before authorities arrive. With a cold and calculating gaze, Gabriel prepares for the moment they will turn the tables on their unsuspecting enemies. Standing before his team, Gabriel announces that the final conflict begins tonight as Levine's forces make their move. Following a sudden rhythmic push-push sounding, Davina and Mikey pedal through the countryside, the boy questioning their mode of travel.
Davina explains that Gabriel's car is too recognizable and they must avoid the mob's many eyes scattered throughout the city.
Mikey complains about his casual clothes and purple helmet, though Davina notes he would be far more uncomfortable in a suit. Davina frames the outfit as a disguise that hides his identity as an Angelini, though the boy remains grumpily unconvinced. Following a sudden, weary sigh sounding, Davina tries to entice Mikey with the prospect of birdwatching at their new safe house. Following a sudden, screeching skid sounding, Mikey halts his bike, unable to enjoy the ride while his father is in danger. Davina softens her tone, gently reminding the boy that staying out of harm's way is his greatest contribution right now. Looking over his shoulder with a heavy heart, Mikey argues that he only feels truly safe when he is with Gabriel. Following a sudden, firm strap sounding and a metallic ch sounding, Gabriel's associates prepare for war by arming themselves and donning vests. Following a sudden, tight grip sounding, Gabriel checks a tracking app on his phone, watching a small duck icon move safely. Nico suggests evacuating Mikey while they have the opportunity, unaware that Gabriel has already set his own plan in motion. Gabriel confirms that the boy is already gone, safely tucked away under the protection of Davina. Nico acknowledges the nanny's involvement with a somber expression, realizing how much Gabriel is trusting her with his son. Nico expresses concern about the proximity of the safe house, fearing that the upcoming explosion could still pose a secondary threat. Gabriel reassures him of their safety before assigning Nico to cover the garage exit, receiving a confident thumbs up in return. A heavy silence falls between the two men as they face the reality of the violent night that lies ahead of them. A voice calls out to a cousin as a shadow falls over a stained glass window, depicting the fragmented history of a family. Following a sudden, heavy pedal sounding, Mikey struggles up a hill at nearly 6 o'clock, exhausted by the long trek. Following a sudden, airy whoosh sounding, an elderly woman on a bicycle effortlessly overtakes the stunned and panting young boy. Following a sudden, fast zoom sounding, Mikey is left in the dust by a toddler on a tricycle, much to his vocal frustration. Following a sudden, rhythmic pedal sounding and heavy pant sounding, Davina suggests they finally stop for a quick snack. Following a sudden, frantic rummage sounding, Mikey grumbles about repetitive sandwiches while Davina searches her pack for a special surprise. With a triumphant smile, Davina reveals she saved a box of chocolate milk, her face practically glowing with manufactured cheer. Following a sudden, low grrr sounding, Mikey complains about the temperature but aggressively snatches the drink before Davina can have it. While resting under a massive tree, Mikey asks if his father has messaged, and Davina confirms there has been no word. Davina tries to soothe the boy's rising anxiety, suggesting Gabriel is simply occupied with the business at hand. Davina explains they must maintain radio silence unless it is a true emergency, her eyes reflecting a hidden, growing worry. The peaceful landscape remains still and quiet as they wait, oblivious to the violence erupting back in the city. Following a sudden, thunderous boom sounding, a massive explosion erupts within the hotel, shattering windows and filling the air with fire. Billowing clouds of orange smoke and debris consume the dining area, marking the violent start of the mob's planned assault. Standing in the shadows as the smoke begins to clear,
Nico orders the team to move into their defensive positions. Following a sudden, loud "ya" sounding, a group of armed men in tan trench coats storms into the wreckage with weapons raised. Following a sudden, sharp pop-pop sounding, the red-haired associate ambushes the intruders, mocking their haste as they fall to the floor. Following a sudden, loud pow sounding, Gabriel checks the response times, determined to finish the fight before the fire brigade arrives. Following a sudden, deafening bang-bang sounding, Gabriel and his inner circle unleash a lethal volley of gunfire on the remaining attackers. Following a sudden, wet swipe sounding and sharp pop sounding, Nico moves with terrifying speed, cutting down anyone in his path. Following a sudden, rhythmic pow sounding and swift flip sounding, the dark-haired associate performs an agile strike, taking out multiple targets midair. Following a sudden, sharp pop sounding, a pink-haired enemy crouches behind cover, cursing the rapid and total failure of their ambush. Gabriel takes aim from behind a pillar, prompting the pink-haired woman to curse before a sudden, sharp crack sounding. Touching the blood on her face, the pink-haired woman realizes Gabriel intentionally missed, delivering a terrifying warning shot. As the enemy prepares to retreat, Gabriel's red-haired associate stops them, warning that their time has officially run out. The associate questions Gabriel's mercy while the boss orders an evacuation, standing resolutely amidst the fire and fallen enemies. At their quiet safe house, Davina and Mikey wait for any word from Gabriel, the boy growing increasingly restless and anxious. Davina offers a gentle smile, trying to comfort the boy with the hopeful idea that no news is good news. Mikey watches the ducks on the pond with a heavy heart, feeling guilty for leaving his father behind. Davina invites the boy to blame her for the move, but Mikey knows his father was the one who ordered it. Mikey's expression hardens as he tells Davina she cannot fool him regarding Gabriel's true role in their sudden departure. Davina urges the boy to go easy on his father, reminding him of the intense stress Gabriel is currently under. Following a sudden, tight grip sounding on the grass, Mikey laments that his father doesn't believe in his potential. Davina insists Gabriel's choice isn't a doubt of Mikey's ability, though the boy remains painfully unconvinced. Davina looks at the boy with sadness, her eyes reflecting the difficulty of explaining a parent's protective love. Mikey looks back at her as they sit in the tall grass, the golden light of sunset surrounding them. Davina confesses her own mob upbringing, quickly following with a sudden, soft shh sounding to emphasize the secret. Davina asks Mikey to keep her secret safe, and the boy solemnly swears he will never tell anyone. The two solidify their newfound trust with a pinky swear, a silent pact between the nanny and her charge. Mikey asks what her parents did in the family, and Davina describes their involvement in moving jewels and money. When asked who killed them, Davina says the reason doesn't matter, as the cycle of violence remains the same. Davina explains how revenge cycles through generations, imagining her parents facing their own fiery conflict in the past. Davina tells Mikey that these wars only end when one side is destroyed, a fate she fears for Gabriel. Davina expresses her deep wish for Mikey to never experience the cycle of violence that claimed her own family. Davina explains that her desire for him to have other options comes from a place of genuine care and love. Davina asserts that being safe and happy is incredibly difficult within the family, urging him toward a different future. Davina reveals that his mother also wanted him to be free of the family's burdens, surprising the young boy. Davina clarifies that Gabriel doesn't lack trust in him, but rather wants him to understand why he was sent away. Following a sudden, gentle nudge sounding, Davina asks Mikey what it means if his father wants to keep him away. Following a sudden, wet hic sounding, Mikey realizes Gabriel is protecting him while he is the one worrying for Gabriel. Following a sudden, heavy sob sounding, Mikey breaks down, wishing he could be there to help his father. Following a sudden, muffled sob sounding, Davina comforts the crying boy, telling him he is Gabriel's greatest treasure. Davina looks down with a pained expression, sharing in the boy's grief as the light fades from the sky. Davina reassures Mikey that they don't need the mob life to be together or to love one another. Back at the hotel, Nico asks about the team's status while Gabriel watches the city lights from a broken window.
Gabriel asks who is missing from their ranks, and his red-haired associate prepares to reveal a devastating betrayal. They realize a traitor allowed their enemy to escape, and Gabriel suspects the man has been compromised for some time. Gabriel recalls the pink-haired woman's reaction during the fight, proving she was expecting help from the inside. The associate explains the traitor's motivation is a play for power, as he is next in line for leadership. Gabriel is horrified to realize he and Mikey are the main targets, especially knowing the traitor saw the tracking app. Following a sudden, frantic bzz bzz sounding, Gabriel tries to call Davina while rushing to launch a rescue operation. Gabriel's associates watch him leave in a desperate hurry, realizing that Mikey's safety is now entirely up to Davina. The dark-haired associate looks on with a grim resolve, knowing the nanny is the boy's last line of defense. Following a sudden, sharp knock-knock sounding, Davina's story time is interrupted by an unexpected visitor at the safe house. Following a sudden melodic ding-dong sounding, Davina finds Cassiel at the door, claiming Gabriel sent him to collect Mikey. Cassiel encourages the boy to come with him, insisting the danger is over, and Gabriel is waiting. Davina becomes suspicious when her phone loses signal, while Cassiel casually blames the lack of cellular coverage in the country. Davina remains skeptical, noting that this spontaneous pickup deviates from the secret protocol she and Gabriel established. Standing her ground, Davina refuses to release Mikey unless Gabriel contacts her directly, forcing Cassiel to back down. As the car departs, Davina wonders how anyone else could have possibly found their secret, secure location. Davina urgently suggests they move immediately, while Mikey realizes that without a signal, Gabriel can no longer track them. Davina looks deeply troubled as the boy's realization hits her, knowing they are now completely on their own. Davina reassures Mikey that Gabriel will return, gently patting his head while the boy sits in his pajamas. Davina's expression turns dark and determined, her eyes glowing with a sharp, dangerous intensity that belies her nanny persona. Outside, the brown-haired traitor argues with his men, insisting they wait to ensure the nanny is asleep before moving in. The scarred henchman pressures the traitor to move now, noting that cell service is jammed and the lights are out. The scarred man grabs the traitor, warning him that his failure to act will mean his end once the Dawn hears of it. Cursing his sloppy situation, the brown-haired man wipes sweat from his brow, visibly stressed by the mission's high stakes. With cold resolve, the brown-haired man gives the order to finally eliminate the targets inside the house. The safe house stands silent under a starlit sky, seemingly peaceful while the assassins prepare their lethal assault from the shadows. Following a sudden heavy click sounding, a gloved hand readies a suppressed pistol in the darkness of the hallway. A silhouette with glowing green eyes raises a suppressed gun, signaled by a sudden, eerie gleam sounding. Following a sudden, thunderous slam sounding, Davina delivers a powerful kick to the window, disarming the intruder with a cry of pain. Mikey awakens with a sudden, sharp gasp sounding, his eyes wide with terror as violence erupts inside their quiet sanctuary. Following a sudden, deafening bang sounding, Davina fires her weapon through a shattered window, taking down an enemy instantly. Following a sudden, airy whirl sounding, Davina spins to face another attacker, while Mikey screams her name in panic. Following a sudden, wet sink sounding, a bullet grazes Davina's side, drawing blood as she desperately dodges the fatal shot. Following a sudden, rhythmic bang-bang sounding, Davina returns fire despite her wound, her face contorted in focus. Following a sudden, pained grunt sounding, Davina clutches her bleeding side, leaning against the wall as she stands over her fallen foe. Following a sudden, low creak sounding, Davina warns Mikey to stay back, her green eyes fixed on the remaining danger. Mikey clings to Davina's leg as she trembles from her injury, the two moving cautiously through the dark, blood-stained hallway. Following a sudden, violent burst sounding, the door is kicked open as Davina tenses her finger on the trigger. Gabriel swings into the room, both he and Davina nearly shooting each other before realizing their identities amidst the carnage. Davina slumps against the wall as Mikey dashes toward his father, the boy's face lighting up with relieved tears. Gabriel pulls his son into a desperate, tight embrace, whispering his presence as the boy cries over his father's wounds. Mikey cries out Davina's name as she slides down the wall, her strength finally failing after the intense battle. Gabriel checks Davina's wound while Adam reports the enemy's defeat, urging the nanny to keep breathing through her pain. Gabriel leans over Davina, declaring her his best decision, while the boy looks on with tears of profound relief. A bloodied hand reaches up to Gabriel's face as Davina expresses her quiet gratitude for their survival together. Adam keeps watch from the doorway, telling the boss that medical help will arrive in 30 minutes for the wounded. Following a sudden, gentle tug sounding, Mikey looks at his father with wide eyes, seeking reassurance after the night's trauma. Mikey promises to always be there for Gabriel, even if the family's titles and power structures change or vanish. Gabriel's eyes well with tears as he confirms their future together, deeply moved by his son's unconditional love. Gabriel holds his family close in the dim light of the safe house, the promise of being together lingering in the air. The brown-haired traitor reports his failure over the phone, complaining that Davina's Black Ops background was never mentioned. The traitor's eyes widen in shock as a mysterious voice confirms his suspicions about the nanny's true lethal nature. In an undisclosed location, Davina recovers in a hospital bed, reading a book about advanced dragnet applications. Following a sudden, loud bring sounding, Davina answers her phone, surprised by a call from a stern-voiced woman. A headmistress in a red suit demands to know why an incident report wasn't filed after Davina's hospital admission. Davina tries to argue confidentiality, but the headmistress insists their agent's safety always trumps any secret mob protocols. Davina stares ahead with a cold, focused expression, the conversation with her superior revealing her hidden double life as an agent. Davina reflects on the internal family betrayal, picturing the brown-haired man who hoped to inherit Gabriel's position. In her mind, Davina revisits how the traitor tracked them to the safe house after Mikey was moved from the fighting. Davina recalls the terrifying moment two hitmen attempted to kill her young charge during the chaotic night at the safe house. Speaking into the phone, Davina confirms she neutralized the threat but sustained a serious injury to her abdomen. The headmistress asks if the man is still at large, but Davina resolutely insists she can handle the situation herself. The headmistress asks if Davina is in danger, and the red-haired agent confirms her need to remain with the boy. Davina looks at a stained glass image of Gabriel's family, noting the complex web of goals within the Angelini empire. Davina ponders the mystery of Gabriel's missing wife and the deep-seated disagreements over their son's future within the family. Images of the Don and Gabriel clashing flash through Davina's mind as she considers the ongoing internal power struggle. Davina observes Gabriel through the lens of a strategist, recognizing his missteps but failing to uncover his true ultimate goal. Davina looks at a portrait of Mikey, realizing that the family's violent history and secrets complicate her mission to protect him. Davina stands guard over Mikey while shadows of assassins surround them, vowing to keep the boy safe. On the phone, the headmistress warns Davina of her unique vulnerability, despite the agent's insistence on her duty. Davina's golden eyes narrow with resolve, confident that her past secrets remain buried deep beyond anyone's reach. Massaging her temple, the headmistress counters that some trails aren't digital and cannot be so easily erased. From her hospital bed, Davina rejects an extraction offer, promising to remain careful while continuing her mission. Davina blushes furiously as her superior points out how her voice softens whenever she speaks of the dawn. Struggling to deny her feelings, Davina is warned to watch both her back and her heart during the assignment. Following a sudden pained wince sounding, Davina clutches her fractured ribs while promising to take it easy. After hanging up, Davina is interrupted as Mikey slides into the room with news and a notebook. Mikey complains about the nurses, but Davina teases him as the boy shows off his new drawings. Following a sudden, airy ahem sounding, Mikey proudly presents a ninja drawing signed with his real name, Michelle. Looking at a happy hospital stock photo, Mikey cynically doubts anyone is ever truly that joyful in real life. Following a sudden, quick tack-tack sounding, Mikey tapes his artwork over the photo, insisting some people find happiness. Mikey demands the truth about whether Davina is happy, sensing her hesitation as she tries to answer him.
Davina breaks into a bright, genuine smile,
telling Mikey that his thoughtful art truly makes her happy.
Mikey looks down in shame, blaming himself for Davina's injuries until she gently interrupts his spiraling guilt. Davina credits Mikey's warning for saving her life, causing the boy to break into relieved, tearful sobs. Mikey flees in a flustered huff while Gabriel, leaning on crutches, enters to ask about Davina's phone call. Gabriel presses Davina for details about her conversation, suspecting she was speaking with the headmistress. Following a sudden, soft ah sounding, Davina tenses as Gabriel reveals they are tracing every call near the hospital. Davina lies, claiming her contact was merely worried about her injury, while secretly hoping Gabriel didn't hear the truth.
Davina maintains her cover by claiming Ina knows everything, though her internal tension is visible in her eyes.
Davina insists she has the situation under control, offering a cheerful wave that Gabriel meets with skeptical silence. Gabriel looms over Davina with a piercing gaze, asking if she often lies with such practiced ease. Gabriel warns Davina that thinking she is in control is the first step toward losing everything in their world. Gabriel explains that in their dangerous life, they possess initiative rather than control over their shifting circumstances. Following a sudden rhythmic thump-thump sounding, Gabriel leaves, adding that creativity is just as vital as initiative. Davina stares after him, pondering the phrase creative initiative as the gravity of his words sinks in. Both Davina and Gabriel share a knowing, dark smirk, viewing the chaos as an invitation for total freedom. Following a sudden, sharp shick sounding, Davina opens a new notebook, ready to begin phase 2 her way. Back at the hotel, Gabriel and Nico inspect the damage as the Don orders the staff to return. The hotel manager explains that the explosion short-circuited the security system, erasing all footage of the violent encounter. Following a sudden, curious sounding, a suspicious police officer eyes the damage, sensing a deeper conspiracy at play. Following a sudden, heavy pause sounding, the officer halts the men, calling out to Gabriel Angelini by name. The officer questions if Gabriel was the target, but the Don coolly deflects any knowledge of the tragedy. Gabriel cynically asks if it's a tragedy when mobsters kill each other, leaving the officer momentarily speechless. Claiming he was out of town, Gabriel challenges the officer to verify his whereabouts during the bloody commotion. Gabriel and Nico walk away with smug confidence, leaving the frustrated gendarme alone in the ruined lobby. The hotel manager dismisses the officer's help, choosing to protect his lucrative business relationship with the Angelini family. Davina leads Mikey through the bullet-scarred hallway, noting it's important for him to see the reality of the mess. Davina explains how insurance and generous compensation keep the hotel compliant despite the recent violence and destruction. Mikey stares at a blood-spattered wall as Davina suggests they help with the cleanup once the police leave. Davina offers to pitch in and restore the lobby, looking down at Mikey to gauge his reaction. Mikey agrees that helping with the restoration might make him feel better after the night's traumatic events.
Davina watches Mikey with a soft expression, realizing the boy is growing up amidst the family's dark legacy.
Davina looks at the bullet holes and blood with a grim resolve, knowing their peace is only temporary. Following a sudden, steady shh sounding, Davina sighs in the shower, reflecting on the weight of a long week. Examining her bandaged wound in the mirror, Davina is struck by how lucky she was to survive. Davina recalls the intense firefight, picturing herself dodging bullets in the dark to protect her young charge. Gabriel enters the room and hands Davina a set of items, his expression serious as their partnership deepens. Gabriel hands medical supplies to Davina, reminding her to change her dressings twice daily as the doctor ordered. Davina declines Gabriel's offer to have Val assist her, but the silver-haired Don insists on providing the help. Davina recalls the safe house, wondering why Gabriel held her close instead of letting his men monitor her recovery. Touching her face, Davina questions if Gabriel's tender care was rooted in something more than simple professional gratitude. Following a sudden, curious sounding, Gabriel leans in close, snapping Davina out of her deep, silent reverie. Gabriel asks if she is truly all right, while Davina realizes his perception of her has fundamentally shifted since the battle. A grim flashback reveals two blood-soaked bodies covered by sheets, the weight of the recent violence lingering in the air. Davina struggles to decipher Gabriel's true intentions, ultimately deciding she might be better off not knowing his thoughts. Maintaining her professional distance, Davina assures the boss she is fine and asks him to stop worrying about her. Gabriel stares coldly as Davina walks away, dismissing her individual feelings as irrelevant to the mission at hand. Davina focuses on her internal plan, remembering the headmistress's warning that she cannot afford any emotional distractions right now. Following a sudden rhythmic knock-knock sounding, Davina stands by her laptop, carefully wrapping fresh bandages around her torso. Davina opens the door to Val, who explains that the Don sent her specifically to assist with the injuries. Following a sudden painful wince and sharp cinch sounding, Val tightens the bandages while praising Davina's incredible physical resilience. Davina questions if her past will remain hidden, but Val maintains her primary duty to investigate anyone Gabriel deems suspicious. Val explains they must prioritize finding Cassiel first. Davina looks away, privately plotting her own next move in silence. Looking at her laptop, Davina reveals she is already tracking Cassiel through a sophisticated digital search program. In a dimly lit room, the elder Don Angelini demands to know who else supported Cassiel's ambitious but foolish betrayal. Following a sudden dismissive sounding, the Don expresses grim satisfaction that his nephew is finally taking decisive action. Using a small fork, the elder Don arranges nuts into a skull, warning that Gabriel must not fail now. An older woman with glasses confirms her understanding of the Don's cryptic orders over the phone before hanging up. Now in a red suit, Davina teases Mikey about his fancy clothes, but the boy arrogantly mentions the laundress. Davina leads Mikey out for the day, informing Gabriel and the red-haired Nico they will return in time for lunch. Following a sudden, smooth slip sounding, Davina surreptitiously hands a folded note to Gabriel as she walks past him. Following a sudden, quick drop sounding, Davina leaves the intel on the table, offering further help if it's needed. Following a sudden paper crinkle sounding, Gabriel and Nico examine a map revealing Cassiel's location from an hour ago. Nico notes that Davina has finally chosen a side, even though Gabriel admits he never actually asked for her help. Nico points to the map, suggesting they strike the mob while they are vulnerable, but Gabriel firmly rejects the idea. With his eyes glowing a cold, menacing blue, Gabriel declares it is finally time for a direct talk with Levine. Davina and Mikey help clean the lobby's debris, with the boy questioning why anyone would bother shooting a plant. Following a sudden, sharp wince sounding, Davina reaches for a shard. A gloved hand suddenly reaches out to assist her. The young police officer thanks Davina and asks to speak with her, noting that the investigation is still active. The officer questions if Davina is staff, but she maintains her cover by claiming to be a long-term hotel guest. Davina insists she just wants life to return to normal, but the officer observes her with a deeply skeptical gaze. Mikey snaps at Davina for talking to the policeman, causing her to scold the boy for his rude, defensive behavior. The officer asks about the boy, but Mikey fiercely declares that neither of them will be answering any more questions. Davina laughs off Mikey's hostility as a simple lack of sleep, while the officer notes the boy's suspicious, protective nature. Following a sudden, pained wince sounding, Davina pulls Mikey away for a nap, struggling to hide her abdominal injury. As they depart, the officer realizes Davina is hiding an injury, and that the child is surprisingly ready for combat. The officer examines his sketches of the pair, wondering if the nanny and child are deeply involved in the conspiracy. At a sunny park fountain, Gabriel sits on a park fountain. Gabriel sits on a bench beside a pink-haired woman, noting she arrived without any backup. Following a sudden leafy rustle sounding, Gabriel spots a spy. The pink-haired Levine confirms she is also being watched. Following a sudden, icy stare and freeze sounding, Levine terrifies a nearby man who was innocently enjoying some ice cream. Levine refuses to surrender Cassiel, but Gabriel reminds her that she no longer holds the authority to negotiate his fate. Gabriel suggests the Corsicans are unhappy with Levine's failure, causing her to ask why he didn't just kill her earlier. Gabriel reveals he spared her because she is a mother, assuming she wouldn't have targeted his son if she knew. Levine is visibly shaken as Gabriel reveals that Cassiel lied to her about the boy's location during the hotel bombing. Gabriel questions if Cassiel also suggested the bomb's placement, revealing a much deeper level of internal betrayal and manipulation. Gabriel looms over the trembling woman, asking if Cassiel knew the exact time he ate dinner with his young son. Realizing she was played for a fool, Levine curses the man she thought was her ally as a rat. Levine is visibly distraught as Gabriel exposes Cassiel's deception regarding the true target of the hotel bombing. Levine vehemently denies plotting against Gabriel's son, but the silver-haired Don remains unimpressed by her frantic justifications. Gabriel reveals he moved Mikey to safety long ago, leaving Levine's life hanging by a single merciful thread. Rejecting offers of triad contracts, Gabriel demands the traitorous Cassiel, knowing the rat fled to Levine for protection. Levine confesses to granting Cassiel passage south, but initially refuses to divulge his exact location to Gabriel's men.
Seeking reconciliation, Levine desperately offers to retrieve the fugitive herself and hand him over to end the conflict.
Gabriel grants her a strict 48-hour deadline, which she accepts as more than fair under the tense circumstances. Before departing, Levine quietly admits her relief that Gabriel's young son was spared from the tragic explosion. Following a sudden, sharp snap sounding, Levine irritably calls out a clumsy spy hiding in the park shrubbery. Gabriel reflects on the meeting, noting to his associate that he might have accidentally gained a useful ally.
The two men enjoy a rare moment of peace by the fountain, watching ducks while discussing shifting loyalties.
In a dark nightmare, Davina sees the ghostly figures of those she killed looming over her resting form. Davina wakes with a terrified scream, the weight of her recent violence haunting her even in her sleep. Shaking off the night terror, Davina heads for the kitchen as her footsteps make a rhythmic pad-pad sounding. Following a sudden, steady shh sounding, Davina drinks water, unable to erase the faces of her enemies. A shirtless Gabriel appears, suggesting they drop formalities and encouraging the blushing Davina to use his first name. Gabriel gently asks if she wants to discuss the trauma that is clearly keeping her awake tonight. Davina recalls the cold steel of her weapon, feeling conflicted about the lethal efficiency of her own training. Davina admits to feeling adrift, struggling to reconcile her nurturing role with the deadly actions she recently took. Gabriel reassures her she acted on instinct, while Davina wonders if her mentors would approve of her methods. Leaning in, Gabriel invites her to seek answers from him instead of her past, causing Davina to bite her lip. After Gabriel affirms her choices, Davina realizes the Don is genuinely captivated by her resilience and hidden strength. The air becomes electric as Gabriel gazes into Davina's eyes, their faces inches apart in the moonlight. A sudden, loud ah sounding from the hallway shatters the romantic tension, leaving the pair instantly on edge. Realizing Mikey is having a nightmare, they quickly pull apart to attend to the frightened boy's cries. Gabriel notes that Mikey isn't the only one suffering from insomnia as he opens the child's bedroom door. Following a sudden, pained sob and sniff sounding, Gabriel gathers a weeping Mikey into his arms for comfort. The next morning, the group discusses city rumors while Davina prepares a comforting batch of hot chocolate. Gabriel watches with a soft expression as a tired Mikey finds comfort in a warm, marshmallow-filled mug. The trio looks out over the city at sunrise, sharing a moment of fragile peace before the coming storm. Gabriel's team gathers to strategize, noting that their enemies are likely surprised they haven't fled the city yet. Gabriel listens intently to the reports, his mind already calculating the next move against those who betrayed him. Nico watches with an amused smirk as Davina and Mikey bond over a tray of freshly baked cookies. Mikey proudly announces the treats are cookies, ignoring Nico's playful attempts to snag a sample before they're ready. Following a sudden, sharp smack and click sounding, Davina fends off Nico's wandering hands with a wooden spoon. Davina explains the cookies are a peace offering for Louis, while Nico teases her about being star-crossed lovers. With a radiant smile, Davina offers the extra cookies to the team, instantly winning over the hungry guards. Nico and the dark-haired woman are stunned by the quality, showering Davina with enthusiastic praise and affection. Nico insists Gabriel try one, while Davina reveals household rules previously prevented her from using the kitchen. While the others dream of staying forever, Gabriel warns that their departure to the new annex is imminent. Following a sudden, crunchy bite sounding, Gabriel is visibly moved by the taste, his expression softening with surprise. Gabriel jokingly reconsiders their stay as the red-haired Nico receives an urgent call from a contact named Adam. In a secluded garage, Levine waits beside a black van, ready to fulfill her promise to the Angelini family. Levine delivers a bound and beaten Cassio, dismissing the traitor as nothing more than a necessary payment. Gabriel taunts his cousin's weakness, suggesting Cassio has been broken since the tragic loss of his wife. Defiant to the end, Cassio screams that Gabriel will never be fit to lead the powerful family. With cold indifference, Gabriel informs Cassio that he has no intention of personally killing him tonight. Following a sudden, sharp snap and slide sounding, Gabriel signals his associate to reveal the specialized interrogator. A woman with glasses and long purple hair steps forward, greeting the terrified Cassio with a chilling smile. The purple-haired woman looms over the traitor, promising that he will soon tell them absolutely everything. Following a sudden pained wheeze and cough sounding, the bound Cassio desperately claims he has no more information. The purple-haired woman suggests disposing of the traitor, but the gray-haired elder orders him kept alive for future use. The elder reflects on the severity of the betrayal, noting that Michele was not the only target in the attack. To protect Gabriel's focus, the elder instructs the purple-haired woman to sanitize the report and keep Gabriel in the dark. The elder decides to handle the situation internally, believing Gabriel and his young son have enough to deal with already. Following a sudden, inquisitive, reaching reach, and startled freeze sounding, Gabriel is caught attempting to sneak a gift. Davina and Mikey scold Gabriel for taking the treats intended for Louis, while Gabriel sheepishly claims they were leftovers. Mikey protectively guards the decorative tin and fancy ribbon, noting these specific treats are clearly the premium selection. Mikey rushes to deliver the gifts, while Davina explains her proposal for a neutral playdate location for Louis's mother. Gabriel informs the boy that they have re-entered a state of strategic neutrality following his efforts to smooth things over. Davina reassures Mikey that they will hear back soon before excitedly suggesting they head to the roof for pool day. Mikey is thrilled when Gabriel decides to join them, marking a rare moment of family bonding for the group. Following a sudden rhythmic catch sounding, a shirtless Gabriel plays ball with Mikey while Davina watches from the water. Following a sudden, effortless toss sounding, Gabriel calls out to a flustered Davina, who is clearly distracted by his physique. Following a sudden, joyful "yah" sounding, Davina marvels at how different the cold dawn appears while playing with his son. Following a sudden, hearty "ha" sounding, Gabriel laughs freely, causing Davina to realize he is much more than just a boss. Davina recalls a memory of Gabriel's deep tenderness, remembering the time she saw him weeping while comforting his son. Following a sudden, playful splash sounding, Gabriel teases Davina until she and Mikey team up to take him down. Following a sudden, boisterous ha-ha sounding, Mikey rides on Davina's shoulders to win the game as Adam arrives with treats. Wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses, the brown-haired Adam announces his arrival with a bag full of cold popsicle gifts. Davina reflects on how easy it is to forget the underlying violence of their lives during this brief, sunny reprieve. Following a sudden, soft sounding, the air turns electric as Gabriel leans close to tell Davina her popsicle is dripping. Following a sudden, messy melt and cheerful ha-ha-ha sounding, the group laughs at Davina's misfortune until Gabriel is called away. Following a sudden, abrupt jerk sounding, the red-haired Nico appears on the deck, signaling that the peaceful moment has ended. Gabriel instantly adopts his cold business mask, telling the boy he must leave as his professional duties resume once more. Adam notes the shift in the sun, lamenting that Gabriel can rarely make it through a full day of relaxation. Eating his popsicle, Adam admits that there is rarely any lasting peace to be found within the ranks of the familia. When Davina asks about leaving the life, Adam grimly reminds her that no one ever truly leaves the organization alive. Looking out over the city, Davina imagines a peaceful life on a distant beach that feels increasingly out of reach. Adam tries to cheer Davina up by suggesting the pool is close enough to paradise, but she remains visibly unconvinced. Following a sudden, gentle swish-swish sounding, Gabriel confers with Nico while Davina rejects the idea of settling for less.